Good morning. We are doing testing.
Yeah, well, I've got parks. Okay.
All right.
Are you just joining this with Kawapa? Yes, and then this.
Test, test. stay participant, and so you can hear my voice coming through the speaker, right?
And then there you are.
Yep. So it's got me on there, and then I can swap, and it's going to show. So this is what it looks like over there, right? I'm sharing the screen. It's really small. If I stop sharing the screen now and turn the video on, so there's a delay. But like during the race, if the video's off, you can be talking.
What?
And then in a minute, this is going to take over. So now, like, we're going to be like, right? The runners are going to be coming by.
Yeah.
You and I, or whatever, will be talking, but we're not going to get in the way of them seeing the runners.
Gotcha.
If we want to be on talking, then you turn the video on, and then we'll move to a split screen. And so, like later, if Zach or Jake or those guys join, then we'll have a screen like this going on.
Yep.
And probably three, with one of them being the race camera.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that way you have a little bit of like, you can double check what you're doing and what's being shown. And
Okay, perfect. So like if you and I want to talk about what's going on as it's happening, will we have to be down there next to the phone, or is this picking up from here, like this our sound?
let me turn the mic off so we're not. Yeah, 1 second. Oh, why did it move over here? Sneaky little devil. Oh, I'm on over here. Let me exit this side. Yeah, I'm getting reverb.
Good to see you.
Do you miss it?
I'm so happy with my life choices that I'm not running.
It is nicer, isn't it?
Yep. All right, I'm gonna head over to the pre-race instructions at the Raven, and I'll stay quiet in the background.
They're still in the car, aren't they? Yeah. I guess before the end of the race, we'll offer you feedback. Find a team member. They can come and get the feedback. You don't have your name and your number on it. So that at the end of the race, you stop with that. There's ducks on it. Huh? There's ducks. Oh, well, that's ducks on all of them. But they'll be individually marked. So that one race, for the end of the race, there was another 5 minutes, whistle, 1 minute, we'll do it. There's not 1 minute to go, and they're watching for the dropping of the bag. The dropping of the bag has to go down at the last step that you take at the time to get home. You cannot toss it, you cannot throw it. That's what we'll be watching for. The officials will be watching, and then they may alter the location based on what they saw when the horn went off. Let's see, got that. Dropping. Track reversals will occur every 4 hours. Cone between lanes 1 and 2. Incoming runners. Lane 1, they have the right of way. Outgoing runners stay in lane 2 until you pass the last person who hasn't reversed. Leaving the track. Okay, we have a huge refreshment zone. You are allowed to back in the refreshment zone. You need to notice if you're leaving for an extended period of time, you need to let one of the officials know, and we will mark it down. Because that's important. If sure that you are on the correct side of the track when you get back on. You may leave here and you may have to get back on over there. You have a lap. Show you what time you got a lap if you go over the line. So the officials will be around here. Just let them know. Let one of your people know. We'll write down the number. What direction you practice. Okay. So as far as that, the personal area is for those two cones over, or the refreshment area. Those two cones over there. They're down by the corner. The track, six lanes, is the course. However, you are allowed to get in. People are allowed to come into play. They cannot come into play if you're getting A on the track. Okay. Violations. Okay. Violate any of the rules for the system. As you check at some point, it's just going to be a visual thing or using other equipment that does not qualify as legal assistance. So you will be cautioned. If you notice any of these, you will be cautioned first, and you will be told if you're found doing that again, then you're disqualified. Other reasons for and they're going to be watching the lap skates, but there's 24 it's night time. We're all going to be something like that. Okay, I think that's it. Any questions?
Or we will place the code on the middle of the timing mat, the mat underneath the arc. You have to go around.
Thanks everybody again for coming out. Looking forward to an awesome year. Also want to give a shout out to our sponsors. Most of them on tents here and everything. Fashion shirt, honor shirt. We got USATF who comes out and helps us every year. Multiple others as well. But Smile Train is a really big one here. So yeah, we should have their band up. Yes, very good. Yes. So yeah, if y'all do need anything or crews need anything, multiple people are around, volunteers, race director. And yeah, aid stations all the way down at the end. Everybody have a good race.
Porta potty.
Yeah, porta potties. right down there. Most of us have probably been through it already.
Oh, yeah. Nice showers and bathrooms. Yeah.
We have to.
Good morning and welcome to the Raven live stream. This is Brett. I'm going to do a little quick walk of the track or part of it. We are about 4 minutes before the start of the race. The weather, which hopefully, as you can see, is actually really nice. It's about 60 degrees. It's not expected to get out of the 60s today. It's supposed to be mostly cloudy. The sun is out now, so I'm kind of hoping that the sun will go behind some clouds soon. There's a chance of more wind, but a little bit of rain in the morning at the end of the race. So we're hoping that holds off as long as possible. We have 24 runners here from all over the country and other countries. The Mount Pleasant track here, as you can see, this is actually a really nice facility. One half of the track is up against the trees, and so it gets a lot of shade during the day. One thing you might notice if you've done track ultras before, and especially invite only and highly competitive ones like Desert Solstice, is you'll notice the tents here are off the track at the edge. And the reason that is the town of Mount Pleasant, I believe, is who makes that decision. They do not want that equipment on the track. So unfortunately, like at other ultras, you can go, they put the tents up to lane 3. And so the runners don't have to go far out of the way to get aid. Here, they will have to have a crew member come over to lane 3 to hand them things, or they can go to the edge of the track. So we are down to about 2 minutes. We will appreciate your patience. This is our first live stream. We don't have any fancy equipment, so we like to say we're sponsored by duct tape and paper clips. We might pronounce runners' names wrong. We might mess up the tech and turn off the camera accidentally and things like that. So we appreciate your patience. But we're looking forward to a fun day. Last I looked, out of the 24 runners, I think we have somewhere around 15 who have done over 130 miles before in a 24-hour track event. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we see some good results today.
Right. What are you talking about when you say we're not going to have a high quality stream here? This is about as good as it gets.
Brought to you by duct tape and paper clips. So that's my partner in crime that you just heard. This is Brett Wellborn. I actually live in Mount Pleasant. Patrick was nice enough. I'll let you introduce yourself, but you were nice enough to drive down from happy Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, from Myrtle Beach. Patrick Lloyd, host of the Carolina Ultra Runners podcast. I've had a few of these folks on the podcast before. So excited to see them run in person here. It's going to be really exciting. And man, we are just about there. So I'm going to turn my camera off here, but good to know that the split screen is working here in case we need to do that. I'm going to turn my camera off and we'll show the start here. We're getting less than 30 seconds away here.
And I am going to not risk causing interference to go around and try to get the front view. So I'm going to sit back here. And then once they get going, I'll probably just put this up on a tripod so we'll have the constant runner feed. And they're off. Patrick, have you ever done a 24-hour or ultra on a track?
Not on a track. So I did the Cape Fear 24-hour back in October. That was my first 24-hour and only one so far. That was kind of about as close as you can get to a track ultra without actually being a track ultra, because it was a 0.59 mile loop. So, I mean, still more than twice as long as the loop here, but short enough to where you tell, your average everyday runner that you ran for 24 hours on a 0.59 mile loop, and they're like, oh my gosh, I can't even believe it.
Yeah, I've actually done. So there's a sister race to the Raven, and I can't remember if I've done both or just the other one twice, but I am particularly happy with my life choices today as the race starts that I'm not running on a track for 24 hours. So I don't know if you experience the same thing as I did, because I'm sure you've done trail races and all that kind of stuff, right? But like to me, I was very surprised at how quickly my legs got tired on the track. And I mean, keep in mind I'm not like a high end runner, but I figured, hey, there's no roots, there's nothing technical. I don't have to lift my feet. Um, I can see where I'm going. You get aid every couple minutes. It is a rubberized track, so it's got some forgiveness in there. And, even still, my legs are already tired.
Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected you to say that, especially because, like you said, it is a very forgiving surface. I mean, this is where people go to be fast. So it's interesting to hear that perspective, and I wonder how that may or may not affect some of the runners today. As they're crossing here, the start finish for the first time. It's interesting to
Yep.
see them just run across, clearly everybody looks extremely comfortable going at that all day pace, that literal all day pace, you can tell. Um, and this is all about just being smart, for going for 24 hours, you got to be smart, and with an elite field like this, you can tell that everyone is smart. There's nobody out there who's trying to absolutely smoke it for the first 400 because you go to any just random race that any random Joe Schmo can run, and you always have the people who just fly out to the front from the beginning. This is a field of absolute monsters who are elite and know what they're doing. So you can tell that they are taking it smart from the beginning. I mean, like I'm looking at Jacob Moss right now, and man, he just looks so comfortable, as do most of these people. But it's really interesting to see, when you have a field of people who really know what they're doing, nobody's making the mistake of going out too fast right now. And I think Brett's feed got lost here, so gonna try to track him down to see if we can get him back here. So bear with us for a second here. Appreciate your patience. Let me see if I can put up that PowerPoint in the meantime.
Yeah, that's fine like that.
Okay. Can you hear me now? You can hear me on your side? Okay. So let me make sure I can hear you. Can you turn your mic back on?
All right, Brett, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. So why am I not?
And let's see. Well, it looks like I had your feed there for a second, so let me stop sharing this. We go to you.
There we go. All right.
Yep, there you are. I wonder
Okay.
if it just doesn't let you go super far out from here or something.
Okay. So sorry about that. So you can hear me again?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So what happened was I outran the Wi-Fi at the track, and apparently the 5G signal was not strong enough to accommodate me there.
We got to keep you on a leash here, Brett. You got to be close.
So before we were disconnected, we were talking about, or you were talking about the caliber of the field and those sorts of people. So I think you've got the list of some of the runners up there, so we can start going through there. Some of the people, for example, and I'll need you to correct my memory, but the first on my list, of course, at this race today would be Jacob.
Yeah.
I believe his PR is 159,
Yep.
if memory serves me. And you can also correct me, but I believe that he qualified for the team the year, though, that COVID hit, and it was in China or something. And so he didn't go. Does that ring a bell to you?
That does ring a bell. I'm not 100%, but I believe that is the case. I'm looking through the notes here just to make sure, but that sounds about right. All of that. But I mean, yeah, I think you're right in saying that that's kind of the first guy that comes to mind to you for someone to look out for. Someone who just really knows what he's doing. He looks so smooth as he comes across the track here again, start finish. Just guy who knows what he's doing, guy who's been here, done that. He knows what it takes to get 150 plus miles. And he's definitely top on my list to kind of look out for right now, too.
Yeah, and I mean,
Yeah,
like anybody,
159.16 was his
there you go.
24-hour PR.
Yeah, and anybody who's done these before knows that like on any given day, you can just have a bad day or an off day, or you can't digest food, or you get, aches and pains and have to drop and all that stuff. That I think he's also broken 13 hours like 3 times in 100.
Which is
Um,
insane. And I have
which
his
is
PR right here in
nuts.
front of me. 12:41 is his PR for 100 miles. And yeah, that is nuts to have done that multiple times. And like you were talking about, anything can happen on any given day. And he's an example of that. Unfortunately, with I believe last year I think he had to drop around 80 something miles.
Yeah,
Just wasn't his day. And that can happen even for the best of the best out there.
yeah. To your point, it's like I can't zoom any more than I am. But as the runners come by, you'll see that like 90% of the field is within 20 seconds of each other, doing that probably 9 minute ish pace, and you'll start to see them come by here. So I do know some of the runners. A lot of them I won't recognize right off the bat, but I can see Tony in the red running third in the next group. So he is going for the American record in the 100 mile, which is, if memory serves me, that's 15:28, owned currently by Bob Hearn, who is also here. But he is, I think, again, apologies if I misremember things, but I think he's publicly stated that he is just trying to ramp back up again and just wants to make it the 24 hours. So I don't think he's going to try to fend off Tony to take his record. And Bob is a pretty humble guy, so he's probably going to be rooting for Tony to take it anyway. But so Tony's out here going for that. I think probably 90% of the field has stated that if they have a good day, they'd like to make the USA team. And I think you have those standards by you. Do I remember it's 130 for women,
130 for
145?
women, 145 for men. Yep, that's right.
And then right now, I think sixth place. So like the lowest person on the totem pole is, you might have that in front of you. Is it upper 140 in the mileage range?
Yeah. 1 second here. So let's see, looking at the women here, 147.767 is number 7 on the list. So 130, yeah, great to meet the standard, but that ain't gonna cut it for making the team.
Yeah, that is just nuts. And so if you've got that data in front of you, one thing when I looked at it that I found interesting is like throw a blanket over the men and the women in the top 4. And I know one of the women has an auto qualifier from, I think, her performance at Worlds. But if you take just on a mileage basis, the top 4 mileages from the men and the women that are currently on the team, or, like for right now, they're almost the same.
Yeah, no, you're dead on there, Brett. Looking through here, not counting Janelle Stark, who got that auto like you had mentioned. Second, you've got Camille Herron at just over 163, and then the first men, or the first man who has the most, is below that. Scott Traer has 161, and then going farther down, looking on the women's list here, number 3 you got Lauren Jones with 154. Number 4 Megan Eckert with 153. Number 5 Marissa Lysak with 152. So all in that like 152 to 154 range. That's exactly the same for the men from 5 through 2. Going up from 5 through 2, you got Cole Crosby at 152.1, Matt Urbanski at 152.2, and then Don Reichelt at 154.3, and then Chad Lassiter at 155.8. So, I mean, yeah, it's basically the same thing for both the men and the women in those top spots.
And
Which I don't know,
think,
in my mind, Brett, that I'm looking at that as a woman probably thinking like I've really got to bring it today if I want to make the team because those are such
yeah.
impressive numbers for the women's side.
Yeah, and so again, I know I'm repeating myself, but like there's a risk when you're talking on the fly here that I'll misspeak, but I feel like the women's American record maybe 6, 8, 10 years ago was around that 150 number. And so basically like if you're not breaking what the American record was several years ago, you're not even going to make the team. And I don't know if you did you watch the Desert Solstice race last
No,
December?
no.
So I don't know if the information that you have in front of you has where the qualifying came from, but I feel like three of the ladies that are around that 150 number all did that last December at Desert Solstice.
Well,
So
that is certainly a great race to do it at. I mean, you're talking December in Arizona. That's about as good as it gets when it comes to weather, and that's another elite. I mean, it's basically the same thing. This is the South Carolina version of Desert Solstice, essentially. And I think something that probably helps with that, Brett, I'm sure you're probably thinking the same thing here, is just when you have such a high quality field where everybody is really awesome at what they're doing, that can kind of drive the rest of the folks to kind of, make sure that they are right up there with everybody else. You know what I mean?
yeah, and that's I'm sure like that the amount of pain that they're in the 24th hour. And specifically I'm talking about those ladies, for example, that were at Desert Solstice, and they're all closing in on 150 together, the three of them,
Mhm.
and they know that like your competition of making the team is there with you on the track, and like you can't take your foot off the gas.
Nope.
And so the notion of trying to race at hour 24 when you're over 150 miles, it just boggles my mind. It just seems so painful to me.
And you're watching it in real time, like you're competing in real time. It's kind of in a way like like the Olympic marathon trials where, top three and you're in kind of thing. I
That's
mean, it's
right.
not exactly the same, but when you have basically everybody there who's competing for the same thing you're competing for, it's kind of like you've got to bring it right there on race day in front of your competition rather than like, oh, maybe this person runs this 24-hour race on this side of the country and then a few others run a different one. It's like they all gather at these same spots and they're all doing the same thing.
That's right.
We got Nathan Dewey in the live chat.
Nathan. So he is probably, let's see, what time of day is it? Oh, I don't know if he's at the foot store yet. They're one of the big sponsors of this race, so we'll have to give him a shout out there.
Yeah, he said he's actually heading to work right now, and he's looking forward to putting the live stream on at the foot store. So shout
There
out
you go.
Nathan.
So here comes Tony. He's looking good. Who's bib 20? Her name is escaping me. And 13 coming next. I need to start remembering names and faces.
20 and 13. Let me pull that up on race result here. You got these monitors on like the wrong side, I think here. Right. What were we looking at? Which bib numbers here? 20 and
13 and 20.
All right, 13 we got Ali Kemenidi from
Yep.
Atlanta, and then 20 we've got Naringa from St. Petersburg, Florida.
That's right. Okay, so Naringa, hopefully we're saying her name correctly. Is she currently number 8 on the qualifiers list? Is my memory correct on that one?
Ooh, let me check. Let me look through the cheat sheet that you put together here, Brett.
Held together by duct tape and paper clips.
Yeah, and good memory as well as what it's held together by, because yes, you are right. She's currently number 8th on the list at 141.972 miles at 6 days in the Dome from last year. So she is, I mean, she's just on the outskirts of making the team here. It was in 6th place is Allie Allen with 148.013. So she's still got to get, a little over 6 miles to break that mark. But even then, like we talked about, you got to, some insurance miles certainly help. So if you're a woman, you got to look at 150 as at least probably something that'll keep you a little bit safer, or maybe like 152, 153.
That's right. Yep. So she's obviously trying to move up a couple slots. I see them coming around again. The next group behind them, I'm pretty sure in front of Jacob, is Micah Morgan. And again,
You got a
memory
big
serves
number
me
for Micah.
correctly. Yeah, I think she's a former member. I think there's 6 people who have been on that U.S. national team before that are here.
Micah Morgan, bib number 24.
Yep, I see in front of Jacob. Double check her. Yep, that's her. Yeah, this is the equivalent of like mile 0.5 in a marathon.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when
Yeah,
you did,
it's go ahead.
sorry to interrupt you there. So when
No
you did the
worries.
24-hour race, did you make it, first of all, did you make it the whole 24 hours?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, I was not going to let myself leave before the exact 24-hour mark unless I was, I had a broken leg with the bone sticking out.
Yeah. So here comes Nikki, bib 6. So I don't know that she has said that she's going after any intermediate American age group records, but the times that she can run, if memory serves me, are like right, not too far above what the current American record is for her age group. So that'll be something I'll be keeping my eyes on once the sun goes down, is to see how she's tracking towards that. I did one of these races here before, and she was here, and she came through 116 hours or something. And she was just like, well, I mean, like a lot of the people here are, just an absolute terminator.
Yeah.
It felt like that her pace never changed all day long until very late in the race.
Well, looking at Nikki, some of her stats here. So her goal for this is 135 miles, which, like we talked about, that's
Oh,
not
there you
going to
go.
be
Yep.
not going to be enough to make the team. The standard, yeah, but not the team. And then some other stuff about Nikki here. Let's see. We've got 48-hour PR of 168 miles and a 100-mile PR of 1619. I think that might have been what you were just referring to a second ago, Brett.
There you go. Okay. So 1619 she's run. And if you flip through one of those pages, about halfway or 2/3 through, there's a matrix, a chart that has age group American records. And if you look across the 50 to 54 American records, I believe that the 100-mile record in her age group is high 15s.
15, 52, 56. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, a half an hour is a half an hour. That sounds like a long time. But in 100 miles, it's really not. So I'll be keeping my eyes on that. She hasn't said that that's something that she's trying to go for, but if she's trying to do 135 miles, you're right around, somewhere around there. So it could be within striking distance if she has a good day.
There's Bob Hearn just crossing by there right next to you.
Yeah, I was going to say something. I didn't want to say something about him while he was running right by me, but the always colorful Bob Hearn. So that guy's exploits are absolutely nuts. Just to pick one. So if the people watching have never heard of the Vol State race,
Yeah.
it's one of our favorite, brought to you by the man who runs the Barkley marathons and all those sorts of things. It's a 500K race that runs across the state of Tennessee in the middle of the summer. And there's a division called Crude, which is what the less crazy people do. So you have people that follow along. There's no aid stations, none of that. You get the map and the directions, and you run across down the shoulder of highways and all that stuff across the state of Tennessee, which just sounds brutal. So there's the Crude division, where you have people that drive along and bring you food and water and whatnot, and you can lay down and take a nap in an air-conditioned car and all that sort of stuff. Then there's the super ridiculous Screwed division, which means that you do not take aid officially. So like if you run into somebody driving down the highway and they hand you a bottle of water, because they see you and feel sorry for you, then that doesn't violate the spirit of the race. But so anyway, a few years ago, Bob ran that screwed. So, there are stretches miles and miles and miles across rural Tennessee with nothing. And so you're in the middle of the summer, you have to carry whatever food, fluids, everything that you need so that you don't get stuck in the middle of nowhere and die. And he ran that 500K, 300-mile race in just over 3 days, which shattered the previous screwed record, but also broke the crude record.
Does he
And
still have that record? Do you know, Brett?
I actually don't.
I'm looking right now on the Ultra Sign Up, the Vol State page on Ultra Sign Up, and it doesn't have the list of record holders like the fastest times. I think that may be because okay, here we go. Top performances. Yeah, it looks like Bob still has it, and I think that must be yeah, it looks like he still has it. 76 hours, 9 minutes, 10 seconds. And like you mentioned, he did that screwed back in 2021. And, of course, you think about screwed versus crude. It's like, yeah, well, if you're on your own as screwed, like chances are you're not going to be beating someone who's really fast who's crude. But Bob managed to do it because he's something special. And it's cool that he's here today. Um, he loves showing up at these races, and he's always crushing everything he does. Looking at some notes though that he submitted before the race here, he mentioned that his goal for this. So you think about Bob Hearn, the legend, the former queen of the road, as they call every Vol State winner. um, you would think something like insane. Oh, maybe he's going after 150, 160, something crazy like that. No, we've got with Bob Hearn here in his notes. After a year of injury, I'll be happy if I'm still running at the end. So guy who's just kind of happy to be here. It'll be interesting to see what he can pull off here with that in mind. A year of injury is tough to deal with, and if anybody can kind of bounce back from something like that, it's a guy like Bob. So I'll be really interested to see how much he can end up doing at this race and how he manages here.
Yeah, and you have to root for people like that too. He's such a humble guy. And like to your point, if anybody has that muscle memory, like I think of a Joe Fegis,
Yeah.
right? Like I feel like he could get off the couch having not run in 6 months and still go run 100 miles. I think Bob Hearn probably has some of that ultra running muscle memory too. So I hope he has a good day of it.
Yeah, and looking at some of his other records, I mean, we talked extensively there about his Vol State record, which of course is impressive, but um, something else to keep in mind is that it's not just the insanely long stuff like that he's good at. He of course knows what he's doing when it comes to these 24-hour events too, because his PR for 24 hours is 154 miles. And a fun fact about that was that he was the first American over 50 to break 150 miles, which is super impressive. I mean, you think about, you know, you're, I've heard people talk about, oh, like, maybe your prime for these ultras is a little bit later than it might be like if you're, in the NBA or something. You think about like pro athletes, usually their prime, what, 27, 28, 29 years old, that sort of range, maybe. I think it tends to skew a little bit later for ultra marathons. I see a lot of guys and gals out there who are in their 40s who are absolutely crushing it compared to when they were 20 or 30 something years old. But over 50 regardless is still past what probably many would consider your prime
Yep.
for even ultras. So to be over 50 and to break 150 miles, super impressive from Bob Hearn.
So I don't know if you caught that a second ago while you were talking. I zoomed in a little bit. There was a pair of runners that came by that got a little aid, and so I tried to catch that for people. You'll see a number of different methods here. It's 100 miles is, a mile is not 4 laps of the track. It's close, but not quite. So 100 miles is, and you don't have to correct me, I know I'm going to be wrong, but it's something like 405 laps or something like that. But so if you don't carry anything and you swerve over 3 or 4 lanes to go to a tent or something, you could do that 100 times during the day and end up actually accumulating a lot of extra distance and time. So
Yep.
what I zoomed in on there is one person tossed a bottle over to a crew. Someone came out and handed somebody a bottle. You'll see people carrying a bottle, even though the aid is right there, because again, like 100 times of doing just even anything by a lane or two or something and taking 10 or 20 seconds can add up to be a lot.
Yep, absolutely. Brett, I want to talk about someone in particular here. I'm pulling up something on my end so that I can make sure I'm getting everything correct here before we start talking about her. But okay. I want to focus on bib number. What's her bib number? Give me a second. Number 7. Next time you see bib number 7 come around, let's get a shot of her. That would be Colleen Drehos, from New Jersey. And the reason I wanted to talk about her is because we've got someone in the chat saying, "Go Colleen, Team Hardcore." So I wanted to chat about Colleen for a second. So when we get a view of her bib number 7, I think she may be coming around the corner here in a second. I could be wrong. But reason I wanted to talk about her is I had her on the Carolina Ultra Runners podcast after last year's The Raven, because she was the only person there who met the standard for the 24-hour USA team.
Yes,
And
I remember it. Yep.
man, I've done something like, I think, 57 episodes or something of the podcast, and she was definitely one of my favorites. And I think she was one that kind of floated under the radar for a while, because I think a lot of people from the Carolinas hadn't really heard of her. And yeah, there's a great shot of her right there, as she comes by. Well, I'm looking at, yep, there we go. Yeah, that shot. So there she goes. She was so fun to talk to, because she was just talking about, to me, what was really interesting was her weekly mileage load was way less than what I would have expected. When I look at somebody who can run 130 miles in 24 hours, and for her, I believe, let me see the exact number so that I'm getting that right, if I can get this mouse going here. 130.67. Yep. So that's what she got last year. When I think of somebody who can run that far in that amount of time, I think, oh, well, they've got to be crushing 100+ mile weeks. Tony Bruno, I was talking to him before the race today. He said he got something insane. I think he was saying like 170 miles in a week or something. So that high mileage tends to be pretty common. Yeah, I know. Insane. But not with Colleen, because when I talked with her, and I don't know if anything's changed in the last year, but Zach Bitter's her coach, and he has her running, I believe she said something like 60 to 75 miles a week, something like that, which was just fascinating to me, because that is,
There's
probably
hope for the regular folks like us.
exactly. Yeah, well, it's certainly more than an average Joe probably would want to handle, but it's not unmanageable. Like, if you have a 9 to 5, like, you can fit in 60 to 75 miles a week if you're disciplined enough, if you go to bed early enough, if you wake up early enough, that sort of thing. So yeah, that was kind of the takeaway that I had from that episode, was there's hope for those people who, you always hear people say, "Well, I don't have time to train for this sort of thing." Well, you have time. Most people have time for 60 to 75 miles a week, and she's an example that you can do it on that low mileage.
Yeah, I don't know the mileage that a person like a Camille runs. But I know that she breaks a lot of it up. If I remember,
Yep.
what she would do is, like, she would never go out, because a lot of these folks, if you do the math, how do you get to 150 miles running in a week? Well, they're out doing a 30-mile run on a Saturday and a 30-mile run on a Sunday.
Yep.
And I don't think she said, like she found that instead of doing that she would do 2 a day. She'd run 15 miles in the morning, 12 miles in the afternoon, and her body just absorbed it a lot much better doing it that way.
Yep. Some stuff on Colleen here. So she's got her goal for this is, drum roll please, 150 miles. So she is aiming
Yes,
big.
ma'am.
I think she's got the team on her mind here. Well, let's see. What did we say is the minimum that you got to get on the team this year? Right now the 6th place number is 148. So that would get her, but that would get her on the team. But like we talked about, it's going to be just barely there, with based on who else we have here. But 150 is her goal, and she wrote on here maybe even a little more. And then after that, she wrote terrifying. So she is going. I mean, she's going hard for this one. Like, she is got big goals on her mind. And I can't wait to see what she can end up doing here. She is a physical therapist, Drehos Physical Therapy up in New Jersey. So she is one of those. She's got some PRs to run through here, some notable races, I guess, to mention here. Like we mentioned, 130.67 at the Raven last year. She did Desert Solstice in 2024, where she got 126.5, and then she got 120 at one day at the fair in 2023. And then she did 144 hours at 3 days at the fair. I think oh, wait, hold on. Okay, reading through this. So she did 144 hours at 3 days at the fair in 2024, and she did 284 miles, which is mind blowing. And then after that, she wrote that was hell.
Yep. I'm going to leave the runners for a minute and just pan around. So weather here, I don't know if you've got easy access on your side. I'm kind of locked into my phone, but it's mostly cloudy, which to me is absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
It's unlike like a trail run or something like that. When you're on a track, you're generally just exposed to the
Yep.
sun if it's out. As you see the runners go by over there, half of the Mount Pleasant track here is up against the trees. So in the winter time like this, half the track will actually get shade. Other than say like 10 to 2 or something like that, there'd be a lot of shade over there. But then the rest of the track would be exposed. So this is a really nice day. If it stays like this and stays cloudy, I think the forecasted high is in the 60s. And then I'd be interested to get your opinion. The low tonight is supposed to be about 60. And to me, that feels close to ideal. People probably have different opinions on that, but late in an ultra, I think your body has so much trouble generating its own heat that, having a really cold night, in the 40s or something, I think might be problematic. But I don't know what real runners, which I'm not, I don't know what real runners would say about that. What do you think for an overnight temperature if you had to pick one?
I mean, 160 for me personally is a little higher than I would prefer for an overnight section of a run. That said, like you mentioned, everybody's different. Like I was talking with Tony Bruno before the race, and he was saying that, the warmer the better for him. So he's okay with
Okay.
the fact that, the 60s are kind of what he's going to be dealing with today. And so I'm sure he's looking at 60 degrees overnight as like, oh man, I can't wait for that. Me personally, I would prefer like high 40s. That's kind of um, my ideal temperature. And something else about that, Brett, is like when you're going through a 24-hour race, regardless of where it is or what time of year, generally the pattern is um, you know, it's cooler during the morning, and then of course it warms up during the day, and then it cools back down overnight. And then by the time you finish, it might raise a little bit from what it was overnight, but generally speaking, it's around the same. And that's kind of, for me anyway, when I've run my races that have gone in that sort of 24-hour range, I look forward to the temperature drop. If it's on the warmer side, like it
Right.
might be
Yep.
considered today. But with this, it seems like it's not much of a temperature drop. So I wonder how that's kind of going to affect some of these runners.
Yeah. I mean, living where we do. There's been so many of those races where it's like survive the heat of the day, and then after dinner you're rewarded by the temperature getting down to something more manageable.
Yes.
Because unless you're racing in the dome, um, where everything is completely controlled and it's whatever it is there, 55 degrees 24 hours a day, you're going to get the heat of some kind in the day and the cool at night, 15 18 degree temperature swing. But I tell you what, if this holds up like this today, this is an amazing temperature right now. I'm loving that there's no sun out.
Yeah, I mean I think that's the biggest factor here, Brett, because we were talking before the stream started about, it looked like it looked a lot less cloudy than it does now, and we were like, oh, I don't know. The forecast said it was going to be cloudy, but it's looking like the sun's about to come out here pretty strong, but these clouds have come back with a vengeance. And I mean, looking completely around here, like 360 view is just clouds everywhere, which is certainly best case scenario for these runners considering the temperatures.
Um, so correct me if I'm wrong, Bib 20. Is that Moringa?
Yep, that's right.
She is absolutely hauling as I watch her run around here. I don't know if you have the live leaderboard in front of you, but I'm just curious now that we're a little over a half hour in, what pace the people at the top are running.
Yeah, good question. Let's pull that up here. Overall results.
You'll see her. She
Let's
comes around
see.
here at the far end of lane one. She's just mowing people down.
Yep. Well, it looks like Naringa's actually right up there. Right now, we've got Jack Brunex, who
Yep.
is in the lead. He would be, I don't see his bib number right off the top here. It looks like, oh, 19. Bib 19, Jack Brunex from Tennessee. He's up top, and Naringa's right there behind him. Naringa is, they're both at 7.20 miles right now.
Yeah, I'm watching them. She's about not quite half a lap behind him. He's hauling down the backstretch. Wait a minute. 7 miles. That doesn't make sense.
Wait, no, you're
37
right.
minutes in.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at it. Okay, so it has for distance, that must maybe that's laps. I don't know. It says
could be.
7.2. Yeah, no.
It must be kilometers.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Okay. Thank you for calling that out. Okay, now that I'm looking at it, we've got several. It looks like we've got 8 people who are all at 4.473 miles. I was
There we
gonna
go.
say, I was
Okay.
like, man, 36 minutes for 7 miles. These people are smoking it already.
Yeah. So if they're back of the envelope, if they're running 8 miles an hour, then that's like a 7:30 pace for the people at the top. And I mean, I'm eyeballing this stuff, but a 24-hour ultra on a track, a lot of people are chugging along probably in the mid 8s to 9. And you can just tell that those two in particular, actually, I see Micah looks like she's moving faster than some of the other people.
Yeah,
I see
Micah's toward the top.
Nikki looks like she's moving. Yeah, there's a few of those people that are just absolutely hauling.
Yeah, still obviously a little early to um to see any sort of like significant separation on the leaderboard here. Like we've got um there's only, I mean, there's not much of a difference between 21st place right now, which is Alex
Yeah.
Anise at 3.231, and then of course the leader Jack at 4.722. I mean, it's obviously still early to
Yeah,
kind of have much of a difference.
yeah, I doubt anybody really cares about what anybody else is doing at this point. But just to put that in perspective, so quote unquote last place, which is all relative for an invite event like this. I mean, she's doing 10-minute miles if she's going to run 6 miles in an hour. And
Yep.
a 10-minute mile, you blink your eyes and your 100-mile, if you did that all day long, your 100-mile time would be, if memory serves me, somewhere in the 16s. So, that's a heck of a pace to be in last place in a 24-hour event.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that just goes to show kind of the eliteness, for lack of a better word, of this field. These people all really know what they're doing. Brett, is the woman in the tight red singlet there and the white hat, is that Naringa?
Yeah, it is. This passing people right now.
Yeah, yep.
Yep,
So
that is she. Yep.
reason I was going to bring her up, I don't know if you caught it. I think she might have done this right after she passed you on the last lap, but she was taking, I believe it was her, taking a bandana with ice off her neck. Did you notice that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, so interesting here. I guess, we kind of have a different feeling on the weather since we're just sitting here and we're not moving, but
That's a good point.
so for some people, it might be a little bit on the warmer side, enough to where they're, having bandanas with ice on their neck. I wasn't expecting to see that out here, but
Yeah.
looks like
I
that's
mean,
something
that
that's
is a
happening.
really, yeah, that is a really good point. It almost makes me feel silly that I hadn't thought about that more than I have. But I mean, when I did this event before, the temperature was in the upper 70s, if I remember. And I mean, it was soul crushing around lunchtime. The sun
Yeah.
was out, and of course, you're like running, so you're generating heat, and especially for someone that's running at the pace of like what Naringa was running at, where she's running under an 8 minute pace, and now she's good and warmed up now, 40 minutes in. So I don't doubt that they're pretty warm. There goes Micah, Jacob. See the old bottle toss. Yeah, it's a fascinating format to me because there's so many wildly different types of races you can do. So like Hard Rock has this 100-mile race. It's in the San Juan Mountains. It goes over multiple 13,000-foot peaks. But your mind, is somewhere else because you're constantly seeing some of the most beautiful mountains and scenery in the world. Right here, it's the polar opposite. It's flat. You're at sea level. You're not going to trip on a root or a rock. You're not going to fall off a cliff. It couldn't be much easier in that regard. But the monotony of lap after lap after lap just seems like I think not only these folks, obviously elite athletes, but the mind control and the stubbornness and the competitiveness is probably on a whole different level as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Brett, because those are like you kind of hear life coaches kind of say this thing, and maybe it's a common thing in ultra running is like choose your tough. There's two types of tough. One type of tough would be, where you're overeating and you're lazy and you're not exercising and it's tough to just, get out of the couch, get off the couch. Or you can choose your tough of waking up early, going for a run, being healthy, watching what you eat, that sort of thing. And it's kind of like the similar comparison there between like a Hard Rock and the Raven, because it's like they're both tough.
Yep.
You choose your tough. You choose your tough of maybe you get to your mind gets to kind of be a little more stimulated out at Hard Rock because you're looking at these beautiful views and you're climbing up these mountains and it's just an amazing scenery. Obviously, you don't have that here, but you don't have to worry about tripping over anything. You're not climbing anywhere. It's choose your tough.
Yep, that's right. Here comes Nikki rounding the bend. She's moving well.
It's interesting, Brett, to see kind of how some people are implementing a run walk strategy. I don't know if you've caught that. I've caught a handful of runners already kind of doing their little run walk to kind of maintain that energy over the course of 24 hours. But there are some, and I'm not watching every single person every single second of this race, but it looks to me like some of them still haven't taken walk breaks yet. It's interesting to see like who's doing what when it comes to that.
Yeah, I just saw Bob take one. One of the people that's here, I forget her name, but I know she called out that she likes that strategy, like
I think that was
explicitly.
Colleen. I think that might have been Colleen Drehos.
That might be, yeah. It's I tell you what, it's an interesting math exercise because you don't actually, if you do say run 5 minutes, walk a minute, run 10 minutes, walk a minute, or run the straightaways, walk one curve, so you're running 3/4 of a lap, walk a quarter, you don't actually lose that much time. And what it can do, earlier when I was talking about how deceptively hard it was running on the track to me compared to what I thought it would be, part of the reason of that, I think, is that you're just using the exact same muscles over and over and over again.
Yes.
And if you walk, you're switching that up. And I know it sounds to people that haven't done that or haven't heard of that kind of a strategy like that would make a difference. But I think you legitimately get recovery in muscles and you're not overusing them as quickly as you would otherwise by incorporating some sort of a walk strategy. I think the flip side though is that some of these people that are going to do 150 miles, they don't have time for that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I mean, where are you going to fit that in? You know, it takes a lot to get to that point, and walking is probably not an option for those people. But they're going, you know, they're going. I look at guys like Pat Hassler who just crossed you a second ago, and of course Jacob, and we talked about it before, but just they just look like they're on a walk in the neighborhood at this pace. You know, they're so
Yeah.
fit that I mean, and you know, like we talked about, they're not going. It's not like these people are, you know, slow. Um, they're moving, but the way they look is not. It does not look like they're expending much energy, and
That's
that
right.
just is a testament to their fitness.
And so you said, if I remember, you did not watch the Jackpot Ultras yesterday. Was that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, they hosted a bunch of different distances yesterday, and one of them was the USATF 100-mile championships.
Uh-huh.
And so there were a couple people that were going for the American record for 100 miles. And I think it's under the road classification and not track, but I could be wrong. But the two folks, oh gosh, what's his name? Dakota.
Jones?
Yes, Dakota Jones. And if I say his name right, Raj Panu.
Yeah.
It was a ridiculously windy day. And this is one of those out in Arizona. Or this one, though, is actually in the Vegas area in Henderson, I
Yep.
think, Nevada.
Yep.
It was a ridiculously windy day. But so to run the American record in 100 miles, you're running under a 7-minute mile for 100 miles. And so the two of them, just from me peeking in on their live stream, they were trading some laps to help kind of cut into the wind for each other off and on. But they were like metronomes. And I think Dakota ended up dropping. But before he did, they ran through, I think, past the first 40 miles essentially together. And they were running a 6:45 pace over and over and over. And if you looked at them, it would be like they were out for their Saturday morning jog.
Yeah.
And I guess,
Yeah.
you have to, if you're going to make it 100 miles, then your pace that early has to be that comfortable. But it was amazing. And then Raj held on and made it all the way. I think he was 11 hours and 52 minutes or something like that for 100 miles, which was not an American record, but I think a top 4 or 5 time ever for an American, which was
Now-
really amazing. And I pulled up, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. One last
No, go
thought.
ahead.
But I pulled up the live stream recording this morning to watch the finish when he came in. And it was nuts. I mean, he was still moving. I'm sure it wasn't a 7-minute mile, but it still looked like that. And I know he was suffering, but he sure didn't look like he was. I mean, these folks are just amazing.
Yeah. It's interesting that you brought up Raj because I saw something on my social media this morning that was talking about his quest to get the American record there. But correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't know if you noticed this or saw this or heard about this, but I believe it wouldn't have counted anyway because he had super shoes that have more stack than is legally allowed. Is that right? Do you know about that?
I saw that too. I mean, I'm not a shoe fill in the blank aficionado, whatever you want to call it, shoe nerd enough that I could tell on a YouTube stream what shoes he was wearing. But there was multiple people on there that seemed to be pretty confident that he was wearing what was it, the Hoka Skyward X, if memory
I think
serves
that's
me.
right. Yeah.
And I think the USATF rules are your stack height has to be under 40 millimeters, and those things are, whatever. But I mean, I have worn nothing but Hokas for a decade, so I can make fun of Hokas. But the stack height on the Skyward X's is like you're on a small step ladder.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that it's 50 millimeters. It's a whole 10 millimeters too high. Just an
Yeah.
interesting little bit there, and you have to wonder, like, did he just not? Was he not going for the official record and just wanted to see if he could do it, or did he not know? Or I'm not. It's an interesting little side note that I wasn't quite sure about.
Yeah, I don't know. There was some interesting banter. I mean, the stuff is so complicated, right? Because is I want to say that that course was a half mile loop ish, but so it's not a track. Um, but there was some dirt sections. So is it considered a trail course for records? And does that matter? I mean, I don't think it does for USATF purposes. And then I don't know if you had sound when I was filming the instructions at the start of the race, but they have a whole fleet of USATF officials here.
Yep.
They went over the rules and like they explicitly called out, and there's documentation on stack height and shoe models that disqualify records and all of those things. And so I would hope that someone like him or others that are at the high end of the sport know what they're doing. You like, if I were going for a record, I would be talking to the officials before the race. Here's my shoes, all this stuff, making sure all the requirements are met. So, man, I don't know. It makes you a little bit sick to your stomach to think that something may have accidentally happened where it may not count. I have no idea. I'll just let others have to deal with that one.
Yeah, not our problem, Brett.
Not our circus,
Something
not our clowns.
something I noticed a few seconds ago when a group just passed you there by the start finish, Brett, is the two Tonys. That would be Brungard from Myrtle Beach.
Yes,
and
yes. Yep.
and Tony Bruno were, I think they've been together for most of the day, if I'm not mistaken. I think I see them.
They have been. Yep.
And because Tony Bruno, I was talking with him before the race about kind of what he was thinking, and he had mentioned that he had talked to the other Tony about the kind of pace that they were going to both go out at, and it sounded like they were both right around the same pace. I can't remember exactly what he had said. I think I want to say he said something like 8:30, 8:45 pace or something like that they were going to be going out at. And sure enough, they both seem to be sticking to that pretty well right now. I can still see them across the track from you right there together.
Yep. Yeah. Trying to run the numbers in my head. So an 8-minute mile, so that's 7:13, it's 91 and a half. So I believe an 8-minute mile might be in the low 13s.
I'm gonna
For
check your
100.
work here because this is the beautiful thing about me having access to the computer here, Brett.
Uh-oh.
So we're talking. What's the question here for 100 miles at what pace?
8-minute miles.
8-minute miles. Let's see here.
And if it's not on there, I mean, you can pick 8:30 or something else, or just as like an anchor point.
You can put anything into my website here. It's calculator.net/pace-calculator for anyone who's interested. I use this thing mid-race all the time, Brett. Like when I'm like in the middle of a race, I'm like, okay, what kind of pace do I need to keep up here for the rest of this? Let's see. Yeah, 14:10 would be an 8:30. 8:30 pace is 14:10 for 100 miles. So if they were going eight, I think he said like 8:45. Let's plug 8:45 in here. So that's looking at 14:35 for 100 miles.
Yeah. So I mean, everybody's different, right? Like Nick Curry, I don't know if he still owns the American record for 24 hours on the track. And again, this is one of those memory serves me, so don't shoot me if I'm wrong, but he did that, I think, at Desert Solstice 4 or 5 years ago. And he was like a metronome where it was, I mean, and there may have even been a little bit of a negative split in there. It was nuts. But I think most runners do have a tail off in the pace over time. I mean, it's only natural. And so that doesn't really surprise me. If he's trying to break 15:28 for 100 miles, if he's starting out at a pace that would get him to 14:30, that seems like a completely, I mean, I don't know him, right? But like that seems like that would be a completely comfortable pace to run at for a really long time. And then if he starts to slow a little bit, he'd still have a good buffer as he backs into it. So that seems like a good strategy. Not that anybody asked my opinion, but it makes sense on paper.
Talking about, Brett, you're the expert everyone wants to hear from on this.
not.
Yeah, like we said, 15:28 is what he's aiming for. So yeah, I mean, because if you're looking at your first, 100, I mean, if he can keep that pace up for like, let's say the first 50 miles or something, then I think that gives him like an hour of cushion for the second 50 miles. But problem is he wants to get a third set of 50 miles as well. So he's got to consider that as well. So his goals are twofold. Sub 15:28, which would break the 55 to 59 age group record. And then 150 miles in 24 hours, his two goals for this one. But I keep referencing that I talked with him before the race, and I'll say something else from that conversation was he was just talking about how he seemed a little unsure of himself. He said everybody was kind of hyping him up, saying he's going to do great, and he seemed to be the most pessimistic one because he um,
I
sounded
caught
like
that
he kind of
too.
kind of like he sounded like he kind of tweaked something like 3 weeks ago, and he hasn't quite been the same since then. But he was also saying, anything can happen on race day, and we all know that that's the case.
Yeah, and I just noticed Naringa came back. She had a bandana like really packed pretty full of ice on the back of her neck.
Oh, okay, so she's got that again. Yep, I can see it from here.
Yeah, they got a good group. So, quiz for you. You, Patrick, are being transported into Tony's body, and you are now running this race. You're closing in on 100 miles, and you're right at the 15:28 ish, and you're working really hard, but you still feel good. If you speed up, it's probably going to break you, but you can break the American record of 15:28. But if you take your foot off the gas just a little bit, you'll miss it. But you feel good enough, you can probably start pushing that 150 goal for 24 hours. What do you do?
Man, that's a great question. And I think for him, it's got to be the question of where he prioritizes each of those two goals. Which one is his A goal? Which one is his B goal? In my mind, I look at the opportunity to hold an American record as something that you don't get very often. So I'm probably going for it, and hoping that I can kind of hold on. But yeah, I'm not. What about you? What would you do?
It's a tough one because, I mean, you qualify for the team and you're wearing the American flag in an international race. I mean, it's not the Olympics, but it feels like that would be like the closest thing to it.
Yep.
And to represent your country in a race like that, I don't know. That's a tough one. I'm one of those guys that tend to, when I start suffering, I'm happy to just pull up a chair and sit down. I might be tempted, if for no other reason than to set the American record in the silly hypothetical example that we just gave that I would never personally be in, but because then you could quit. You could exit stage left, 8.5, remove yourself from another 8.5 hours of running and have your name on an American record in the record books, at least for as long as that would last.
Yep. I'm looking across the track now, Brett, at Colleen Dreyhus again. She's got that walk going there, like we had talked
Yep.
about. That's kind of her strategy. And we were also talking about how if 150 is your goal, as it is for her, you probably can't afford to be walking much. So interesting to see what she's doing here. I wonder how she's splitting it up. Maybe we can kind of keep an eye on her over the next few minutes here to see kind of what her strategy is with that, because she's been walking since at least the straightaway before this turn that I noticed anyway. So I don't know if maybe she's walking a whole lap or what the deal is, but she's been walking for a good bit here and implementing that walk strategy.
Yeah, I'll leave it to you to try to keep an eye on that. It's
Yep.
it's really fascinating because obviously your average pace does decrease when you incorporate a strategy like that, but here's the risk again. I'm going to pull out a math exercise, but if you run a 10-minute pace, just to make the math hopefully easy, if you run a 10-minute pace for say 10 minutes, then you got a mile. And then if you walk, again, make the math easy. So let's say you walk at a 20-minute pace for 2 minutes. So you run for 10 minutes, you walk for 2 minutes, run for 10 minutes, walk for 2 minutes. If you walk for 2 minutes, at a 20-minute pace, then you've gone 0.1. So you've run a mile and you've walked 0.1. So you've done 1.1 miles, and the 10 plus 2 minutes is 12 minutes. If my math is hanging in there, okay. 1.1 miles for 12 minutes. I think that's under or around an 11-minute pace. So, in that example, you're a runner that's incorporating a walk strategy. And instead of holding a constant 10-minute pace, you're not torpedoing your progress. You're adding like 1 minute per mile onto your average, which across 24 hours, that's not, you can still make
That
a lot
adds
of
up.
headway if you're changing up your muscles and all of those sorts of things.
Yeah, I'll leave any complicated math to you, Brett. I am in the words area of work for a reason, not the numbers. And my brother's a math teacher, and I have to rely on him for anything complicated that I can't figure out on my own. But looking at Colleen now, she's about to come back toward you, Brett.
And she ran all the way around.
Yeah, she for this lap, yeah, and she actually started her run before she reached you on the last lap. So I think so her last walk break was at least 3/4 of a lap, it looked like. Could have potentially been longer because I didn't see before that, but looking at least like 3/4 of a lap walking, and she's back to the running now.
Yeah. So that could be, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. That could be like a 5-minute run and then walk a minute, or it could be like a 10 minutes running, 1 minute walk. We'll see if we can figure out what that is. All right. So we are just over an hour in. If you have the results up, I'd be curious to see if, so a 7.5-minute pace, again, math, would put them somewhere around 8 miles in an hour. So I'm curious if the top people are around 8 miles.
7.705 are the top two right now, and that's Naringa and Jack.
Okay. So they're right around there then.
Brett,
Yeah, I mean,
do you know what Jack looks like off the top of your head? He's bib 19. I'm not sure I've caught him yet.
yes. Let me look around here real quick. Yeah, he is on the far right. As you're looking at the track, he's going around that curve on the far right with the knee wrap.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, and one
Yeah,
thing
he's
that's made,
moving.
I know. Well, and you can see Naringa from where you are too on the opposite curve. I mean, you can just tell that they are moving.
I will say, Brett, when I'm looking at Jack here, he definitely looks to me like, we were talking about just how comfortable Jacob looks. Jack looks to me like he's, like I mentioned, he's moving. And same with Naringa as she crosses here as well. They look like they're moving for sure. Kind
Yep.
of compared to, in my mind anyway, Jacob out there looks a little more comfortable. Um, so I'll be interested to see what happens with Jack long term here. He's really moving, and he's got that knee brace on. I'm not sure the backstory behind that, but something to keep an eye on here. So yeah, we've got Jack and Naringa both approaching 8 miles here. They're both at 7.953. Then we've got a big group who's at
Yep.
7.456. Big group who's at 7.207.
Yep.
And then a handful under 7 right now. One of them under 7 to keep an eye on is that we've talked about her a lot here, but Colleen Drehos. And the reason I keep coming back to her isn't just because I had her on my podcast, but also because, she was the only one who hit the standard last year. So she knows what she's doing. And that's why I want to keep a close eye on her, on what she's doing early on here, because clearly her strategy last year worked, and we'll have to see if she can pull it off again.
Yeah, and there's the walk strategy for you too, right? Like if you didn't see it and you didn't look at the individual lap paces, you wouldn't know it based on her average pace. So who is 13? Her name escapes me, but she is flying.
That
It's
is that's Alexandra Kemenidi. I think she goes by Allie.
Was she okay? So she's just catching up to them. Yeah, she was running. I hate to use the word unnaturally fast. It's all relative out here, but it looked like she was running a sub 7 minute mile around half the track. So she must have just. I saw her jump into the porta john a minute ago. So she must have jumped into there, taken a quick break, and then ran and caught up to the folks that she was slotted in with.
And that is one of the things that's personally that's how I race these things, Brett, is like I try to hit a specific pace for each mile. Like I try to hit a certain number for each mile, no matter what. And I know I'm gonna have bathroom breaks in there at some point. So what I try to do is when I'm either before I hit the bathroom or after I hit the bathroom, or both in some cases, I pick up the pace a little bit to try to hit that consistent mark on every mile, if that makes sense. That may be what she was doing there.
Yeah, yeah. Tony taking a little.
All on the same lap.
It's very close. Yeah, that was Jacob asking, "Are we all on the same lap?" Yep.
Pretty much, yeah. Looking at here, I mean, there's yeah. So to kind of go through some of them, it looks like Tony Brungard. Um,
By the way, Tony, that was not a rag he was picking up or a towel. I was wondering if he was wiping off sweat. He just put on a second shirt. So
that was
I mean, there's.
Bruno or Brungard.
I'm sorry, Bruno.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
so that's interesting that, because he was wearing the singlet before, he must have been a little bit cool. So I wonder, Brett, if maybe this, 60-ish degrees out here right now is feeling a little cooler because of all the cloud cover.
yeah. I mean,
A little
I
bit
don't want
a little bit windy too, and that wind's gonna pick up throughout the day.
yeah, and I don't want to say in a negative way. I hope so, but I mean, I hope it because I think generally speaking, if you're a runner, you'd rather be a little bit chilly than not because like Tony just showed you can put another shirt on, but
Yep.
I just I'm so happy the sun is not out and the
Oh
weather is
yeah.
awesome. I mean, it's with 15 people here ish who have gone over 130 miles. I can't cross all my fingers enough that they all, as many of them as possible, come through 100 miles and say, 14, 15, 16 hours and put themselves in a position. Because I think if it's so hard at these things in the middle of the night when there's nobody out there on the track, if they can get a group of them, like you said earlier, like they can feed off each other's energy.
Mhm.
Yes, you can see. Sorry, I forgot his name, but on the back stretch, you can see how fast he's moving.
Jack.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. Yep, Jack is moving.
Is a bottle
He and
handoff.
Naringa are still right there. Yeah. Look at Okay, so it looks like Jack and Naringa are now 2 whole laps ahead of that group behind them.
He's like a dorky guy.
Well, I guess I spoke too soon because that group just hit another lap. So that's the thing
Partial-
about
yeah.
400-meter course.
Yep. So for I'm gonna pan the camera.
go ahead.
Sorry, I'm gonna pan the camera around the other way. I haven't just for the
Yeah,
people
please,
who didn't catch
let's-
the start. So
Yeah.
just face this way for a minute. So anybody who's familiar with Desert Solstice, best in the business, best race in the business, you'll notice that they have all of their tents all the way up on, if not lane 2, it's lane 3. And it's all about minimizing, even the porta johns are right up there. So it's all about minimizing the time off outside of lane 1 for the people. Here, I believe it's the town of Mount Pleasant doesn't want that equipment on the track. So they're moved off. So that's why you'll see people coming out to hand bottles and that kind of stuff. Is that you can imagine if you don't have a crew or whatever, if you're crossing over 5 lanes to go refill a bottle or swap over the day, that can add up to be a lot. You'll notice they've got screens. There's a couple of these. There's one right before the timing mat, which you'll see here, and then right after. So as a runner, when you come through, if your eyes are good enough, you'll be able to see your pace, your lap position, which of course at this point is kind of minor consequence. Nobody's really racing yet, but it gets really difficult, I think, like let's say Tony, and he's going for the 100-mile age group record. How do you know when you're at lap 401, 403, you're suffering, you're trying to squint and read that. So they do the best they can to get it close to the lane so people can see it. But you'll see, there's USATF people here. There's multiple people helping with timing and stuff. You'll see people come out here starting to notify them of what lap they're on later to make it easier for them so they can meter out their effort the right way.
I was gonna say, Dan, it's only gonna get windier here.
Yeah, I saw
Sorry,
the time clock fall down.
the time clock just fell down there, and that's kind of what we alluded to earlier. The wind's starting to pick up, and it's gonna gradually pick up more and more to where when we get to overnight and into tomorrow morning, it's gonna be really, really windy here.
Yeah, I am not looking forward to that. I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed that the last couple hours the storm holds off and doesn't come in the way that they're saying. I don't think it's going to be a lot of rain. I think minimal is what I saw, but the wind, and that's just not going to be fun at like hour 22, where you've got a tailwind of a 20 mile an hour one way and then a headwind slapping you in the face going the other way.
Yep. Brett, I want to spend a second talking about the woman who's about to come up here on your screen, and that would be bib number 12. And this is probably a name you recognize, Victoria Brown. You recognize the name?
Yep.
So another legend in sort of the long distance stuff like this. Specifically, I think the 48 hour is kind of her special. She is just amazing. And it's honestly an honor to watch her do this in person here because she is, like I mentioned, just a legend. And one of the big reasons that I want to bring her up right now is because she's kind of right in that same range that Colleen is in, kind of toward the bottom of the pack. She's currently, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th from the bottom. But this is just a classic example, I think, of like you should never underestimate the people, especially in an elite race like this, who are toward the back of the pack, because I think they know what they're doing. I think that they are holding back strategically here, and I think that we could see some big numbers from some of these people toward the bottom right now.
Yeah, she is absolutely a Terminator, and you could rip her legs off, and she's going to keep running 9.5 minute miles until the end of time. So you never know. Can you digest your nutrition for 24 hours? Is the weather going to hold out, all that stuff? But if all that stuff holds, it would not surprise me one bit if she's running that same pace in 20 hours.
Absolutely. Some stuff to go over here with Victoria. So her goal for this race is that she's just testing her fitness for the 48-hour Worlds in May. So that's an interesting, I mean, this is kind of the perfect fitness test for something like that. So she's using this for that. She's a sponsored runner. Like I mentioned, she's a legend. So these brands have taken note of her performances and awarded her accordingly. She's got Mount to Coast, Injinji, The Feed, Squirrels Nut Butter, and Running Free Canada as her sponsors. Some PRs here. So her 24-hour PR, this is insane to me, Brett. So first of all, if I said that her 24-hour PR is 145 miles, that alone would be insane, which that's what it
Right.
is. But that's her PR, and it was a split in a 48-hour race. I mean, how do you even, that's just, it's hard to
Yeah, and here
comprehend.
she comes now. Yeah.
And then her 48-hour PR is 251 miles.
Yeah, so she ran 145 miles in 24 hours. And then instead of falling to pieces in a hunk of suffering human flesh, she ran another 106 miles in the next 24 hours.
That's just, it boggles the mind. Some more mind-boggling Victoria Brown stats here. So you think about, okay, the 48-hour, that's like a super long thing. That's a very specific type of event. And if you're gonna be good at that, maybe like that's your focus and that's your main thing you're good at. She can still crush it though on some of the quote unquote shorter distances because her 100-mile PR is 14:57. I mean, that is
Yeah, that's
not
moving.
anything to
Yep.
shake a stick at. I mean, that was in 2021, and at the time it was the Canadian record as well.
Yeah, here comes Nikki. Pauline.
Sticking with some more Victoria fun facts here. She's got some great fun facts here in this list that she had listed for us. So, some people might know this. She's originally from Budapest, Hungary, and she now lives in Ontario, Canada right now. She has three daughters, 14, 12, and 10. How about this though? These are two really interesting fun facts. So she used to be a professional poker player before her girls were born, which is wild.
That's
Quite
awesome.
quite the interesting profession there. And then before that, she was actually a broadcast journalist and she interviewed celebrities like Leonardo DiCaprio and Sandra Bullock.
Does it say
She
what she
did that.
does for a living?
Not seeing that on the list now here.
Okay.
I don't know for sure. I would imagine she's doing all right with that number of sponsors she has. Obviously ultra running sponsorships are not anything like, Patrick Mahomes being sponsored by Nike or Adidas or whoever is his sponsor. But, she's got a good list of sponsors there that I'm sure help her out a good bit. So I'm not sure what she does now. But when she was interviewing those celebrities, like I had mentioned there, she was working actually for the BBC in London. And then that's what after that she
Interesting.
switched to her professional poker career.
Yeah, the reason I was curious is that a lot of professional poker players, this is anecdotal evidence, which is not science. But anytime I've happened to catch those final tables where the winner wins $1 million and that kind of stuff, it seems like there's a lot of scientists, engineers, attorneys, all of this stuff. Like, I think people that have high intelligence are really good at calculating the odds and figuring stuff out in the middle of poker hands. So anyway, that was side diversion, but that's why I was curious if it said what she did for a living.
Yeah, interesting. One of the most impressive fun facts about Victoria, I would say, maybe the most impressive fun fact here. Get this. So she's 49 right now, and she only started ultra running at age 45.
Oh
She's been
wow,
doing this
so
for 4 years,
wow.
which is insane to me, Brett, because I mean, I've followed the sport. I mean, I haven't been super involved in it for much longer than that, to be honest with you, only maybe 5 or 6 years or something like that. But I've seen so much stuff from Victoria Brown in that time that I figured, she's just been doing this forever, but new
Right.
to the sport, relatively speaking, and she has accomplished so much in that short time.
All right. I am getting a bunch of text messages. I'm going to go off camera real quick and check
Yep, no
that,
worries.
and then I'll be right back.
No worries. I can kind of keep things going here by
Oh,
mentioning, I guess,
let me
well, yeah,
see if I can
Brett,
figure
if
out how to
you
hold this and just switch. You know what? I think I can do. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. You're still seeing the view, right?
Yep, still seeing the
Okay.
view.
All right.
It's vertical instead of horizontal, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah, if you're able to do that, I can kind of chat through one more thing here with Victoria. So something that we asked, and by we, what I mean is not me, I mean Jacob and Riley. What they asked all the runners beforehand is what their strengths and weaknesses are with ultra running. So what Victoria listed is that her biggest struggle is that she wants to do too many races. So she probably over races is what she says. Something that she excels at, though, and this is not surprising to hear this at all. She wrote that she excels at race execution and getting the most out of her abilities.
There you go.
I think that kind of speaks directly to what we were just talking about earlier, just about the way that she is executing right now. She's down there toward the bottom of the list, but I would not be surprised at all if she ends up toward the top of this list based on her history of how she competes and how she ends up doing these races.
All right. I'm going through. So good news is I have no emergency. Bad news
Good.
is Nathan is talking trash that the
Oh
camera
no.
was shaky. So
Maybe stick it on the tripod and stand next to it and talk if you want.
so while we've been talking, did it look like it was okay, or was it shaking too much?
I mean, I think Nathan might be trying to yank your chain a little bit. It's not. I would say maybe it's a good idea to put it on the tripod for a little bit when you want to stand by the tripod, maybe.
All right, I am almost done catching up on stuff, and then we will be back
No
in
worries.
action.
No worries. We are kind of slowly gathering more viewers here, which is great to see. It's funny because you talk to a normal person and you're like, oh, you're just gonna sit there and watch people run around in an oval all day and talk about it. Like, what is there to talk about? Oh, trust me, there's plenty to talk about, and it's awesome.
All right, let's see if I can. There you go. There's the hat I'm wearing today. It's my favorite
Ah,
hat. This exemplifies what you just described. Why on earth? The only thing sillier than running around a track for 24 hours is watching a live stream about people running a track a track for 24 hours.
that's right. Shout out to the people who are viewing right now. That one goes out to you.
So, yeah, actually, I'm glad you brought that up. It's good to. I'll take a step back for a second, because for people who just joined or recently, welcome to the Raven live stream. So this 24-hour event is in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. As you can see on the camera, my opinion, the weather is really good right now. It's in the low 60s. It's cloudy. The sun is actually not supposed to come out today, so we keep our fingers crossed on that. We have 24 runners here. I think it's a 50-50 split between men and women. I'll let Patrick kind of pipe in on a little bit of a summary of some more demographics on people, but several, I think 6 people who have been on the U.S. national team before, the 24-hour national team, are here. We have 2 current American record holders on the track today. So about to come around the bend. Second in a group is Tony Bruno. He owns an age group American record, I believe, for 50 miles. Bob Hearn is here. He owns more records, course records and whatnot I can shake a stick at, but he's the current 100-mile age group American record owner for, I believe it's 50 to 54, or is it 55 to 59?
Let me double check that. I believe it's 55 to 59.
I think you're right. So Bob owns that record, and Tony is going to try to break it today while Bob watches. So see how that goes. There are about 15 runners here, if memory serves me correctly, who have run over 130 miles in a 24-hour event. So there's a whole bunch of people that are trying to qualify for the U.S. national team.
Did you say something to me, Brett, that I was asking? Because I was talking to Riley a second ago. I'm not sure.
Oh, no, I was trying to get her. Yeah, I was trying to get her attention on something too.
Gotcha.
Yeah, a couple things for the new people. Also, just went through the weather. So the track here is a really cool track. So on the far side, it backs up to a neighborhood. It's very well lined with trees. So especially in the winter, like right now, even if the sun were out, half of the track would be shaded for a lot of the day. So that's a really cool setup. The town, unfortunately, doesn't like to have a bunch of equipment on the track. So if you've seen races like Desert Solstice, the tents will be all moved up and the porta-johns all the way to lane 2 or 3. They've got to be back off the track. So you'll see lots of crew walking out up into lane 1 and 2 to exchange bottles with people. And there goes the colorful Bob Hearn. So you'll see a lot of that going on today. And Patrick, question for you. Have you ever heard of the phrase Hearn turn.
No, I haven't.
You may see that for the first time today. So the Hearn turn is a special way every 4 hours on a track ultra like this, they'll change direction to save people's wear and tear on their bodies. So you're not always turning the same way around the track. And there is a special way that Bob Hearn has patented and trademarked of how he changes directions. And I'll just leave it at that. And hopefully he will bless us with that performance when we change directions later.
I'd love to witness that. I can't wait to see.
I've way oversold it, but it's funny.
Oh, hey, Brett, we got a great we got a few things to catch up on in the chat here. Number one, I don't know, do you know George Darden or no?
I do.
Okay, he said nice hat.
Yeah, George is a good runner in his own right. He is, oh my gosh, I think he just turned 50. And also, have him put it in the chat. I think he's 50, and I think he just broke 240 in the marathon. Again, he's done it before at the Valencia Marathon a few months ago. So he is an incredible runner in his own right. So
Yeah, there you
welcome
go,
to the
George.
chat, George.
Fill us in the chat, George. Go ahead and brag on yourself. Let us know what that time was for your marathon, and give you a shout here as we already did. Another thing here, and Brett, you can actually help out with this, I think. So Tony Bruno had mentioned before the race that his daughter was going to be watching. I believe this is his daughter, Emma, who he brags about to me all the time. We text back and forth every now and then, and he loves talking about how awesome she is because she crews him and also recently ran her first 50K in around 4 hours, I believe, which is insane.
There's Dad.
Like father, like daughter. So, okay, yep, he just passed. So, Brett, she wants you to tell him that she said, "Let's go TB" when he comes. So when he comes around again, if you can give him a shout there,
Okay,
maybe
her
we
name
can
was
do
Emma.
that. Yeah, that was Emma. So just say Emma says, "Let's go TB" next time he comes
Okay.
around. And I'll remind you when he's coming around so that we can make sure we get that shout out here. Emma, I hope you're still on watching so that you can see this moment in real time because this is going to be pretty epic.
And here comes, I believe that's Jack.
Yep, there's Jack with the what are those shorts? Those shorts are like all the rage these days in ultra running. It's like chicken legs or something, I think.
Yeah, I didn't want to stare at another man's shorts from a close distance when he ran by, so I'll have to get back to you on that one. Here comes Nikki. She's looking good still.
Yeah, Nikki is looking very strong. She's looked very strong this whole race. She's another one of those who is just like, man, she's just out there for another stroll.
I see Naringa. God, I mean, really, we're an hour and a half in. Everybody really should be running an even split, but I can just tell Naringa is just flying. And Jack. Yeah, and you'll see her Naringa come by here in a second, passing on the outside. And so Naringa is, correct me if I'm wrong, Patrick, but currently number 8 on the qualifying list. So I think the top 6 are on the team. And so she's 8th with a little over 141 miles at a previous event. So she's trying to see if she can get to 150 and crack into the top 6 and make the team.
Yep, you're right. 8th right now. Okay, so it looks like Tony's coming up here, Brett. So remember, just say that Emma says, "Let's go TB."
All right, I have one job. Tony, Emma says, "Let's go TB."
Oh,
There you go. I'll be here all day. Don't forget to tip the waitress. Did you see that though? Like he was locked in.
Yeah.
I had to get his attention twice. He was locked in.
Yep. He loved that though. He loved that. So Emma, we got your shout out in there. And anybody else watching who has a runner of theirs that wants a shout out, we've got Brett, our intrepid field reporter, down at the scene there who can give these shout outs as requested. She said, "Yay, thank you," with a heart emoji. So yes, excellent
Awesome.
stuff, Emma. Excellent stuff. That was the most exciting moment of the stream so far, Brett, I think.
Well, I'm just terrified that like I would do something that would interfere with someone else or break their stride or break their concentration. Like I'm just worried I'm going to mispronounce his name. Like I have one job, but hey, went off like a charm. So now I have the
Yep.
confidence I can do that for anybody else that wants it done.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, we are taking shout out requests in the chat right now. Anybody who wants to. We got Jake Jackson in the chat saying good morning, everyone, Brett.
Yep. Hopefully Jake can join us later on today. He's a multi-time former member of the U.S. National 24-hour team, multi-age group American record holder, whose exact stats escape me, but I believe it's 100-mile, 200K. Some of the records around there might be his still. Nobody likes talking about themselves, so he probably won't pipe up and correct me, but always a
If you
pleasure to
want to,
have him
though,
in
Jake,
there.
go ahead. Emma left us another comment saying that it was exciting for her too. Thanks for giving me 30 seconds of fame about my 50K too. Hey, anytime, Emma. We've got a number of things that we can talk about here, an infinite number of things we can talk about, and we've got 22 and a half hours to talk about it. So
We have all day.
yeah, literally.
Yep. So we have 6 people in the race who are former members of the U.S. national team. Jacob is here. Micah Morgan. Oh gosh, so their names are going to escape me. Bob Hearn, I believe. I've got them underlined on that sheet, Patrick, so you might be able to help me out. Mandy, I think she's on there.
Stand by. I'm coming in as fact checker extraordinaire here. The underlined ones, yeah. So we got Jacob, Megan Alvarado,
That's it. Yep.
Mandy Holmes, Whitney
Yep.
Richmond, Micah Morgan, Bob Hearn.
Yeah, there you go. And side question. So we had 24 runners who were going to be here, 12 men, 12 women from all over the country in a couple different countries. Did all 24 start?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because when I was looking earlier, I think the number is at 21 of who's actually running. Let me look through here. Yeah, we got 21 running.
Okay, we might have to do a little bit of a where's Waldo. Let's see if we can back figure out who didn't start. Because I don't, a lot of these people I'm not familiar with. So like Megan Alvarado, what was her name? Richmond,
Yeah,
Whitney.
Whitney Richmond.
Yeah, I don't know them, so I don't know that I wouldn't have recognized if they're
Whitney's here.
okay.
Whitney's here. Let's see, Megan Alvarado. Megan's here.
There you go.
Mandy Holmes, I think I just saw her name on here too. Let's see. Yep, Mandy's here. Came all the
Okay.
way from California. Micah, you've called her out a few times. Micah's here, right?
Yeah, she is.
The white shirt, right? The white
Yeah.
shirt with blue stripes.
Yeah, she's been a part of that train. No, I think that's her on the far right, to your right, on that curve, right in front of Jacob.
Yep.
So it's like a gray shirt. I think that's her.
Yep. And
They're moving well
yeah,
too.
the last one is Bob Hearn, who of course is obviously here.
Colorful Bob Hearn. That is a smart rascal too. I tell you what, I know
Yeah,
it's
no,
early, but everybody's
yeah.
looking really good. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say he is a smart rascal because I remember he was on what's the 10 Junk Miles, the podcast a while back, and I remember listening to it one day when I was mowing my lawn and he was talking about his work as I don't know, like an engineer or something like that. He's does something really smart, and I think he teaches at college or something.
Yeah, this will
Smart
be
dude.
like my 9th disclaimer out of like 100 that I'll have today. So I could be wrong about this stuff, but yeah, I think he's one of those software type technical wizards. Works with a lot of startups, I don't know if he lives in the Silicon Valley area, the wider area, but I believe he's out there in California, and just a total math whiz.
So Jake chimed back in the chat saying, shout out to his rabbit teammate Mandy. Shout out Mandy. And then he also said, looking forward to chatting later.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to having him. I'm going to be very curious. Someone who's done lots of these things like he has. We'll probably talk to him dinner time. I have it written down somewhere where we were going to connect, but call it dinner time Eastern.
Yep, I think 6 is what you have.
Yeah, I'm going to be very curious to hear from someone at the high end of the sport that really knows what they're doing. How do they feel about 9 hours in to a 24-hour race? To use a marathon analogy, which is never good comparison, but that would be the equivalent of like mile 10. So you would
Right.
think like you would just be totally comfortable, bored, going through your motions, just trying to take care of yourself. But I'll be curious to see what he says.
I didn't have to think about that.
Well, I'm looking across the track here, Brett. It looks like the Tonys are still together, right there next to each other. That's Brungard and Bruno still doing their thing. Looks
Yeah,
like Brungard's got something he's eating right now. It looks like maybe a bag of chips or something in his hand. I can't quite tell from here.
I did one of my favorite races of all time is the Henson Lake 24-hour ultra. It's
Oh
up in
yeah, I've heard
the
great
Rockingham
things
area.
about that one. Yeah.
I don't know if it still is, but for a long time it was the largest 24-hour event in the country, and 300 to 400 people do it, and it's just hilarious. They will order pizza and bring it in at dinner time, and it's oh gosh, what was the mileage? I want to say it's a 1.5 mile loop around a lake. It's gorgeous. Not a lot of elevation change, but just enough to let you vary which muscles you're using. Wooded, plenty of places for tents all along the course, so you don't have to go far off to get aid. And so at dinner time, you come around to the start finish, and there's stacks of pizzas like 5 feet high. And anybody who's been around ultra running for a long time knows Ray Krolowitz, Ray the K, Ray K. He would just like he'd rip off like the lid of a pizza box, grab like 3 pieces of pizza, and just walk around doing loops, eating pizza while he went, like he was delivering pizza out of his hands. It was hilarious.
That's awesome. Yeah, he's a legend. He's one of those guys who, like, if you've been doing the sport longer than, like 4 or 5 years, you've probably seen him at least 1 or 2 races, if not more, especially in the Carolinas. He's also one of the guys who I've been trying to get on my podcast for a long time and just haven't been able to get in touch with him. So if anyone wants to hook me up with his phone number, let me know, because I need to talk to that guy.
Yeah, he's a really humble guy. He's probably one of those that doesn't like to talk about himself and stuff, but just salt of the earth, amazing guy. I've got a couple stories. So I grew up in Charlotte, and my dad, my dad has run way back in the day, like 40 marathons or something. And several years ago, when I went to the Henson Lake Ultra a couple of times, Ray was there every year. He's tops on the all-time mileage list at that race, I think. And I was telling my dad some of the people that were going to be there. And he said, wait, Ray Krolowitz? Crazy Ray? And my dad, like, how does my dad know this guy? And so back when we were kids, my dad used to take us to these local track races where, they'd have like a 200 to 400 a mile, 2 mile, 800, all that stuff, right? And they'd give out ribbons. And well, Ray would show up at those and race every single distance, one after the other. So like they'd have the 100-mile race. So he'd get down on the blocks, race the 100. They'd give out the medals and ribbons and stuff and say, all right, now we're going to do the 200. And there goes Ray, walks over, lines up at the 200, lines up at the 400, lines up at the 800, the mile, the 2 mile. So that's my
crazy Ray, he called him, huh?
Yeah, that's Crazy Ray. The other
That's
story
funny.
I have, which really tells, I think, a lot about who Ray is. So at Henson Lake, I was trying for the first time to get to 100 miles, and I don't know, I started out too fast or whatever it is. I was 50 miles in, my legs were killing me, I was miserable, all this stuff. Ray will stop anything he's doing to help people, to give them advice. I mean, he just has a blast. He'll walk, he'll jog, he'll sing songs in the middle of the night at these races. And I slotted in with him to walk, and I started talking to him about how miserable I was, and I was trying to run 100 miles. And he and I'm paraphrasing, this was a long time ago, and he goes, "It's just running. Stop taking yourself so seriously. Stop taking running so seriously. Just go for a walk. Grab food, grab something to drink, hang out with us, sing some songs, talk." And he goes, "I guarantee you, eventually, it might take 30 minutes, it might take 2 hours, but give it enough time and your body will come back." And damn if he wasn't right. I don't remember how long I hung out with him, but I had a blast. I mean, we were laughing. He was cracking jokes. He was singing songs. And that's Ray in a nutshell, is he will do anything he can to help somebody else and to make things fun. Here comes the train again. They look happy.
They look happy. They look, man, they look strong too.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're not even 2 hours in, so everybody really should look relaxed and comfortable and strong, but boy, they all do.
Yeah, it's one of those things like you can tell that they're elite, you know. You can just tell by the way they're moving and that they're probably going to be keeping a pace pretty close to this for the next several hours here, close to a day. These people are great. They know what they're doing. I gonna pull up the leaderboard here to see. Yep, not
I
much else
think,
has changed as far as well. It looks like let's see. So we got Jack and Naringa still tied there at the top with 12.924 miles, and then that group that keeps going by is at 12.178.
yeah, they really look good. All right, I'm going to switch and clear out my text messages again, and then I might take a talking break.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. So Patrick, I'm gonna go put the phone, leave the camera on. I'm gonna put it in the tripod, try to orient it so we'll have a view, and then I'm gonna go off mic, take a break, get something to eat, rest my voice, and I'll see you up there in a minute.
Sounds good.
10K marathon, yeah, of course. We've all done that before. Yeah.
All right, so as Brett does that, there we go. Got a view there of the track. Um, we got a couple more chats here. It looks like we're looking at George again here. I think my friend Lee's mom is running, but can't remember her name. Shout out to her would be good. George, happy to give any shout outs, man, anytime to anyone. If you're able to provide some more information, that would help out so we know who we're shouting out. But as mentioned earlier, we'd love to shout out anybody who's out here. I'm sure these runners would love to hear from loved ones who are watching on the live stream. You know, we saw that great moment with Tony Bruno. Shout out from his daughter there that we're able to give to them live. So yeah, George, if you find out more information on who your friend Lee's mom is and that you want to give her a shout out, we'll be happy to do that. There we go. We got Brett's phone set up there with a good view of the track here as people come over to the start finish line, and Brett has joined us back up here in the press box. Yeah, we were just what did you say?
Shout out to Lee's mom.
Yeah.
That's an old
to
college friend of mine.
is he messing with you?
James have entered the chat.
Oh, okay. So I got played there then, I guess.
That's
'Cause I
okay.
was-
It happens to
okay.
the best of us.
Ah, dang, man. All right, pretend like that didn't happen, everybody.
It is legitimately chilly. I love this for the runners. This makes me so happy.
Yeah, and something that I was gonna mention to you down there, and we can talk about it up here, is just like if you're looking at the shirts of everybody here, it sure looks to me like you can't see much sweat on the shirts already, you know.
No,
And you would think, and of course they're going at an easy pace, and they're going to be going for a while, but they've been going for almost 2 hours now, and you would think, you know, the sweat would start to accumulate kind of at this point, but it seems like everybody's looking pretty comfortable as far as that goes. So yeah, I think another example that this weather is looking pretty favorable for them so far, I think today.
I could change my name. I got my vuvuzela. You know, it's interesting because you're down there and like, I don't want to talk about people. Um, yeah, so when I was down there, I want to cheer for people, but I feels like that would be very distracting if I was talking about people or saying something like right next to so that's a downside of, I got my vuvuzela for later. For running the live stream is you have to temper your enthusiasm a bit.
I strongly disagree with you, Brett. I think these people would love to hear some encouragement. I think they'd love to hear the vuvuzela, to be quite frank with you.
All right,
I think you should bust it out for
I'm gonna
the
take a break and I'm gonna go grab a snack and
okay.
I'm gonna take my vuvuzela down there.
I mean, you can blow that thing from up here so it's not right in their face, you know? Yeah. Need this one or this? Oh, that. Yeah. Of course. All right. Thank you to everyone who continues to watch our live stream. And if you're just now joining us, this is the Raven 24-hour here in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Things are going well right now. Runners looking really strong so far. We've got a ton of very talented runners doing their thing here. And it's a great day to do it as well. A little bit windy, very cloudy, as you can see, those overcast skies. It's perfect for running. Maybe a little bit on the warm side. We're into the 60s, but people seem to be comfortable so far. There goes Naringa crossing the line again, looking strong as she has from the start. I told you they'd love it. The World Cup 2010. 2010 in South Africa. Those things blew up. For those of you watching on the live stream, I don't know if you could hear that, but Brett took out his vuvuzela and blew it right at him. Yeah, go ahead, do it. Yeah, you can hear it.
All right, I'm gonna take a break if you're good with that.
Yeah, take a break, man.
Hard to have take out the races.
Like, it's been playing, it's good, whatever it does, but not dance. It sounds like a kid spitting all over.
I should be able to do this. Jason does it.
I'm still talking.
Yeah, yeah. But I can mute it if you want. You want me to mute? Start music from the computer
No.
or from there? Oh, yeah, do you think? Are you kidding me?
You think it beats around?
Where's the speaker?
I hear it now, but I can move it. Where are you?
Well, Brett, is it picking up audio from there or is it just from the computer right now?
It should be.
Okay, yeah, it is. Yeah.
I can put it on mute if it's cross.
No, I don't think that's the problem. She was just talking about starting some music and she just didn't want it to be too loud with the live stream. Like, she didn't want it to be right next to the phone. What do you think? Should we have her put it? You can put it down there, you said? That'd probably be
I don't
better,
think it
right?
would be a problem. But we can always mute if we need to.
And then when he picks up the phone and walks around, he can just make sure he's like away from the speakers. You put it wherever you want. We'll just be all right. For the folks watching the live stream, that was a live chat there with Riley Moss, race director, asking about music. Didn't want. Oh. I need to be good and not, but thank you for the offer. I've got a few snacks of my own, so I'm gonna stick to those. Thank you. Let's see. So we got some more chats here. Maybe we can give a shout out here. So Gina is saying, "Go, Micah." Let me. Maybe I can give her a shout next time she comes by here. Just make sure I'm getting the right person here. Micah, bib number Ah, 24. Bib number 24. So I'll say Gina says go Micah. I'm good. Thanks, Brett. Oh, another shout out request for Colleen. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got you all. I got you all. Someone just came by and said, I hope you guys enjoy watching paint dry. As Brett and I were talking about earlier, this is anything but. This is exciting to us because this is our thing. We love this. All right, Gina, I think I'm going to give Micah her shout out from you here in a second. So stand by. Hope you're listening. Micah, Gina says you're doing great. There you go. Gina, I don't know if you heard that, but got the shout out in there for your daughter. She was like, "Oh, that's my mom." Okay. Another shout out request here. Shout out Team Hardcore to Colleen. She's our 24-hour queen. Okay. Let's see, where's Colleen? You are welcome, Gina. Where is Colleen? Where are you, Colleen? Oh, there she is. Okay, she's on another power walk break, it looks like, across the track. So give it a couple minutes here and she'll be right over here, and I'll be sure to give her that shout out from Team Hardcore. There go Victoria Brown and Nikki Harvey coming across the line, looking strong as always. And there's the man, the myth, the legend, Jacob. Go, Jacob! Woo! Coming up here, so her shout out is on the way. Stand by. Okay, there she is. Colleen! Colleen! Team Hardcore says you are the 24-hour queen. She said, tell them thank you. So I will tell you thank you from her. That was a good one. Round and round they go, folks. We continue here at the Raven 24-hour, taking shout out requests. Anybody who has an athlete that they're keeping an eye on, happy to give them a shout out. I think at some point we might get around to doing some live interviews with crew members potentially. See what we can do about that. As we see a good group of runners there come by.
Yes, because we need to be able to track. But my pad, so nobody can click that out. See.
Bathroom, anything?
Moringa?
You guys think so? Okay, I'll try. There again. Down there.
Don't be back around. Okay, double check.
Can you airdrop? Yeah. What takes it to? Get my phone number. 408 710. Let's see. Awesome, thanks. What was?
Yeah, she, they picked her up, because like, but although it's picking up with what?
Oh, where was it? Yeah. Yes, I.
All right, thanks everyone for bearing with me there for a second. Just needed a second for a talk break as we continue to watch people go round and round on the track here at Mount Pleasant, South Carolina's very own The Raven. 24-hour race. Group of elite runners here from all over the country, all over the world, doing their thing. All amazing athletes who are making this look very easy. There's the legendary Bob Hearn crossing the line right now. As Brett has called him throughout the day, the very colorful Bob Hearn. He's got the blue hair going, the pink shirt, the pink shoes.
Well, I mean, I can make. There are people who think clicker was, I mean, when I first started, when I had clicker, every time I would do a lap, I would click it, just because I trusted myself more than I trusted the timers. I mean, now, I would look at my watch and the miles, how we get there, and what paid them.
Here's Nikki Harvey again from Birmingham, Alabama.
Over to the eggs, I'm not very. And so age 15 miles, that's the one. Yes.
We have passed the 2-hour mark here at the Raven, and people still moving strong. Still a long way to go. 2 hours out of 24. We are still barely even started, but it is exciting to watch. It's fun to see what these people are all doing here. Pretty much everybody looking very strong right now, moving at a solid pace. And anybody who can kind of keep this up for 24 hours, I think is going to put themselves in really good shape here. That is, of course, easier said than done. As we see Colleen Dreyhus again coming by. As we've mentioned a few times throughout the broadcast, she was the only one who hit the standard for the U.S. team last year when she racked up 130.6 miles, I believe it was. Impressive performance from her. And she is kind of taken her time here, racing in a smart way, I would say. She is currently, I guess 18th on the leaderboard out of 21, but don't mistake that as her not knowing what she's doing. In fact, that's probably a good sign that she does know what she's doing, just because she has been here and done that before, as she did just last year. Brett's coming back here. Brett, we had a few good shout outs while you were out as well. That was fun. Team Hardcore wanted to shout out Colleen Dreyhus, so gave her the shout out. She loved it. Micah's mom, Gina's in the chat here.
Yay!
Got a shout out for her.
Yeah, Micah looks really good so far. She was killing it. She's in the zone. Here she comes again. Or there's a delay.
Well, as you say it, it'll still show up on this one. Yep. I hear you. So it looks like Greg and Sean were the ones who shouted out Colleen there. And if you want to bust out the Vuvuzela, I think they liked it the first time around. Anytime you want to do it again, I think everyone will be up for it.
So apparently, Riley was saying that if you play music loud and it comes through on a live stream, that there can be copyright issues.
Oh, man.
So they might turn music on in a little bit. If they do that, I'm going to put that on mute, and then we'll just have to see if it picks up or how much, or I don't know.
Yeah.
She said they can turn it off if it's going to come through, but
I didn't even think about that. I mean, honestly, I'm thinking more about the runners. It's like
I know I'd rather them have
Entertain them.
music than
then
to
us
say
just sit here talking.
you cannot listen to music while you run because we have to have a live stream on the internet.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess the question is they set it up so that it's not potentially not going through here. And then we would have to make sure that when we're walking around with the phone, we don't go near it. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I think he said they were going to try to set it up way down there for that purpose.
Yeah.
The other thing too is like I think if you catch music for a little while, it doesn't matter. But I think like a long period of time is what they might care about.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's a good. And Jacob again coming across the line just looks so smooth every single time.
I know. You can see he is sweating a little bit in the back, but
Yep.
it's not bad.
Yep. I don't know if it's Jacob's form or what it is about him, but I don't know. To me, he looks like the most comfortable runner out there, in my opinion. And again, maybe that's just his form. Maybe others out there are feeling even better than he is, but he just looks like he could. He truly looks like he's doing all day pace right now. To me.
Yeah. So if you look at Micah,
Yep.
there's a little bit more like a different type of motion, but that is the exact same form that she has had every minute. So
Yeah. Exactly. Yep.
this is such a like fascinating format because I feel like I want to hurry up and get to 100 miles so I can see what all these people are going to do. But you can't do that.
No.
You have to survive and take care of yourself for hours upon hours upon hours.
I don't think we've talked about number limits so far.
Like Tony's catching up on. It's like, what?
New Parks, New York. We have anything on Thomas to talk about? I'm not sure if he had filled out this thing. I think he may have been one of the ones who didn't, but let's double check that.
No, and I didn't write down anything.
Well, this is
So we would have to stalk him on the internet.
let's do it. I'm gonna pull up his ultrasound. We say Thomas Polesk.
No, but she ran the hill, and you know what I'm betting.
All right, let's see what we're dealing with here. Okay, lots of results. He's got a solid 29 races under her belt, or his belt, sorry. 63.44 miles at the Hainsport Endurance Run. 12 hours was his most recent.
Pretty fast.
Yeah, what are we looking at here? Rock the Ridge 50 miler in his hometown up in New York. 7:27:02. Okay, yeah. Dude knows what he's doing. He belongs in the elite Raven field.
Yeah, I don't know anything about what that course is, but the name of it implies to me it's not like some track race where
Rock the Ridge. Yeah, you hear Rock the Ridge. You're thinking
trail run or something. That's a fast time.
Yep. Okay, so so I can provide some context on this one because I've done this race before, Long Haul 100, 19:10:57 in 2024. So that was the first year that they did that race on a new course. I had run the last year of the old course, but I do know that the new course last year was very muddy for a good, I think, like 5 or 6 mile section of that course. So to run 19:10 on a muddy course like that is super impressive. And he was 5th place at that one, behind, some really strong performances. So yeah, 19:10 at 19:10 anywhere is no joke, but especially at a muddy long, I think that's a good one. And then you were just pointing out here, Speed Goat 50K in 10:11.
That's a
It is.
Lena.
Jackpot, Mohican. He's got, I mean, Tunnel Hill, Rocky Raccoon, Grindstone,
Man,
Hainesport,
100 miles. That's his
Javelina.
specialty, I would say.
I would say that, and then some. Yeah, he's got only two 100-mile DNFs, it looks like, but he's got a long list of 100-mile finishes under his belt that I'm sure he will probably add to here at the Raven. Impressive resume, and he is again from New York. People from all over the country at this
He's going to the dome and
going to the dome.
June.
Yep. Yeah, looking at like where people are from here, interesting. I mean, people from all over, we've got some locals, we've got of course, Tony Bruno here from Hilton Head in the area. Jacob, of course, is local, puts on the race. We got Anthony Brungard from my neck of the woods in Myrtle Beach. But then we've also got some people from, across the entire country, Bob Hearns in over in California. And then we've also got another Californian here, and that's Mandy Holmes from Los Gatos, California.
That's Bay Area.
Okay, and then some, Tucson, Arizona here, Jordan Camastro. A few Virginia. We got Megan Smith from Dallas. We talked about Nikki being from Birmingham, Alabama. I mean, it's really well represented race from all over. Then Naringa's from not far from where I grew up. I grew up in Tampa. She's there in St. Petersburg. So, I mean, you got to look at like something like Naringa here toward the top, like we've talked about. If she's from St. Pete, this is like perfect weather. I mean, because it is just it's brutally hot there in the other Bay Area, the Tampa Bay Area, all the time. I know because, like I mentioned, I grew up there, and every time I visit, I'm always like, man, I don't know how I lived in this state for 22 years because it's always so hot. So a day like today must be perfect for Naringa, having to deal with these cooler temperatures, the overcast skies. It's no wonder why she's doing so well right now.
I think when I did this race, it was a couple years ago, and it was like 80 and the sun was out, and it was so brutal. That's why I'm so excited for all these folks today, because it just feels like for around here, I mean, it'd be nice if there was a little less wind as we get a breeze, but I mean, all in all, this is a really good temperature, I think, considering what it could be.
Tony Bruno and the board there.
Next week, we're getting another polar vortex.
Oh man,
We have a day here in Mount Pleasant. The high is going to be in the mid 40s and the low in the mid 20s. Now, imagine running this race in that weather.
yeah. I mean,
That would be so miserable in the middle of the night.
I mean, like we talked about, there's different times of day throughout a race that you have to deal with, and that would be one of those rare ones where like the afternoon would be the best part of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 47 is, I mean, that's about perfect for a lot of people. That's certainly my type of weather. But when you go in, I mean, imagine those overnights in the 20s. That's difficult to deal with, especially for the people who are from the areas like around here or like, St. Pete, those other warmer areas that you'd have to deal with something like that because you can't really train for something like that in these warmer areas.
Yeah. There goes Naringa again with the USA singlet, USA hat. Number 8 on the qualifier list right now, trying to move up 2 more rungs on the ladder. Nikki looks happy. Yeah, when we talked about her earlier, the 100-mile time she's been running, I think it was like right under 30 minutes off of the age group American record. And she hasn't said anything about that. That's what she was trying to do here, but I'm going to be very curious to see how that plays out later.
Yeah, Nikki Harvey's doing the Heart of the South. And not too long from now in June.
It's another train, happy people talking, laughing, and you love to see it. So I had an idea and I wondered what you thought of it. So I can go take the phone and sit down and zoom in. We can play look at the shoes that people are wearing as they come by. Do you think that would be interesting to shoe nerds out there, or is that a bad idea?
Maybe. I don't know that I want to do that for too long because I might just be like,
Oh no, yeah, I wouldn't do it for a long period of time.
sure. SNL says Micah's form is from growing up on Nordic track skier. Funny.
Was Victoria again? Those are two legends right there.
Oh yeah. I mean that alone, if you're putting on a race and just those two people alone show up to your race, it's like, oh, we're in the presence of ultra running loyalty, but we've got on top of them all of these others here who many of which people consider ultra running royalty.
Yeah.
So many people with stacked credentials as we approach close to 2.5 hours here.
So far, so good.
It goes by pretty quickly when you're just sitting here watching people. I wonder what they're thinking down
I
there.
am happy with my life choices that I am not suffering for 24 hours.
Yep.
See a bottle toss there behind the monitor. I've only seen a couple people that are heading over to their tent to pick up stuff. It looks like most people have some sort of crew
Yep.
to hand things off.
Yep. And I mean, that's, it's all about just maximizing efficiency in any sort of race. Really, in my opinion, any sort of race, that should be anybody's goal. Whenever I have a crew for a race, I always try to have them walk alongside me to give me stuff as I'm going so that I don't have to stop as much. And, here, you don't really need people walking alongside you because if they miss you, you're going to see them again in 400 meters. So that helps.
Yeah.
But having them right there next to you instead of having to go a few lanes over, again, it just maximizes that efficiency and it minimizes the extra distance that you're adding onto your legs that's unnecessary.
That's one of the things that just boggles my mind with Bob Hearn and the Ball State.
Uh-huh.
Is I haven't done it. I don't know a lot of stuff about it, but those
Yeah. Streaming it live,
Yeah.
yeah. Check it out on YouTube.
You on YouTube?
yeah,
it's live on
yep,
YouTube.
yep.
I don't know nothing about
It is. It's a fascinating. Yep.
Huh?
It's
Pretty
a
cool,
it's
isn't
a
it?
fascinating corner of the world. It really is.
This guy right here, probably. He knows everything. We're having a guest on our live stream here,
That's
a guy
right.
who knows nothing about the sport but is very interested in it.
Like I don't know the course on, like back of my head. You just know there's like these huge long stretches of miles and miles and miles and miles. And you have to carry everything that you need. And like, what do you do if you ran empty on water and like you got to keep your phone charged or else how do you map it? Where do you go and you miss a turn? So what do you want to,
Lou, nice to meet you.
Patrick, nice to meet you.
Nice same here. Same here.
do you want to, we can just do like a pause for a minute,
Yeah.
put on mute
Yeah,
and then
You sure? I don't want to mess you guys up.
that's all
if you
good.
just hit that.
Yeah, we'll just go on mute for a second here on the stream and we'll talk with Lou for a second.
I'll take it back. I said, about this time. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've done my life. Yeah, versus like. Right. I coached it. I played it. I've been running.
All right, this is Brett. We are back at it again. For anybody who has not been on that long to the live stream yet, welcome to the Raven 24-hour event in cloudy but glorious Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. We get all kinds of weather here at this time of year. I've done this event before when it was sunny and 80 degrees and I was miserable. So to me, this is absolutely fantastic weather. It's slightly breezy. It's more gusty. It's quiet right now, but every once in a while we'll get some gusts. It's not supposed to get out of the 60s today. So I'm so excited to see how everything unfolds. There are 24 runners. I think we had 21 start. The original start list was 12 men, 12 women. We have 6 runners who have qualified at least once for the U.S. national team. We have 2 current American age group record holders, at least that I'm aware of. Bob Hearn is the 50 to 59 100-mile track American record holder, 15:28, if memory serves me. And we have Tony Bruno, who is coming by the camera right now in the blue shorts. He is trying to break that record this year. They're both on the track. Bob is just using this, I think, for a training run, is what he said. And Bob's a really humble guy, so I know he's going to be cheering on Tony in hopes that he gets there. It's a really cool track. You see the little fence there. You can see the trees on the far side, especially during winter when the sun is lower. It'll be shaded on the track if the sun were out. Probably 2/3 of the day. And so the other half of the track, obviously, if the sun was out, you would be exposed. So even if it were a sunny day, there would still be some protection from the sun. But so far, it was sunny this morning, and then right before the race started, the cloud cover came in, and it's supposed to stay like this the rest of the day, which, like I said, I absolutely love that. So far, so good. That I've noticed, we haven't had anybody drop out of the race. Looking at the leaderboard, Jack and Naringa are still at the top. They're almost at 20 miles, 2.5 hours in. And then there's a massive gaggle, that's a Southern term, of runners, 10, 12, 15 runners between 27 and 29 miles, which you love to see. So I don't think we've had anybody drop out yet. Everybody looks really good, which they should, 2.5 hours into a 24-hour race. But so far, so good. I'm just scrolling through the results to look where everybody is. If memory serves me, there are 15-ish people here who have run over 130 miles before. A lot of those people, if not all, are trying to qualify for the team. Right now, the low woman on the totem pole, I think, is Allie Allen at 148 miles, which is shocking to say that you have to beat that to make the team, which is a big ask. But there's people here that are shooting for that. And then number 6 on the list for the men is only a mile more. Right now, Chris Roberts is in 6th at a little over 149 miles. So that's what, call it 150 miles. That's what pretty much all the men, all the women, where they want to get. Yep. So former or people who have qualified for the U.S. national team at least once. We've got Jacob Moss, and Riley is right in front of me. I don't know if she can hear my voice, but I think he didn't get to go because that was the COVID year in China or something when Jacob qualified. She says yes. So my memory is right. Yeah, it was a COVID year. So that's obviously like a gut punch. What was that? Oh, Romania. There you go. Thank you. But he qualified that year by doing 159 miles. He's broken 13 hours like 3 different times for 100 miles. Looks really good so far. Obviously, it's super early, but fingers crossed for him. Megan Alvarado is here. She's been on the team before. Her PR is 147. I'm rounding. She's done in the 15s for 100 miles before. Just doing the math, I think you got to pretty much come in around the 15 to 16 hour mark maximum if you're going to try to hit 150 in 24 hours. Mandy Holmes is here. She's done 137 in 24 hours. She's broken 16 for 100 miles. Whitney Richmond is here. She's done 139 plus miles in 24 hours. She's run close to 16 flat for 100 miles. Micah Morgan just came by the camera. She's here. She's done 148 miles. She's running the 14s for 100 miles. Then the colorful Bob Hearn, he just ran by. He's here. He's done 153 plus. He's done in the 14s for 100 miles. He's owned all kinds of different age group American records. Still owns a couple and has lots of horse records out there, as we've talked about before. And the list goes on down the list. So those are the people that have been or qualified for the U.S. national team before. And then we just have a stacked field of people. I'm looking down the list of PRs of the people that are running here: 142 miles, 130 miles, 130, 147, 131, 133, 143, 120. The list goes on. On the left side of the screen, you'll see someone walking out with a couple bottles. If you're not familiar with 24-hour track ultras, you'll typically see a couple different fueling strategies. You saw Micah toss a bottle over. It doesn't sound like a lot to wander over to the tent to swap bottles or grab something to eat. But 100 miles is 400 and some laps. And so if you make it a habit to come over several lanes over and over and over again, eventually it's going to add up to a lot of time and mileage. I have seen a couple people getting their own aid, probably don't have a crew, came in from out of town. Most people are either getting bottles swapped to them. And so if you're a crew, you can walk over to lane 3 and provide aid. And then you'll see, Nikki just wandered over and got some aid. You will see people kind of meet them halfway and things like that. You also see people carrying bottles. It is extra weight that you're carrying. I know it sounds, like splitting hairs talking about the effect of carrying a bottle while you run, but 6 ounces is 6 ounces, 12 ounces is 12 ounces that you're carrying and swinging on your arms over and over again for hours on end. But that's offset by the fact that if you don't have to leave your lane to go swap bottles or refill or anything like that, you're going to save time. So it's, I think, a personal preference that you'll see varying flavors of that. I'm going to pull up lap times. So I'm going to look at Jacob. Jacob's done 159. Still looks good. Sweaty, but not too sweaty. See, he was doing 2-minute laps, low two. Oh, that looks beautiful. Let me see if I can share. All right, how do I screen 2? Let's try this. So what I've zoomed in on here is Jacob's individual laps. And generally, perfect world, what you'd like to see is they're never going to be to the second or within, but if they're within 5 or 10 seconds, minus the occasional bathroom break or bottle swap. But that's the trend that you love to see. Just like an absolute metronome, every lap is within a few minutes of each other. And for you guys that are watching the live stream, if you've got a family member or a friend or somebody here, I can pull up their lap times and we can look at theirs too. I'm going to look at Naringa's real quick. So she's right around Jacob's mileage. She's a little bit ahead of him. And you can see the difference. So Jacob's been running 203, 205, 208s, and you can see Naringa is absolutely hauling. So that's a 740, 745 pace, give or take if my math is right. And then again, at least to me, most importantly, seeing that even split. It looks like she got warmed up and then settled in, and she's been off to the races. Colorful Bob Hearn.
Again, seems like where am I gonna put?
Friend down there chilling. It's so funny to the jackets, the sleeping bags. So I was just I shared the screen a couple times and pulled up lap splits. So wherever Jacob is. So I pulled him up, absolute metronome, 203, 205, 208, just, forever. And then I pulled up Moringa. And first mile or two, she was running low eights. And since then, absolute metronome, like 155 laps.
Wow. Amazing.
It was just like 740 or here, I'll take this. And yeah, but that's, because I was curious to see how are people doing. Everybody looks happy, comfortable, but that's what you love to see is those even splits.
Yeah. I was talking to Micah's crew down there, and I was like, "So how's she feeling so far?" And he's like, "It is way too early to be asking that question."
Good. That's what you like to hear.
Yeah. He was talking about the weather. He was saying like it's kind of a weird temperature for them because like it's warm. It's warm enough to where some of them want to put the ice bandanas on, like we had seen throughout so far.
Yeah.
But it sounds like for Micah anyway that she's wanting to take it off earlier because it's kind of like cool enough to where it kind of cools you down a little too much. So it's kind of a weird temperature that they're dealing.
Megan. Okay. Thanks. Still trying to remember who's who.
Yeah. Yeah, it was and that's good to look at too, like when someone comes by, we can
Oh yeah.
whoever the last one is there.
Yeah.
I realized that a second ago. I was like, oh, that's actually perfect for that.
Yeah, look at the redundancy. I'm assuming what we're seeing with the timing system where it's picking up. So if you miss one, the
Right,
other
the
one catches it or
multiple.
something.
Yep.
Yeah. 21. That's Whitney. Okay. I mean, I'm going to see these people 800,000 times.
Yeah.
So I need to-
Well, it's funny because you can already see in how many laps they've done. They're already pushing like 100, I think, plus now, right? Or something like that.
it's closing in on there.
So, yeah, I mean,
86
laps for the top one.
That's nuts.
So the top 2 are 6 laps ahead of that group.
Yeah. So the other thing I did, you know what, I'll share this for a minute just to break it up. The other thing I didn't show this, but I was talking about it is that you've got, 21 miles, but then look at that gaggle of people between 20 and 9. It's like 15 people between 18 and 20, which again, I know it's early, but like that feels like that's a really good sign that a lot of people feel good. And Tony, I heard him talking to you about how it sounded like he may have overdone it on training or tweaked something and he just didn't know. I mean, he seems like he's no worse for the wear so far.
No indications that he's feeling any sort of thing. Again, early. It's still, he's pushing what 20 miles right
Yeah.
now at this point.
Yeah, that's far enough that that's the old joke of, well, if you hit the wall in a marathon at 20 miles, then when do you hit the wall in an ultra? Like 20 miles.
Yeah.
It just sucks for longer.
Yeah. Maybe we're speaking we're not speaking for the people currently on the track.
No, yeah, I'm sure they have a much different wall. I mean, watching Raj Panu, if I'm saying his name right, at Jackpot last night, I know he was suffering and was miserable, but he did not look. I mean, he looked like someone was out for a Saturday afternoon run the whole time. Even at the end, he was still. It was ridiculous watching someone like that run.
It's pretty wild. We've got some people here who aren't a whole heck of a lot far.
Yeah.
Jacobs, stuff like these. You know,
Yeah.
that's still a good bit off of, you know, the 11-ish hour range. Still, it's hard to find somebody who can come close to that. We've got a handful.
Yeah.
That group of three, the two-tone was in, and I think that's filling there. The woman from Atlanta, what's her name? Go back to the Keminidi, Alexandra Keminidi, I think. Those three have just been sticking around.
Yeah.
Go Jacob, yeah. He looked over here for a second.
Yeah. He's in the zone.
He is.
Yeah. There was that posse. It was like a pack of 5 or 6 people that's broken up a little bit.
Yep. Looks like Jacob, I guess, is just ahead of them now by
Yeah.
just barely.
That's exactly how she's looked for hours on end.
And I think in our packet here, it says she goes by Alex or something else, right?
Yeah. I'm sure the number of things I'm going to mess up like that is
No, I was the one who said
never
it.
ending.
I was the one who said it, not you, because, you know, on here we've got Alexandra. It's a different name. Oh, let's learn a little bit more about her, because I think we have some facts from her that we can kind of talk through. She's putting up a really great performance. Yeah, here we Allie. That's how she, okay.
Colleen still looks good.
Colleen looks great, yeah. So Allie Keminidi, her goal for this one is to qualify for the team. No sponsors. See some notable performances here. SF 1-day 6-hour 2022 win and course record. SF, what do we talk? San Francisco?
San Francisco, yeah.
San Francisco 1-day 6-hour. Pull up her ultra sign up. Ultra sign up here and check that out. Sure. And, Southern Fried, is that maybe what she's talking about here? 50K?
I don't think so. I think it is the San Francisco. There it is. San
Okay, there we
Francisco.
go. Yeah. Yeah. So the 6-hour at the San Francisco 1-day, she got 43.2 miles in 2022. One of her notable. Looks like that was the win and course record, according to what she put here. SF Ultra Marathon 2022 winner and course record. I think that's what we just talked about. So I don't know if that's separate. 2:54 marathon at Tokyo Marathon 2022.
Oh,
That's
wow.
impressive.
Yeah.
That is really fast. Win and course record at the Chattanooga Marathon in 2024. Wow. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then 5th at Grindstone 100K in 2024. That's a tough course.
Yeah. And that's usually a pretty large, right?
It is.
But here, just not to turn morbid, but here's the Raven a year ago, 32 miles. That's the old example of you never know.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of things have to go right to put up big miles.
It makes you wonder, like, what happened. You know, it says in here she put a list of weakness, third quarter slumps, but can usually close hard. So obviously we are far from the third quarter here, but something to keep an eye on as time goes on here.
You know, something I never even thought about when I plugged to my job today, because I'm union. Where's our food? Because we shouldn't go eat like aid station food, so we
No,
might have to take a
absolutely
little
not.
lunch break and go grab a sandwich or something.
Well, I took some eat.
Yeah. I can survive for a while. I had some peanut butter crackers and they got bananas and stuff.
But it's good. Let's see some more about Allie. Lived in Northern California from to Atlanta. Oh, this is interesting. So she worked as an art therapist in a prison with psychiatric patients until beginning work full-time as a running coach and mental endurance coach in 2021.
That was wild.
Yeah,
Can you imagine the stuff that she saw?
I can't imagine. But also the second half of that is she became a full-time running coach and mental endurance coach in 2021.
I'm way too happy watching everybody hauling ass and they're all running even splits and everybody looks and feels good. I'm like, keep it going.
I know it's so easy. They got this. They're gonna be doing great.
Yeah.
We're coming up on here, so it's the 3 hour mark. Be soon. I'll leave you good on the 11. I can't remember. Dallas.
Well, that's a good split because then we can multiply by 8 and see where people are at. So 150 divided by 8. There's a math exercise for you. 18,
You're asking the wrong person.
80, 64, 144. Yeah, so 18 and change. 18 and a half at 3 hours is at an even split would be 150. So I believe the last time we looked, 80% of the whole field was past that, which, you'd expect people to slow down, but that certainly implies that people are starting at the pace to get them there.
Yeah.
There's Colleen with a walk break.
Yep.
We never followed up on that to see when the next time she did we?
I've seen a few more times that she's taken walk breaks. So just like last year when she ended up getting the qualifying distance needed, she's using that run walk strategy to her advantage, and looking strong doing it. And also, I mean, I don't know if you can see with the thing, but if you look at her walking there from here, yeah, it looks like walking, but I can tell, like, if you're next to her, she is moving.
She's flying.
I mean, that is a fast walk.
Past like 6 hours into a 24-hour ultra, she's walking faster than I'm running.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a power walk.
Absolutely. That is a very, I think that is something that really separate a good runner from a great in the sport. Is having an efficient walk pace.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we're all human, and most of us can't get through a race this long without taking some walk breaks. And so you have to make the most of those walk breaks. You can't let them slow you down too much. So when you have a walk break pace like that, it's hard to not do well if you're that efficient when you're walking.
Yeah. I think it's another example. You have to stick to your own plan and do your own thing, and you can't get sucked up into other people's stuff.
Yep.
The other things I like about, and we were talking about this earlier, taking walk breaks, is especially out here where your elevation profile is a pancake, right?
Mhm.
So like you're always using the exact same muscles over and over again.
Mhm. This is just super delayed. If you move the mouse over here and click live, it'll bring us to
Okay.
to where we are. It happens like that for some reason. I've had to keep clicking live there to get us to where we are. I
Okay.
don't know why it does that, but anyway.
Anyway, it changes up the muscles that you use, so you're not, breaking completely down and going back and forth, swapping it up. The other thing is that I've liked when I've done that stuff is that if it sets a schedule. Some people have their watches beep. It sets a schedule, and a lot of people will use that for like nutrition reminders.
Mm.
I'm going to run 10 minutes. I'm going to walk 2 minutes. So I know every time it's a walking break, then I need to eat something and drink something. And so it keeps you from forgetting and then falling behind.
Mhm.
When you're walking, your heart rate drops down.
Mhm.
I think it makes, cools your body down. I think it helps with digesting of stuff if you're not breathing hard and you're walking as opposed to running. So there certainly are a lot of advantages to it.
And so, another advantage kind of along those lines, like you're talking about how some people set alarms on their watch, to go off every so often to take walk breaks or whatever. One of the good things about a race like this is you can break it up by laps, or sections of a lap. Like if you want to walk the straightaways and run the curves or
Yeah.
vice versa or whatever, then you can do that. Or if you want to take a walk break of 1 lap you're gonna walk or something like that. Like it's easy to kind of break it up for something like this because we always hear from people saying, "Oh well,
Hey,
is that Chad Bond?
yes, it is.
Well, come on up, Chad Bond. Jeez. We got it. We're in the presence of a legend who's not on the track.
We're gonna
Hand me that water.
we're gonna break our budget though if we have to keep paying get these guest appearances.
We're already down a few hundred. No. No credentials necessary.
I'm gonna
Gentlemen, man.
I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna take it off mute.
How y'all been?
Good, man.
We're doing good. We're
Yeah.
actually this is a good excuse to
This race was designed by him for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he made this race. Yeah, qualified. That was like that's why. Yeah, he made the race. He and Riley. He and Riley are co-racing. Yes.
yeah.
Everyone races. Basically, everyone on this track. Really. It's like we got these people. Like you see the woman in the white hat directly across
Yeah.
there. She is what the 48-hour, not the current.
Yeah,
one,
that's
but
Victoria Brown is her
Victoria
name,
Brown.
right? Yeah.
From Canada, and she has a ton of like same records. Most of them at like the 48-hour.
48 hours
Yeah.
on a train.
Okay.
Joe Fegis doing the 6-day. Those are always on a small loop. Like that when he did the he did 600 something miles. The number escapes me, but it was on like a half-mile loop track. Yeah.
That was at the Dome, wasn't it? Oh no.
He's done that one too, but I think when he did over 600, it was overseas. I could be wrong. Yeah. Well, and it was ridiculous because like I'm getting up going to work every day, doing my work, and then I'd switch windows and he's still running.
Yeah.
I get up, I come in with a coffee, pull up my computer, he's still running. I'm getting ready to read something before I go to bed. I pull up my phone, look it up, he's still running.
All week long.
And he was doing and he was doing I think he was doing like a 2-hour nap or an hour nap, something like that, like once or twice a day. And then once he started running and got back in the groove, he would do like 10 to 30-minute miles endlessly.
Insane.
It was like he did 140 like the first day. And then the whole rest of the week was like 80 to 90 miles every day. And, because he was 2 to 4 hours of sleeping. So he wasn't getting to 100, but no.
Yeah.
It's
hard enough to get out of a chair. So.
Oh, we're at 3 hours. So I'm going to do a share screen real quick.
Yes.
Yeah, you can show. We're not,
Came by to.
Yeah, we have an open house selling. By the track. I got the
all right. So if our math is correct,
And by our math, I mean your math.
yeah, it was like 8, if you were running an even split which most people don't do, like 18 and a half or something miles at 3 hours equates to 150. And so Chad, like the men and the women right now, last place on the team, 6th place is like 148, 149. So most people are like 150 and higher is what they're shooting for. And I mean, if you look at this, we're a little bit past now, so it's about 2/3 of a mile past 3 hours, but like 23 miles, 20, 21, 21, all the way down. So like every single person except Alex, like even Bob's out here for a training run. I mean, if I could put words in his mouth, but I think that's what he described it. I mean, now we're past 3 hours. So, but he's probably at a 140-mile pace. So like everybody out here, and then watch these splits. So I'm going to pull up Naringa. So here's her warm up, 3 mile warm up, doing 8-minute miles. And then watch this. All these upper, so that's like a 740, 745 mile.
How consistent.
That is just
I mean, it's always
crazy.
5 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I do have the second screen on the wrong side. It's hard to switch back and forth.
Once you understand.
Yeah. Yes. So if the people watching didn't hear that, the question was, did anybody declare going for a record? So Tony, Tony Bruno. So he's here. So he is trying to get the 55 to 59 100-mile track American record, which is 15:28, if memory serves me. Bob Hearn owns that. And there goes Bob. Hey, Bob.
Break his record right in front of him.
So, but Bob is a humble, chill dude. So he's going to be cheering for him if he's close. So he declared that. I think that's the only record that somebody declared the intention to go after. Nikki Harvey, who just went by, in my mind, I'm watching her. She didn't say anything about it, but she's run really, really low 16s before in these events for 100 miles. And her age group American record is 15. Yeah, it's in here somewhere. I have to write stuff down because I'll never remember. Her age group record is 15:52. So
Right there.
yeah,
It's got a good shot at going down.
yeah. I think the biggest intention by people is to try to like hit 150 and make the team.
Because we've got this binder here. And this is this column is the goal that they have. So like you see Pat Hassler, Naringa just run more miles.
Sounds right.
Pat wants to do 150. There's Tony, sub 15:28 to break the 59, and then 100. He also wants to do 150 miles in 24 hours.
Oh, he did Charleston 100. I remember. Did he, Anthony?
Yes, he has done that twice or maybe 3 times, I think. No, you're thinking of Anthony Brungard, not Bruno.
Gotcha.
But Brungard is here too.
Oh,
They're both there, but they've been running together actually like the whole day. It's the guy in the white is Brungard, and then the guy in the blue is Bruno.
I'm gonna look up Jack. He just came by.
Still in the lead.
Yeah, just look at his laps, the leader. So he was running pretty much with Naringa. Yeah, so so that's pretty crazy. They're almost at 100 laps in the lead, and she's only 1 lap back.
and he started with.
Yeah, 9 a.m. A little bit of an unusual start time, but
Yeah.
I like it. It gives people a chance to not have to get up and at the crack of dawn right before you are then going to be up for 24 hours, get a regular night's sleep.
Yeah. You're traveling with.
Yeah.
We went like around the hotel.
You have to apply, and I think I'm going to put words into Jacob and Riley's mouth, but they don't want 100 people out there, so you're weaving all over the place. if they don't, and I think this might be around the sweet spot of where they want 25-ish people.
It's perfect because there's not a whole lot. And then you have some where it's intentionally, but overall, nobody's having to go.
Yeah.
It's eerie main lines.
Yeah, and I think if they weren't full and somebody of a reasonable pedigree, wanted to run, like I ran the first year with Camille on the track and all that, but it's because I was trying to set the age group state record for the 50K. This little obscure, so I was going to be running 8-minute miles, so I would fit in and not cause trouble because 8-minute miles with these people is normal. By the way,
It's 24-hour.
by the way, so I ran the 50K and then I walked to 50 miles and then quit. But I ran the 50K in like 4 hours and 9 minutes.
You get the state.
I was 9, yeah, and which has since been gone because it's soft. But at that point in the race, I was still like 10 laps behind Camille. And at that race, I think that was like 2 years ago. She set the world record in I think it was the 100-mile track. I mean, it was absolutely. She was running 7:30s at like mile 80. It was the nuttiest, like just moving. And so I think I told you this. So I was over on that curve, and I was walking, or slow jogging or something, and I don't remember. But let's just say she was at like mile 70 or something. And so she was suffering, right? And she's coming up, and I hear her say, "How bad do you want it?" And so I turn around and I'm like, "I don't give a shit." And they're like, "Oh wait, she's talking to herself." She's like, she was just trying to like keep her head in the, yeah, she was trying to keep her head in the race. Yeah. But I remember like, I really don't care. I'm trying not to quit. Oh, no. Yeah, you're just, sorry. Yeah.
Like this guy's.
Yeah. Yeah. I also got, what's her name or what's his name that she's with? I can't remember his name. Yeah. So he is out here. So I came by one time when I was running. And so she lapped me like 10 plus times, right, over the first 50K. So she's just gradually pulling by. I come by one time and he goes, "Careful on the pacing now. Don't get too close to her." Pacing close. And we're like an hour and a half in or so. I'm like, I never was running with her. There was never a time that if you looked at us for 10 seconds, you would be like, "Oh, he's running." I was not like, really? But I guess if you're going for that stuff, you're extra sensitive to every little thing. Yep.
Got any? No. Are you streaming something? No. The track stuff?
Well, what about like paved? You like
No,
paved
I'm
stuff?
looking at Canal Corridor.
Oh, okay.
Nathan just ran that one.
I'm sorry, just talk to Nathan.
Yeah, he'd have good intel for you. But
I talked to Nathan about it. He's ran it twice. First one was playing about 30 miles. Asphalt. It was all on it.
yeah,
Fast. Still gets done in nice.
yeah.
I think that's where he is.
So,
By the way, I just saw Nikki coming by, putting on ice in her arm sleeves.
Starting to warm up a little bit.
Yeah,
Sun's
I'm
more
wa-
hot than it has been.
yeah. I'm wanting it to keep staying away. Stay away, son.
few of the women are just in sports bras, Pat has like his shirt off. You can tell that they're
Where's Pat right now?
standing big man. If he's in the bathroom. Must be either.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
He's another one who, like, every time he comes by, he reminds me of Jacob. Just how, like, look at how he's smiling.
Yeah, that's exactly the same as 3 hours ago,
Yeah.
which is a good thing. It's gonna be time to go banana time soon. Yeah, there goes Nikki with the arm sleeves. Yeah, she's got, what are those Nike? Yeah, I saw at least 3 of those. So those are legal?
Yeah.
Because they look like they're,
I think their first version was non, but that was
okay,
that was the first
okay,
flyer.
yeah,
And then people were like, this is not really fair, so we need to have a standard. And so like World Athletics was like, okay, what is it, like 40 millimeters or whatever is like the max
yeah.
stack height, and only one. I think the carbon plate was the main thing. They said you can only have one carbon plate because there were some shoes that had like 3 in them. And it's basically like you're running in moon boots at that point where they're just like bouncing up and down for you. You know what I mean? It's like we gotta like yes, technology will advance and your shoes are always gonna get better, but at the same time, like they need to still be fair where they're not doing all the work for you, essentially.
I bought my first pair of plated shoes last year. Oh my God, it's full.
Which ones were they?
New Balance Super Comp.
Are they fun?
Had no idea. Like the super shoe thing is real.
Would you pay like $200 for them?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, here's some math for you. So Jack, the leader, just hit 25
Mhm.
and some change. So times 4 is 12 hours. And so that's a 13-12
Wow.
pace, 100-mile pace. And
So
then
if you got to factor in like maybe an hour's worth of, like
Yeah.
delaying or whatever,
yeah, so you could do, yeah, I mean, you could do like
it's like
a,
14-12. He's looking at 14:30-ish if he can keep it up.
I mean, that's where you want to be because if you come through 100 miles and say 14 and a half, then you have 9.5 hours to go 50 miles, which is,
That's still not.
but a 10 hour 50 is a 12-minute mile, 5 miles an hour, 5 times 10 is 50. So I don't know what 9 hours is for 50, but let's call it 11-minute miles or something instead of 12. But like it feels like, again, I'm talking about people that are immensely better runners than me, but it feels like if you get to that point in the race and you're them and you're past 100 and you can see that goal, like that's got to be a big motivation. Tony still looks exactly the same.
Yeah. How crazy is that though, that you have to make it to like 14.5 hours to give yourself hope to get your ultimate goal,
Yeah. When
14.5 hours for 100 miles and you're like, I still got to crush it for another 50.
Mike Morton is he still has some age group records, I think, but at one point he had the 24-hour American record and he came through at 13 low.
For the 100 miles.
Yeah, and he ran like 172 or 174.
It's insane. It's hard to fathom.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like imagine, I mean, running 100 miles in like 13 and some change. And then you run another 70 miles on those legs.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Really good mark.
We have some,
I don't actually think of it.
yeah, we have some people joining in later. I was going to ask them some of those questions like Zach Bitter's going to try to pop in. Jake Jackson's going to try to pop in. And I'm just going to be curious to ask them like 9 hours in or 8 hours in, like, are you completely bored? Are you locked in and like focused on every little thing? Are you already sore? I'm gonna be curious to see what they say.
Yeah. I think I want to, if I can, I'd like to zoom in for that to join
Mhm.
at work,
Mhm.
like the three of us be on.
Yeah,
Again,
I
I
just,
turned my camera off so people can still see that and just him, right? The track and then him.
yeah, let's see. So if we turn, yeah, if we turn the camera on here, then we get the split screen. So I think if we do 3 people, I think we'll have even thirds. And
That
if we
mess
have
it up.
if we have 4 people, then we have 4 blocks.
But if it's just,
So it should be fine.
but if my camera's off, then wouldn't it still be just the track
Thirds.
and then Zach, if his camera's on and yours and mine are off,
Yeah, but I was gonna.
you were going to be on for that?
I think I was gonna be on because otherwise they would be talking
To-
like at
Yeah.
at a voice in the
Yeah, that makes sense.
space. There goes Naringa again. Colleen. She is just absolutely, I mean, they all are, but she is a little extra killing it. It's funny, Riley has on a sweatshirt. Race director, Riley Moss. Mandy still looks good. Trucking right along. I wonder what it's like being a US ATF official at one of these things. Like, are you bored out of your
I
mind?
was going to say probably. I mean, you're at work, you know?
Yeah.
This is a work day, a literal work day.
He was at the Raven.
Yeah, I think she's been to a lot of these things.
You never seen Gordon? He was always encouraging.
Yeah.
Every few laps, he'd be like,
Must love her job. It's a pretty cool job if you think about it, you know?
Yeah.
Certifying stuff or whatever.
especially if the weather's right. I guess this seems right.
So I'm gonna I can tell that one up a little bit. So I'm just gonna do like an intro for people that may have recently joined.
Yeah.
So for anybody who has not been on the live stream until call it 30 minutes ago, welcome to the Raven 24-hour ultra and live stream. If you've seen what's it called, the Mountain Outpost
Yeah.
live streams, that is not us. We are sponsored by Duct Tape and Paper Clips. We are the Low Country Outhouse. That's probably the best way to say it.
Yeah, that works.
I think the weather is amazing. You can see it on the camera. It's cloudy. The sun hasn't been out at all so far. It's supposed to stay cloudy. The temperature is probably upper 60s now, maybe. Not too windy. We've gotten some gusts. So far, everybody's been doing great. Actually, you know what? We can do find my cursor. Screen 2. Pop over here and show you guys the leaderboard. So we recently clicked into some of these folks if you just joined, and they're pretty much all just running even splits. But Jack's in the lead at 25 miles. Naringa's been right on his heels all day. They're running sub 8-minute miles. And then we have just a massive pack of essentially everybody else that's within 2 miles. So you can see, what's Alexandra go by? Is that Ali?
Allie, yeah.
Ali Kiminiti from 24 miles. I mean, you have to go way down here to 20. Like basically the entire field looks so far like they're all doing really well. Everybody's happy.
And just checking the weather here, looking like 66 degrees right now. And, you know, Brett, you and I were talking earlier about like, you can kind of tell it's definitely starting to affect some of the runners. Like we've got some shirts off, you know, from some of them.
Yep.
We've seen some sleeves with ice in them. We've seen some bandanas on the neck with ice in them. So it's definitely warm enough to where that's something that these people are starting to feel out here on the track. But it's also not like, you know, we're not dealing with Javelina heat. We're not dealing with Western States heat, anything like that. The humidity isn't insane. It's still a good time of year to run in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. But definitely not ideal conditions. If you're looking at a mid-February race in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, you're probably thinking to yourself, okay, probably like 40s, 50s type of weather, you know, it's a little bit warmer than that.
Yeah, I think that's a fair description. Like if you asked everybody, if you polled the audience, they'd probably like about 8 to 10 degrees less.
Yep.
But I mean, you live down here too. I mean, we've all done races at this time of year where it's been 80 and sunny and it's just awful.
Mhm.
So I think all things considered, we'll take it, especially because next week, Chad, another polar vortex is coming.
Yes.
And one of the days, Wednesday, Thursday, the high is in the mid 40s and the low is in the mid 20s.
Perfect.
So I'd say this is better than that.
My track kid's gonna love
Looks like Victoria might have an ice chest or a vest.
Oh yeah.
Ice up front. I don't know. Caught something there. So a little bit about the track. I love the track. You see the trees on one side this time of year in the winter when the sun is a little bit lower. Even if the sun were out, that whole side of the track is in the shade except for 11 to 3, 10 to 2, something like that. She's doing the catch up to her club sprint again. Far in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a nice track. It has coverage even on the sunnier days. You can't really see it here, but off on the left side, there's some tents that are on the edge. So if you've been to or watched some other track races like Desert Solstice, they've got their tents all the way up to lane 2 or 3 in the porta-johns to just give every possible advantage to the runner to not have to leave the course. The town, I think, here is who it is behind it. They don't want all kinds of equipment on the track. And so the tents have to be off the track here. So you'll see people tossing bottles, handing them out. As a crew, you can walk up to the inside lanes. I don't know if there's a rule around that. I feel like I've heard the USATF people say to lane 3 and stuff like that. So you'll see people handing bottles off and things like that. You'll see people carrying bottles. I was talking earlier, Patrick, when you stepped away, that like carrying a bottle, you're carrying that pound and swinging your arms and all that stuff for miles and miles and miles instead of just taking a drink and tossing a bottle back. But then you don't have to leave the lane and all that stuff. That whole line of thinking of which way is better and does it matter. Do you know the name Matt Carpenter?
I know the name.
So he was like, some people might actually consider him the greatest mountain runner of all time.
Is this the guy who had the
Leadville,
Leadville record
yeah.
before David Roach? Yeah.
Yeah, so he had the San Juan Solstice 50-mile course record,
Uh-huh.
and Dakota Jones broke it. Actually, I think before that, there was someone else too, but yeah, so he owned the Leadville record. He still owns the Pikes Peak Marathon record,
Mm.
which is like 3 hours and 16 minutes,
Mhm.
which to most people probably doesn't mean anything, but you go from under 7,000 feet of elevation up a technical trail to over 14 and back down, and several hundred people do it. So you're passing several hundred people on the trail too, at one point or the other on a single track trail. And he was like a mad scientist of ultra running. He had his nutrition down to like sips, where he was like, okay, well, it's not good to say I need to drink 12 ounces of water an hour. So every hour at the top of the hour, I'm just going to down all 12 ounces. So some people break it up. He had it down to like, I need to take a sip every 2 minutes.
Interesting.
And he took razor blades to the bottom of his shoes and cut out in between the tread where like he didn't have foot strike contact and stuff like that. He cut out foam of his shoes because he figured out with calculator, if I take 2 ounces off my shoes, I lift my legs when I'm running 100 miles, hundreds of thousands of times 2 ounces less. Yeah, that was like,
Thinks of everything.
that was Matt Carpenter, the mad scientist, goat,
Anything it takes to
mountain.
get that advantage.
Yeah, he has some, he had one of the highest ever VO2 maxes ever measured. It was like 94 or something like that. And I'm going to get it wrong, but he's run he's run a 2 hour and 45-minute marathon at 15,000 feet or something like that. I mean, we can pull it up on here to verify it, but it doesn't matter for the purposes of this. And he's run like a 250 something marathon at 18,000 feet. Yeah, they had it was the Fila or Puma or something Sky Runner series where they ran at different places around the world. So they'd go over to like all and measure out as flat of a course as they could, but that was at high altitude and all this.
I mean, it's 18,000 feet. You're talking higher than Everest Base Camp.
Mm-hmm.
The oxygen's so low.
And running a sub 3 hour marathon.
That's insane. It's hard to even fathom that somebody could do such a thing.
I'm going to go down and check on my phone and make sure that I haven't been getting any texts or
Emergency text
messages that I need
yeah.
to be concerned with.
Yeah.
So you'll see the camera
Yep, no
wobble
worries.
a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? Just to break it up a little bit, sit down and zoom in on students for like 1 moment. If anybody cares, they can. Like you.
Nasty email on its way.
Yeah.
Pretty dialed in.
Yeah, he is. He's looked really good all day. And for those of you listening, Chad was just mentioning Pat Hassler there as he comes by. It looks like he's got arm sleeves now for the first time that I've seen anyway. Probably stuffing them with ice. He also had a nice bandana. So, here we are, mid-60s, but people are definitely doing everything they can to try to kind of get ahead of the warmth so that they can be as unaffected by it as possible. And it seems to be working well for Pat if we're just going based on form. I mean, the way that he looks as he's going around that track is he looks like nothing can stop him right now. Yeah, I think Brett was right about Victoria there. It looks like she's got some ice packed into her chest there, like right below her neck. That's interesting. I don't know that I've ever seen that. Usually I see on the back, they'll have the ice bandanas on the back of their neck, but she's got it up there on the front. I mean, she's done so many of these things that I imagine this is probably not the first time that she's done it. So I'm sure she's doing this from experience.
Be sensitive to every situation.
Yeah, dude, you got to lose hair. Right. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think somebody of that caliber is not gonna risk doing something that they don't feel like is necessary.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, probably the same can be said for every single one of these people out here because it takes a lot to even get to the start line of this race in the first place.
More after my own heart, doing and running.
It's about maximizing efficiency. You can't stop and sit down to eat or drink. Just go. Do it while you're going.
So are they around a marathon?
I
Ish.
suspect. You want to hop on and see? I suspect they're right around there.
Yeah.
If not, then getting
I
close.
think I might go give them a marathon vuvuzela.
Yeah, I think they deserve it. Yeah, we got a few over just a couple over a marathon.
3
and
more
a few
laps.
coming here.
So far, so good.
Yeah,
You doing good?
it doesn't rain.
I know. Well, the weather forecasts that I've seen say very little chance of any accumulation at all. It's wind
Yeah.
when the sun is coming up, and then that's when there's a chance
Yeah.
of. So, fingers crossed it stays like this because, yes, is that like an ice vest?
That's what I was talking about that when you were down there. It looks like she's basically got a bandana on the opposite way that most people have.
We're just talking about like Nikki has, we saw her putting ice in her
Yeah.
arm sleeve. Micah's got doesn't look like much ice in there now, but
A few of them do. Pat
Yes.
on it too.
yeah, just talking about different things.
Hotter than it feels to us.
I know.
Hey, meet you at, around midnight jury.
Oh, really?
Oh, you know what? We have to do this. Hang on a second. Where's my cursor? Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, they were telling us to shout people that we would shout them out. Oh, your mom says hey.
All right, we have to do this. I don't know if the light's any good. There's the race director, Riley. Hi, Riley. All right. Thank you for entertaining me, Riley. Hardest working woman in show business. Oh, yeah, and there's a delay. So just watch that
And
screen
it might be
and you'll
even
see
more
something
delayed
like
here.
that.
It might be even more delayed. We might have to hit live here. Yeah, there you are.
All right, yeah, we're using this so we can see if we mess up and drop our camera or something. And then you can also see the chat. Yeah. So held together by duct tape and paper clips, but so far so good.
Taylor? Yeah. I think we need to give another call for shout outs here for anybody who's watching right now in the chat. Drop a request for any runner that you might be following who we want to shout out, and we'll give them a shout out. We'll tell them who it's from, and I'm sure they'll love to hear it. They'll probably take any encouragement they can get.
Turner,
Oh, that's exciting.
you gonna dance?
Brett, we got the turnaround coming up here soon. 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Turn.
Yeah.
A wonderful.
Actually, I want to get that on video.
Yeah.
I've been hearing so much about it. I've never seen it.
Where do they do that?
Right here.
Right here at the line?
So he'll move like a cone out here,
Mhm.
and then you run around it, you go back the other way.
You never run on a truck?
No, I got to do Midnight Dreary.
Yeah, you do.
And then the crazy thing, like you have to remember is, like this one's easy. Usually nobody's gone, but like later on in the day, there will be people that are like this.
In their car.
If I'm taking an hour off or whatever, they come back later.
Yeah.
If you've changed directions, come back on the course, you're supposed to go the old direction, finish that lap and turn around because the timing mats and stuff are expecting that.
Mhm. This is definitely making me want to do Midnight Dreary. I can't do it
For
this
sure.
year. Yeah, for 20. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was hotter than it
Absolutely.
should have been this year.
I died.
It was slower.
You were like on cruise control.
I was affected.
Yeah,
It was rough.
I thought, okay, well, I'm gonna start out running 10-minute miles and fuel, and just go super, super, super slow. And I felt fantastic. And then all of a sudden, after 4 hours, like the world ended. I was just so hot, sweaty, soaked. The sun was out.
After 4 hours.
I think when you have the sun beating down on you, like the heat, you gotta be hotter on the track. They got a good train going.
Yeah, I love when it did definitely.
I mean, they're talking
Yeah.
happy. There's the Hearn. The owner of the trademark on the Hearn turn.
Like, turn the music off.
What I'll probably do is when we get to the turnaround, I'll probably just take that off. And I'll probably, yeah, I'll probably go right there. And I catch the people turning around. Yeah. They've been working at it. The wind is not bad. It's just all of a sudden you get these huge gusts. Look what Jake said. Yep. Yeah, Jake, I don't know if you heard us. We were talking about the Hearn turn too. It's going to be a party at the turnaround. It feels like we've been talking the whole time, but it still feels like blank
Oh yeah.
in like almost 4 hours have passed.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, I remember calling out, it feels like 5 minutes ago that we did noon at the 3 hours mark. Here we are, it's almost one now. And yeah, it feels like we just started. So it's like Tony and Allie dropped one of the other Tonys, the other Tony. And so it's just them two for now.
I tell you what, Tony, he was a little bit anxious about what condition his body was in. He is not looking like there's anything going on right now.
Cranking out a marathon.
Yeah.
As far as we,
I mean, 170 some mile an hour a week.
yeah.
What's the most miles you've ever run in a week? Like,
Not
not counting a race. Yeah.
I think like 72 or something like that. Nowhere near that.
I don't think I've gotten past the 60s because I feel like, yeah, because the challenge is,
With Chris coaching you, right?
Yeah.
He likes the time
Close.
Yeah.
Well, he.
yeah, I almost fell down doing a Hearn turn one time. But yeah, so like the challenge as a more recreational runner is when you put like the big benefit is putting up more miles, but then like following it up with another week of that and another week of that, not just doing it one time. And that's where it gets really difficult. When you walk out the door and you're like, if I don't run 12 or 15 miles today, I'm going to be behind where I need to be for the week, day after day after. And like my body, for me, it just feels like once I get past the 50s, I start losing the benefit of training. Like I'm so fatigued, I can't do any sort of speed work or anything like that. But I guess that's what makes these people actual runners compared to me.
Yeah, right.
Damn, they all look really good.
Yeah, they do. That group that just came by, they're all so smooth.
All right, I'm going to share the screen and pull up the splits. I can't find the cursor. I need to do this ahead of time. There we go. Naringa's hauling ass and about to come by again. I want her to look at her splits. So she's running 8-minute miles for the first 3 miles. That was her warm up. And then she's been running, what is that, 7:45-ish.
I mean, look at all of those. They're all like 156, 157, 158.
You love to see it. She is just hauling ass.
Chad, look at this. Splits.
Yeah, these are Naringa splits. So she did was it 141 at the Dome last summer or something? So Naringa's eighth right now on the list. So she's trying to move up, but look,
Someone has already dubbed it.
yeah. Let's see
I
how
mean, basically everybody here could be done.
let's see how. All right, this
Somebody
is
has dubbed that.
this is Tony Bruno.
Look at that.
So
It's
he's
all too,
it's
right?
the same. So he's trying to set the age group 100 American record,
Will they have it? 70th hour.
and they're all so close to each other, which is good. They're all they pick somebody at random. Let's pick Megan. So this is Megan Alvarado splits. So that's 840, 830, 840.
Fillmore.
I mean, like nobody has inconsistent splits. They're all within like 10 seconds.
Yeah, so she's everybody is zooming. You love to see it. It probably buffers a little bit or something. I mean, it's
Jackson's done his fair share of furniture.
I know. Yeah. The last time I did one of these, I think it was like the 8 hour turnaround. I almost fell down. My legs were so tired. God, she's hot so much. And I forget who was that behind Tony that's been running with them.
Allie,
That's right.
Emanidi.
She looks like exactly same, totally fluid,
Yeah.
comfortable, no strain. It was Whitney Richmond. She looks exactly the same. Yeah, I need to stop. We're going 24 hours. He's got a
Like late afternoon. He's gonna be here. He's gonna be here all day.
yeah. Because if anybody's watching the stream and you know Noah Moore, Noah backed out, so there's only two of us to run the live stream.
Not talking about it.
Yeah, I'll be here. I need to stop talking for a while and save my voice too.
Yeah, take breaks.
Yeah.
End up with a sore throat.
Yeah, Bob looks good. Harry looks good. Tony looks the same. Micah, Jacob, Nikki. Oh, sorry. Good to see you. You know where to find me for the next 20 hours. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wander, stop talking a little bit, save my voice. Might grab a banana or something. And I'll watch the clock. When we get to the turn
Yep, 10 minutes.
in 10 minutes, I'll stand over there and film it.
Cool. Sounds good.
Good job.
Almost turn time, Dan. Dan, how many of these you do a year?
This is my second timing event.
Oh, ever?
Or, okay, for, that's not our race. Yeah, so
Okay, I
did
see.
Night Drury and this, one, and again, now this.
Got you. Are you trying to get more of them? Yeah.
I've been working a lot with, I've been picking Mike Melton's brain.
Uh-huh.
He's helped me
Okay, cool.
practically all week long. I had him on the phone. Hey, what
Yeah.
about this? Hey, what about this?
Yeah.
Big learning curve for me. Now I started timing our events where I took over in Bronze Dragonfly last year
Mm,
because Jason, he just isn't very detail oriented,
mm,
so he would miss a lot of things.
mm,
And it got to the point where it was like I need to step learning.
Mm.
So I kind of took a crash course in learning the system.
mm.
So I have done, this is my second race for someone else. I've done bronze, Sultry, Savannah Rails, Warm Slow. Oh, and SSOB. So I've done 5 of my own races now.
Nice. So you got it going now. You got the groove of it basically, right? Yeah.
Can't say that I don't get nervous,
Yeah.
especially when it's somebody else's.
Yeah.
This
Yeah, for sure.
driven her crazy for the last few weeks
Yeah.
because I'm just constantly like, oh my god, what about this? Oh my god.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Mike is probably sticking by her here.
Well, things seem to be going perfectly so far as your end. So yeah. Yeah. Got the results up here. We've been showing it on the live stream. It's updating immediately like it's supposed to, so it's perfect, man. Oh, nice. Yeah, I bet. Yeah. Okay, where's the device? Can I see it? I've never seen one of them.
That's the router, then there's the dish. Thing that looks like a corn dog. Yes, exactly. Okay. Yeah, that's the dish there, that's the router.
Right, 5 minutes till turn. Almost turn time.
Attention athletes, 5 minutes till we have a reversal. 5 minutes till.
Calling my name. You need somebody to go out there and vomit. Just the man for the job. Yeah, I'm gonna put my headphones in and I'll go down there in
Okay.
just a minute.
Yeah. Got to work to give the people the best view of the Hearn turn.
That's right. Let's see, where are we at? Still 5 minutes.
Yep. I'm like watching all these people go by, and in my head, I'm thinking like, I want to be like all of them. Like, I want to
It's
be
very,
them.
It's very, if running is your thing, it's very inspiring to
It
see.
definitely is.
It's like that guy George that you called out that was in the chat earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
So like we went to college together. And like my marathon best is low 3 hours.
That's amazing.
And
man.
he's like 25 minutes better than me.
Wow.
So 1 minute per mile better. Like the gap is huge. The difference between me and him,
Uh-huh.
25 minutes. We'll take 25 minutes off his time. And now you're down to like 2:15 ish. Like the difference between him and those people is unbelievable.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And like he's already that much more of a better runner than I am,
Yep.
and they are of him.
Yep.
And then the people that are like 202 marathoners compared to the 215,
It's night and day. Yeah.
yeah, it's crazy the talent some of these people have.
Yeah.
Of course, comes from work ethic and stuff too. I'm gonna head down there.
Can you still run that fast?
If I,
Like if you cranked out a marathon on this track right now today.
yeah, if I was tapered, all that stuff, blah blah blah, perfect weather, all that, I'd probably be in the teens, 3 teens,
Wow.
something like that.
You're fast,
Yeah.
man.
I mean, that's a guess, and I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't want to have to do it.
Just hit 50K. Yep. Oh yeah, I see. 30.074. In 4 hours, that's pretty good.
So you run, you know, like
Uh-huh. Yes.
All right, I am plugged in. Pardon my camera work as
Oh,
I
Jacob looks like he's walking. Like it's insane. His form is so nice.
another person there been around.
Mm-mm.
He lived in Savannah for a good while, and he got Colorado. He finds me so much of the way he runs in the gym. He just very effortless.
Mhm.
Really know how to that energy. You know, it's just very fluid, very elegant.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try to stabilize the camera. Can you hear my voice now? Is it coming
Yeah,
through?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
We got let's see, my watch has 48 seconds till the turn. Oh, I guess we're turning now. Here we go.
All right, we are going to
Time to
possibly
turn.
see a Hearn turn. Where's Bob?
All right, we got to be on Hearn watch. Oh, there he is. Okay, so he's coming here. Let's keep an eye out for the famous Hearn turn.
There we go. The
That's
inside
it.
out move. I told you I oversold it. Oh, another inside
Oh,
out.
we
Yes,
love the
sir.
Hearn team.
See, I tried that. I almost fell down at hour 8 last year. A third Hearn turn.
Third
He should
Hearn
be-
turn.
He should be making royalties.
Yeah, right.
There's our.
Oh, we got high fives on the way back. That's nice.
Yeah, we got a whole train coming in now. We'll see if we get any more Hearn turns. Oh, an
Oh, look
early
at that
Hearn
long
turn.
distance turn.
Yes, sir. Another Hearn turn.
Oh yeah.
Bob needs to license that out. She's like, nope, not going to do it. I do not blame her. You get to a point in these things, if you ever tripped and fell, you wouldn't be able to get back up.
Yeah. Brett, I think we lucked out because it just so happened that the first Hearn turn was Hearn.
That's, yeah. It's written in the stars. Today is the day. We're going to have some qualifiers today. It's a sign. And as another sign of how elite this race is, every single runner has made the turn before the first made it back to the start line.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to wander. Pardon the camera work.
Brett, no pressure. If you don't want to, you don't have to, but just throwing it out there that maybe it might be cool to see if any crews want to talk about how their runner's doing at the 4 hour mark here. Just throwing it out there.
I might do that off camera so I can, because the tables at each tent, there's 2 tables and the runners' names are on the tables. And so I could take like a pad of paper and go talk to people and take notes. Holding a camera and trying to think of what to ask people and all that might not be too stream friendly, but I can do that on the side and then report back.
Yeah, that works. That works.
So I'm curious what your view is up there. To me, looking at the clock, it's got that I forget what you call it when you look at it, but it's a very flashy number. Does it look normal to you, or is it a very
Oh
flashy
yeah,
number?
it looks good. It looks good. It's flashing. Well, now that I say that, it's flashing a little bit, but you can clearly see like what. Yeah, see now it looks smooth.
Okay. Because it looks
Yeah.
like with the wind that they're going to leave the clock facing that way unless somebody thinks of it.
Oh, I
So
see.
so I might just
Yeah.
leave the camera on the tripod on this side and I can get a view of the runners and the clock on it.
Yeah, that's ideal. But yeah, it's pretty, you can tell. I mean, it's 402, 57, 58, 59.
Okay.
You can tell.
I'm going to go stick on the inside and we can chat for a minute
Yeah.
and then we can get a sense of what the runners look like. I need to go on the
Dan, are
other
you,
side of the see what the runners
Dan, are
look
you guys
like.
gonna turn the clock or leave it there? No worries. I figured they'd want to see that.
What did he say? Are they going to leave the clock or turn it?
Oh, sorry, Brett, you were delayed for a second there, but yeah, they're gonna turn it so the runners can see it.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to get a closer up shot while I'm here so folks can see the runners 4 hours in.
Brett, I know it's probably killer on your arms, but this shot you've got is it's kind of got the fence in focus and the runners are kind of out of focus there. So I don't know if maybe you can like lean your elbows on the fence and have yeah, more like that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. That's the kind of feedback I need. Nobody needs to see how well painted the fence is.
It is well painted. The whole facility is really nice. I was impressed when I went into the bathroom. Mount
Yeah.
Pleasant, town of Mount Pleasant knows what they're doing.
That's Tony and Micah. Here comes Jacob. Looking happy.
Got a nice little rock on from Jacob there.
Yeah. Comes Bob. Bob, we had 7 Hearn turns.
What's up?
You need to start charging royalties. That was funny that he was the first person to cross the line.
Yeah,
Thanks,
he was the
Pat.
first teacher.
I can tell a difference when I'm down here, even though the sun's not out. It feels like that there's a little bit of heat on the track. Like it's not hot, but I do feel a difference from when I'm sitting up there with you in the bleachers.
Oh, 100%. When I went down to go to the bathroom, I could tell immediately, like as soon as I mean, these bleachers are only what, like 6 feet, 5 feet off the ground or something, but you can tell a big difference when you get down on ground level compared to up here.
Yeah. Good job. Colleen, Jack, Nikki, Megan, Whitney, Naringa. Good job.
You know them all though, like they're your family, Brett.
Yeah, they're my best friends. They don't know it yet.
What's that sound?
Naringa, I was going to say something a while ago. She's the only person that looks like she might be working a little bit, but her expression is exactly the same as it's always been.
Hmm.
So it's just one of those things, the difference in form of one person running to the next. Like you don't have to be throwing a party, high-fiving people and all that to show that you're feeling good. It's Tony again with Micah behind him. All right, I'm going to put back up in the tripod in a minute. But everybody's doing good. Pardon the shaky camera while I reset it. And I'm going to disconnect audio.
Guys, that's
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah, I'm going to not talk for a little while. I'm trying to save my voice.
that's a good idea. Just like in Ultra, you got to pace yourself.
This was like. They make it the same day, so. Right.
What's up, man? How's it going? Good.
gonna do a shoe change real fast.
I thought it was not. No, he's the performance, you know. Grab them. Oh, well. The guy like Carl is down there. Yes. If they tell us. It's always good to see them. Results. Try to figure out. Yeah, yeah, right, right. Like, oh, that, okay, that's that. Okay. Hey. Can I-
Hey, this is Brett. I'm going to pop in here for a little bit. We're just trying to pass the time and save our voices here on the live stream, but the general theme so far is so far so good. It's a little bit warm on the track. I'm actually wearing a puffy jacket, but when you go down on the track, it feels like it might be about 10 degrees warmer. A little bit of a breeze, not too bad. Some annoying gusts at times. Good cloud cover. The sun has not been out at all. So if you're out there running, it's a little bit warm. We've seen people put ice in arm sleeves. There's some people using ice bandanas. You can tell some people are working, but I mean, all in all, it is amazing so far. And I've got every single finger and toe crossed. About 30 minutes ago, I went and looked up the results and ran some numbers. And the first place runner was on pace for the equivalent of 180 miles at the end of 24 hours. Obviously, most people slow down, but that's generally a really good sign when people are running controlled and comfortable. And the 18th runner was on 150 pace. So we have 18 runners as of right now that are above 150-mile pace. So obviously a long way to go. Lots of things can and will happen, but everybody looks really comfortable. They're managing themselves well. Nobody's dropped. Nobody seems to be forced to walk. Everybody is running pretty darn consistent paces. A little bit later this afternoon, in a few hours, if it works out, we've got some folks that are going to pop in on the stream that have been here, done that, own American records. And so I'm looking forward to that, to ask them some questions about what are they doing 8, 9, 10 hours into a 24-hour race? How should you feel? What are you focused on? Are you locked in? Are you comfortable? Are you bored? So stay tuned. Keep your fingers crossed for these people. There's a lot of good stuff going on. Actually, while we're sitting here, I can bring up the results to walk through to show you some examples of what I was referring to. So I'm going to pull up the results real quick. So these are the live results. So Naringa actually so Jack's taking a break. He's been the leader all day long. But I see he's now in second and 2 laps back. So he's off the track. I would guess is what that means. Taking a break for a minute. First time I've seen anybody do that. The longest other break I've seen is Jacob changed shoes for a couple minutes. But let's look on Naringa. So Naringa is currently 8th on the qualifying list. So she's hoping to move up a couple rungs on the ladder. So this morning she started out running some 8-minute miles for about 3 miles. And then you can see she was running 7:45s forever. And I'm just curious to see where she is now. So Naringa is still in. So my partner in crime, Patrick Lloyd, just walked up and I was telling him she's still running the same.
As the start.
Yeah.
Wow.
But what I noticed, Jack must have stepped off to take a break.
Mhm.
So I didn't look to see if he came back on yet, but so that is,
I think he just crossed it. Like his mileage.
oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is an exceedingly good sign that she's running even splits.
And then we've got Allie Kim coming through again, who we've been talking about off stream, that she's just crushing it right now.
Yeah.
I think she looks better than anybody right now, personally.
She looks extremely comfortable. Tony's going for the 100-mile age group American record. He's ahead of pace there, long way to go.
Also
you can
looks very comfortable.
But you can see like look at the mileage.
Yeah.
Everybody is like right on it together.
Yep.
So let me back off of this. Sometimes it's hard to see my cursor. There you go. And I told people while we were taking a break to save our voice, but I felt compelled to hop in for a minute just to
Yeah.
break up the monotony of people running in fast circles, turning right.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, that's it for now. I'm gonna hit the audio again.
she I've got a sciatic. I would rather.
All right. Brett just had his lunch and he's taking a quick bathroom break, but we're here. Oh, I see we got a chat here from Ryan. It says, "Let's go, Alex." Ryan, so we've got Alexandra who goes by Allie, and then we've also got Alex Anise, I believe is how you say his name. Is that who you're referring to? Which Alex are you talking about? I'm assuming probably Alex Anise. If that's how you say his name. But yeah, let us know and we can give him a shout out when he comes by. We can say Ryan says, "Let's go, Alex," or something. It's amazing to watch these athletes do their thing here. Okay, it's Anise, Alex Anise. Okay, so when Alex comes by, then Ryan, I can let him know that you say, "Let's go." Saw that. Yep. Yep. And just got an update also. Mandy, what's her last name? Mandy Holmes has dropped at 33.802 miles. She mentioned that she was having some pain in her legs and or one of her legs, and she wants to get back to training next week rather than having to wait. So she has dropped. Running for Smile Train, the world's leading provider of cleft care. Nice. Believe that's one of the sponsors of this race as well. All right, Ryan, I'm going to give Alex a shout out here from you. Alex, Ryan Zapolsky says you're doing great. Ryan Zapolsky. Gave you a thumbs up, Ryan. There goes Nikki Harvey from Birmingham, Alabama. still doing great. Take a look. I'm gonna take a look at Nikki's splits here. So Nikki has slowed down, but just a little bit. Like her early splits were in the low twos, like we're talking like between 200 and 210 basically. And her splits over the last, I don't know, dozen or 2 dozen laps have been like between 210 and 220. Usually closer to 210, like 211, 212, 213. So she's been really consistent. Nikki Harvey's looking really strong right now, and she has throughout the entirety of the race. Like we've seen some people throughout the race, kind of showing a few signs here and there of, maybe they're slowing down a little bit, or maybe they're taking more breaks, that sort of thing. But there are others who just seem to be moving along, and one of them just passed the screen there, and that was Ali Caminiti from Atlanta is absolutely flying. Every time she comes by, Brett and I are just in awe at how she's doing. Her splits have been consistent from start to finish so far, right in the low 2 range, and she's had a few high 1 minute range splits as well. But she's looking at last few splits like 204, 206, 203, 200, 206, 209. Now, her last split just now did come through at 3:15, so I imagine she probably took a bathroom break or stopped at her tent for a second or something like that, but she is still keeping up an incredible pace. She is almost at 40 miles. It looks like she will be hitting that in just a second here, it looks like. Hitting that 40-mile mark, and that's Ali Caminiti from Atlanta, Georgia. She is absolutely smoking this thing so far and showing no signs of slowing down or anything like that. Also looking strong is bib number 24 coming through there. That is Micah Morgan from Vestavia, Alabama. Not sure if I'm saying that city name right, but she's from Alabama. She just came through 39.519 miles. And I'm looking at Micah's splits as well. Kind of similar story to Nikki Harvey there. Just super consistent and really smooth overall. Really, really smooth. Seems like as I look through the splits, and I can show them on the screen as well. Let me see if I can do that, because it's always good to take a break to kind of show some of those. Let me see if I can figure this out without Brett here. So if I hit share and go here, it's like we're looking at the screen now here. So like take for example, let's take Tony Bruno. So if you see like some of the early splits, you're looking at like high 1 minute range, low 2 minute range for the most part. He'll have like random ones where it's like, 221. I imagine that's like a bathroom break or something like that. And then you go all the way down and you can see these last like dozen or so splits here. He's slowed down a little bit, but by not by a lot. And I think this is kind of what we're seeing from a lot of the runners right now, where their splits have kind of gone from like that low 2 minute range to between like 210 and 220 basically. That's kind of what we're seeing with Tony there. I think Micah Morgan is about the same. Yeah, I see. She might be keeping. Yeah, I think she looks a little more consistent than that, but most of her splits are still under 210. That's really impressive. If we want to look at Jacob Moss has slowed down a little bit. He was also in that like low 2 minute range for each of his splits. You can see his more recent splits have been in that like 220 to 230 range now. So he has definitely slowed down. He had a shoe change maybe like an hour or so ago. But still staying strong. His form still looks really good. See here if I stop sharing. Okay. Oh, Ryan, you're welcome. You're welcome for hosting. Happy to be here. So just waiting to see. Yeah, we got the shot here of the track again. There's Bob Hearn in the pink coming through again. How's Bob doing? Let's see what Bob's up to. Now, Bob is toward the bottom, but he's staying pretty consistent. He's been in like roughly around the 230 per lap range for the entirety of the race so far. So he's moving right along. He's over 50K at this point. There's Tony Bruno coming through, looking strong as ever. Oh, okay. Looks like we're dealing with some rain. Looks like we're dealing with some rain coming down on the track. It's tough to see on the screen, but there is definitely a light rain that's coming down now. So weather, something these runners are having to deal with now. Have to let Brett know about his phone out there and the rain. Maybe I might have to move that up here or something. There's Colleen Drehos again from Randolph, New Jersey, looking smooth as ever. You know, you can tell that someone's smooth when they're not opening their mouth as they run. You know, that's kind of a good sign that they're going at that all day pace. And that's certainly the case with Colleen. I haven't seen her open her mouth basically once. There's Ali Caminiti coming through, and then Victoria Brown still doing her thing. We got Pat Fassler from Cincinnati coming through again. And bigger group of runners here. Jacob Moss walking here. Starting to kind of see some grimaces on the faces, you know, taking some longer breaks. We're kind of at that point, I think, where, you know, we're coming up on, I guess, what, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, coming up on 6 hours here soon. And that's kind of, you know, you're kind of in that range where it's like, getting a little uncomfortable here. You know, this is well past a marathon for people. And, you know, you can tell the discomfort's starting to set in. Early on in the race, of course, everybody looks great. They're moving well, especially when it's elite runners like this, where 20, 25, 26 miles is a typical weekend long run. But Brett's back here, and I was just talking to Brett about how it's like, you know, it seems like you're starting to see some grimaces on the faces. You're starting to see some slower lap times, some people kind of maybe taking some time at their tent or maybe longer in the bathroom, that sort of thing. Still some strong runners out there looking great, but definitely I think we're at a point now, almost 6 hours in, where people are kind of starting to show visually that they are starting to feel the fatigue, I think.
Did you see his question about the music?
The music. Oh, Jake.
Yeah. So apparently if you stream music across YouTube, you can violate copyright laws or some annoying something like that. So they are playing music. It's down at the corner of the track so that we don't pick it up on the stream. And that's been playing since this morning. And then on your last topic, there's two, I would say, good pieces of information to pass along. So the first one is Tony Bruno is ahead of pace on the 100K and the 100 mile. And so 901
American record. Then.
Yeah, American record
Yeah.
age group. So 901 is 6:01 p.m. Eastern. Will be the chance at a record we have. He's running ahead of schedule. I talked to the USATF people, and I assumed that the track would be certified at like some nonsense, 399.8 meters or whatever. And they said it's certified at 400 exactly. So the 100K is at the start finish.
Okay.
So nobody has to do anything other than just watch for it and cheer. And
Yeah.
so that's kind of cool.
Yep.
And then you might have noticed Jacob's been walking for a while.
Yeah.
So do you remember he had a heart rate goal that he was trying to stay under and
Yeah.
drifted over?
It's like 130.
So he asked for some Advil. He's said he is doing fine. He was happy, laughing. He just said he's going to walk for a little while to get his heart rate average back down. So
I
I
mean,
think he's still okay.
yeah, and you know, that could be one of those things that does end up paying off for him in the long run. You know, it's obviously a very long race. Doesn't want to get too far ahead of himself, and he's gotta save some energy for later if he wants to hit that 150 plus.
Yeah.
And then Jake here I see saying, referring to what we were talking about before about, you know, we're like almost 6 hours in. He says that's about the time reality of what you still have to do sets in.
Yeah.
And that's a tough thing to think about. And especially on a 400-meter track, certainly there are some thoughts going through these runners' minds about, oh my goodness, I still have what, 18 plus hours left out here?
Yeah.
18 plus hours of
Yeah.
running around in ovals over and over.
Yeah.
And yeah, he says they also have to do something like that at Desert Solstice to avoid getting yanked from YouTube. We
So
don't wanna get taken
looked
over.
at the weather radar. I don't know if you can tell on the camera. It's just a really slight. It's almost
like a drizzle.
mist,
Yeah.
maybe.
We were talking about that while you were down there.
Okay, yeah, but it should pass and it's not a lot. So
Mhm.
temperature
okay.
still.
Oh, we were just talking about the current conditions. That's all. And what did you say?
Someone pulled up a weather map and it looked like it's just a real light thing and it should pass. So it doesn't look like any actual rain, just like a mist here and there for a little bit and then it should be gone. Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yes, they were.
That was Timer Dan there talking about he doesn't want his equipment to get wet. He's got the tarp out over some of his electrical stuff on the track.
Yeah, so maybe I'll do just a quick catch up if there's anybody that's new that's joined recently. So welcome to Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. A cloudy day, which I love. No exposed sun on the track. You'll see around the end and the trees continue around the backside of the track, but especially in the winter, the track gets a lot of coverage. There's probably 4 hours of the day where the track has full sun. But the rest of the day, the back half is in the shade. So that coupled with temperatures in the 60s, coupled with no sun, not perfect, but certainly could be a lot worse. So we have that going for us. The other thing you might notice if you've been or seen or done races like Desert Solstice is the town has us keep the tents off the track. So you'll see crews come out to do bottle swaps and stuff like that. The Porta John is also at the edge. So either the crew has to come out or they do have to cross several lanes to get aid. So you'll generally see people carrying bottles, having bottles tossed to them and things like that. Let's see what else. We had 24 runners registered, 12 men, 12 women, 21 started. Mandy just recently dropped. She said she's doing fine, but she was having some sciatic pain that she described as like a lightning bolt. I don't know if you covered that while I was gone.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's all good. No, it's all good because
Yeah. Other than that, I would say, we've had a couple people that weren't taking walking breaks that are now taking walking breaks, but
Yeah.
by and large, like you take the top, say 15 and
they're all right there.
yeah, I mean, it's really early, right? But like you extrapolate the mileage out with the paces they're running and it extrapolates to 150 to 180. So it's certainly setting up, I would think, to be where you get 10, 12, 14 hours in And if you're one of those runners, then you're seeing your goal within reach and you've, put in the hard work and you got to close.
Got another comment from Jake there saying that it's refreshing to see Jacob being conservative early. I think Riley would agree with that. She was talking earlier when Jacob was not being as conservative about how sounded like she was just a little bit worried about him, but he has noticed that his heart rate was a little bit higher, like Brett had mentioned, and I think he's currently walking last I saw him.
Yeah, I think she said he was targeting a 135 max and he let it drift up. It was a little bit warmer a little earlier,
Mhm.
although not bad. And I think he let it drift up to 140, 141 or something.
Yep.
So nothing
Which isn't,
too.
yeah, it's not crazy.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to get that under control. And yeah, there he comes through right now.
And if anybody that's been on for a long time, so at the 4 hours, we had the turn. So they're running they've made one reverse. So they're running in the opposite direction as they started now. Anybody who's been around ultras and knows Bob Hearn, we got to see the Hearn turn. And in a true sign of how elite the field is, everybody was running at such a pace that every single person got through the turnaround before the first person got back to it, which I don't think I've seen that before.
That's impressive. Oh, I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, no, thank you. Thank you for asking, though. Let's see, what else for people who may have demographic stuff. So all kinds of different states, 2 different countries people are here from, 6 people who are former qualifiers for the U.S. national team. And that's a big goal for this race. A lot of people, basically, whether you're a man or a woman, you're shooting for 150 if you want to make the team, because the men and the women throw a blanket on them this year on their qualifying mileage. 6 former team qualifiers are out here today. 2, at least that I'm aware of, current American record holders. So Tony Bruno has the age group for 50 miles. Bob Hearn has a couple of them, I think, including 100 miles and a bunch of course records. And Tony is going for Bob's 100-mile age group American record. He
in front
is,
of him.
while Bob watches, but Bob is a cool guy. He's going to cheer for him, I know. Tony is ahead of pace. So he is also shooting for the 100K age group American record for 55:59, which is somewhere around 9 hours and 1 minute. And I ran the math earlier and I've since forgotten, but I mean, I think he's a big chunk ahead of that, like 15, 20 plus minutes. Obviously things change over time, but the last I remember, extrapolating the pace he was at that point, is he was running in the mid to low 14 hour 100-mile range. So that'll be the first little bit of excitement we get in about 3 hours or less, is we should see, knock on wood, fingers crossed, an American record go down. And hopefully that'll give him a good boost
Yeah.
for that last push to 100.
I wonder if he'll know.
We're going to tell him. Yeah, so I went over and talked to the crew. They were aware he wanted to try to get that along the way if he could,
Oh, okay,
but he
I
wasn't going to do it unnaturally. But they knew that.
Okay, so he'll know.
Yeah.
Notice he's got the little the vest, sleeveless
Yeah,
vest
he's
on there
got
on
a
top, so it definitely must have
A
cooled
third
down a little
layer.
bit.
Yeah. I think even just the little mist probably helps a little bit, but it looks like it may have stopped.
Yeah.
It's like Pat's got ice under his hat. Anthony's throwing a shirt on. Micah's got a hat on. It's just amazing to me that we've seen these people pass hundreds of times. So we've kind of gotten used to each person's style and their running form and all that. And like Whitney Richmond, like exactly the same as like hours and hours ago.
Yeah. Jacob walked it in. Who are the 6? let's go through the six who are out here who former team members or
Yep.
qualify or hit the standard. or what-
Well, yeah, I wrote down qualifiers because there's a asterisk on Jacob because he qualified
during the COVID.
during COVID when they didn't have it or something like that.
Yeah.
So Jacob's a former qualifier, 159 miles. And what I didn't write down is how many times they may have been on the team. So
Mhm.
some of these people may be multiple, but Megan Alvarado, she's hit 147 roughly. Mandy Holmes was who just dropped, I think, right with the sciatic pain.
Yep.
But she was here. Whitney Richmond has done about 140 miles, and then Micah Morgan. So we still have 3 women who have been on the team before, so they obviously know what they're doing.
And Megan,
The yellow no, that is oh my
Where's
gosh,
this?
my brain
is
is
this her?
freezing.
Is this her right here?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, that's Megan Alvarado.
Okay.
I think that is Megan Smith.
Okay. So to recap, then the 3 women who we're talking about here
Who are still on the track.
Still, yeah.
Megan Alvarado, Whitney Richmond, Micah Morgan, they're all still here, former team, qualifiers, but
And all 3 look really
really good. And then there's also Naringa, who's number 8 this year. So
Yeah.
she's trying to move up. She is ahead of all of them and looks
Ahead of
amazing.
everyone.
Colleen is no slouch. She looks great. Nikki Harvey is
She
a
looks fantastic too.
she's doing that's the first time I've seen her walk, but I mean she looks amazing. She's happy, running strong. So yeah, I mean there's several women that look really, really good.
This is it's a stacked women's field for sure. And I mean, I don't know, between the 3 that are left, based on how they're looking, I wouldn't be surprised if one of them at least hits the standard. I don't know. I mean, we'll see about the team.
Yeah, when I was writing stuff down to try to keep track along the way of like where they should be, I mean you can see Desert Solstice 3.
Mhm.
I mean they were at like hour 20, hour 22, like all along the way. Even before that, they were within a couple miles of each other the whole time.
Now, Brett, we've hit the 6-hour mark. Well, we're about to here in a few seconds.
Okay.
And we've got these
Yeah, if you want to
lists
pull up,
here.
and if you want to change the pace for the stream, you can share.
Yep, I was doing that earlier when you were gone too.
Okay.
So we'll share this one.
So Naringa's in the lead. He's at so yeah, so this is good. So what we did was we made note of some of the people who are on the current qualified list. So they've, the top 6 men and women. And then we looked at their results when they ran their qualifying mileage. 161 miles for Scott Traer, for example, 154 for Don Reichelt, if that's how you pronounce his name. Lauren, Megan, Maria, 154, 53, 52 miles. Chris Roberts,
I think
100.
that's supposed to be Marissa, by the way. Live at.
Oh, yep. Yeah, typo. And then we wrote down where they were at certain hours of the day. And so at 6 hours, Scott Traer, when he did his 161, he was at 42.3.
And Naringa is ahead of that.
Yep. Yeah, she's at 44.2. So she's 2 miles ahead of that, which is good and also scary.
Yeah.
Don and Lauren finished at like 154 miles and they were at 43 miles right now. So she's only less than a mile and a half ahead of them. So but she looks really good. Naringa, I mean, she's running, she looked exactly the same as the beginning of the day.
And so on this list that we're talking about here that you can't see because it's off screen here, it's printed out, but this 6-hour mark for those who are some of the current team members. The lowest one is Jenny Hoffman, who finished with 147.7, and she was at 39.6 at the 6-hour mark. So I'm looking at currently here, anybody who's at 39.
There's 14 people that are ahead of that.
14 people ahead of that. So I'm looking at that as like, for people who are in kind of this general range, we've seen some of them, like Jacob slowed down a little bit, but like I'm looking at this range here thinking, okay, well, I've still got a shot.
Yeah. And I don't think you're sharing, but that's okay. Let's see that screen.
Oh, what am I sharing? I thought I was. I hit stop.
Oh, it should show, there should be a border around it. Maybe you are, and it's not showing the border. Whatever.
I think I was. Let's see. Click back here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, usually there's like a colored border, but yeah, so there, we were just talking through, looking at numbers and stuff. So there are, I just forgot from 10 seconds ago, 14 people.
Yeah.
So we took, here are some of the people who are on the men's and women's team now. And where were they at different times of the day and where their final mileage was. There's 14 people that are past that on the track right now.
Cool. All right.
It's early, but like, that's a good sign.
Out of those 14, you got to figure it.
Right.
Hopefully, anyway. See.
But
Yeah,
at least like,
yeah.
like
Yeah.
have a struggle.
Yep.
Alex Ennis is out.
Okay. So Alex Anise has dropped. Jake Jackson said in the chat that it's refreshing to see Jacob being conservative early.
I hope so.
Oh, I have a good Jacob story I could tell at the Hellhole Swamp. Have you ever heard that story?
I think so. I think you guys told it in the podcast.
Okay.
Sarah, it's here. If he doesn't, she's he's a-
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, so funny. So I didn't know who Jacob was. I mean, he may not know who he was because I think this was before he started getting into ultras. But you know, there's that stupid Hellhole course, which by the way, when I die, that would be like my one legacy to the running world. Because Chad Hoffa created the race. And out there's a section of the trail that they call the Jericho Horse Trail. And so
I just ran it last week.
yeah, and so he was like, I've probably done 35 loops of that stupid thing. And there's different course options, but like the most popular one is like 16-mile loop. But he's like, yeah, I want to call it the Jericho Horse Trail 100 or the whatever. And I like something, there's gotta be something better than that. So I pull up the map on Google Maps and I start zooming in and looking around. And there's a Hellhole Swamp and a Hellhole Road, Hellhole Road A, Hellhole Road B. Like, that's not very creative, but like there's a theme.
Yeah.
And he holds the race, you know, in June when it's like a 110-degree heat index. So several years ago, it may have been his first ultra. I can't remember. It goes to ring. That even looks faster than before.
Yeah. Splits.
God.
So, well, before you go on with the Jacob story, so you have the credit for coining it the whole.
Yeah, that's my one lasting legacy in
Nice.
my running life is I
mean, what a
named that
great
race.
choice for a name.
Yeah.
Because even if you're not from the area, like you're.
Yeah, I mean it's just absolutely miserable in the summer, so it needs a name like that. And
Ringa's last few splits. It's like she took a break for a little bit. But
yeah, still
two,
yeah,
still in 2 minutes in that last one. You know,
yeah.
as consistent as it gets.
So
The Jacob story.
yeah. So I was out there, I wasn't running that year, and I was gonna pace. Do you know Kevin Randolph? He
I don't think
runs
so.
the Stinger race down south of Atlanta.
Okay.
And anyway, he was coming up here to run it. I think he's cursed the swamp and written it off and will never set foot. And like he almost wouldn't come to Nathan's race, the 8-hour one that he had for 5 years, because it was in the same county as the swamp. So I was gonna come out there and pace him, and I'd left the house on the way out there, and it's in the Francis Marion.
Uh-huh.
And just like Hellhole, so Kevin had dropped. And so I was like, well, whatever, I'll just go out there and hang around. And Jacob was doing the 100K. And to do the 100K, you come into the finish line and then you have to do another out and back 3 miles to make the math right.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't out there during the day, so there's other people that can add a lot more to the story. And she may have told you some of that like he was peeing brown and cramping during the day and like was like feeling himself on only watermelon. And this could all be wrong, so forgive me, but I didn't know all that stuff. So anyway, so there's a lot more to the story, but he comes into the finish and he's miserable. He's like cramping and all this stuff. And they're like, you have to go do like, I didn't know who he was. You know, I was, and I was like, hey, I can go run with you for a few miles if you want some company. He said, yeah. So I left. I don't even know if he had a water bottle. If he did, it was empty. And he was cramping really bad. And I'm like, you need to be drinking something. And like, he had nothing to drink. And I was giving him the water bottle, and we're going along and we're having conversation. I'm trying to keep his mind off of it. And then like 10 minutes later, I look, he still hadn't drank any water. Like, you need
What are
to
you
drink
doing,
water.
man?
He did that all the way back. He was cramping, suffering, trying not to fall down. And we get back to the start finish line, and I went over and like, who's his crew? Like his mom was there. Like, make him drink a beer, a water. I didn't know how old he was. Like, he won't drink. So he's come a long way.
He's come a long way. I mean, look at him now. Who could have imagined that that guy who was peeing brown is, you know, out
Yes,
here?
George.
Yeah,
Yes.
your friend here is trolling us. Is he
I-
trolling us?
No, he's trolling our friend Lee. I know what that stands for.
Okay.
It's we're in the mom joke. We've descended into the mom joke realm again. Jack looks like he's running good
I was
again.
just gonna say, yeah, he's still in second.
I mean, Bob's out here for a training run. He still looks like he's exactly the same.
Bob's moving. I mean, I was looking at his splits earlier. He's remained in the 2.5 range from the start. I mean, look, so
Is that
early
Bob?
ones. This is Bob. Yeah. So look, you got roughly 2.5 minutes for pretty much all
Crazy.
of these, and then go all the way down here. And I'm not sharing the screen, but Brett can see this. It's all.
Wow.
I mean, he's about as consistent as all of them are. I think. Let's see Victoria Brown's splits here. So like 2 teens at the beginning. So she slowed down a little bit, but still only by like 15 seconds a lap, roughly by.
Yeah, that's
half
going
a
from
second.
9-minute miles to 10. So that's not much of a. All right, so she's at 45 miles. All right, well, 45, so 4 miles to 50. 32, let's just call it like 35 minutes. Yeah, so Naringa's gonna split like 6:45 at 50 miles,
Wow, that is flying.
if my math serves me correctly.
If your math is mathing.
Yes. But like we were saying, the crazy thing is like you could go all the way down to 13th, 14th place, and they're only like 4
Yeah,
miles
somewhere.
behind. So like the entire field is going to split between 6:45 and 7:30.
Which is insane. I mean, there's not many other races in all of America where that sort of thing happens.
Well, thank
Oh,
you, George.
George is actually being nice.
I'm waiting for the punchline to come through.
He was gonna say on opposite day or something.
No takes and snaps. Yeah, I know I feel like I'm saying the same thing, but sitting here, can you switch back just so I get the lap count right? Yeah, so 183 laps. So we've seen these people 160 to 180 times run by us here and on the other side of the track. And so we've seen them over and over all day. And it is just fascinating to me that almost without exception, they look exactly the same and their pace has not moved much at all.
I mean, the ones who it's moved the most, it's like moved by like 15 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, basically everybody is keeping exactly the same pace that they did starting at 9 this morning. And looking directly across the track from us, you look at Ali Caminiti there, still going strong. She looks exactly the same as she's looked all day. So we're just looking at her splits here. She's still in that low 2. She's still right between like 2:00 and 2:10 for pretty much all her splits.
So I
It's
if you ever doesn't add up to hill beans. Can't obsess about trying to run an exact split, even on a track, just because going around people,
Yep.
taking a drink, like all of a sudden you're 3 seconds different from the previous lap.
Yep. And when you factor that in, These are essentially the same.
Yeah. Who's that one?
This is that's
Okay.
and Mike. Just moving.
Yeah, and
She
I
started in the low twos and she's basically right there still, you know, closer to 210 for the last 2 dozen splits or so, but she's right there. I mean,
yeah, there's Whitney Richmond, Megan Alvarado. Hey, Mr. Jack. I mean, I think he was off the track at one point because Naringa, I blinked and she was like 3 laps up. And he looks like he's running exactly the same as he was before.
yeah, well, he was stretching his leg over there, remember,
Yeah.
for a while. Let's see what his most recent splits look like. I mean, low twos, you know,
Same thing.
he was kind of, yeah, he was kind of high ones at the beginning there, it looks like, but I mean, he's only slowed down by maybe 10 seconds a loop from those early paces. The dude's moving and all of these people are moving. It's really incredible to watch. And it's one of those things where it's like they're doing the same thing over and over, but it's just mesmerizing. I could sit here all day and watch. I mean, I do have to leave in a second here because I got to get home to Myrtle Beach, but I'm gonna go home and watch this live stream and just see what these people are doing.
It is like the only thing sillier than running around a track for 24 hours is sitting here for 24 hours watching people run around a track for 24 hours. But it is like I don't know, if you know anything about the sport, it is mesmerizing and it's amazing, especially having done stuff like this a few times and seeing how hard it is.
Yep.
It's just amazing to watch people focus and do their thing and just kill it.
Yep.
So I was looking through this sheet. What I got in front of me is the current USA national team, just to kind of refresh myself with where people are shooting for. So it is pretty amazing that you could throw a blanket over the men and the women. So the number 6 woman right now is Allie Allen, and she's at 148 miles. And the number 6 man is Chris Roberts at 149.6. So a lot of the people, when you ask what their goals are here, is they're like 150, but like that's the easiest way to say I want to make the team, is like that's a good round number.
Yep.
And then the next one up, the number 5 woman and the number 5 man are almost identical. They're at 152. So do you know when the qualifying window closes?
I don't.
I should have looked that up. I wonder if I have that on another sheet. Oh,
There you go.
Look.
Look at you, man.
I prepared.
Qualifying window is through May 26th.
So the only thing you have to hope for is that if you do move into one of those slots, that nobody pips you on it by May 26th. But
Well, I mean, you think about the big races. I mean, there's really the big three. It's this one, it's Desert Solstice, and it's the Dome. And Desert Solstice and the Dome have happened. So
Yeah.
they're kind of the last shot, I think.
yeah, there's some other ones, but they just risk being non-ideal weather,
Exactly. Yeah.
and heat and all that.
Any time frame you go past February here, you're kind of flirting with the potential for a really hot day. And even today is a little bit than these ones. I'm sure. But
It is uncanny how similar the men and women are this year. The number 3 guy is 154.3. The number 3 woman is 154. The
That's amazing.
0.3 between the man and the woman.
yeah. I mean, like you've said 1,000 times, if you took these names and put them here, it'd be almost the same thing.
Yeah, throw a blanket over them.
Yeah.
All right, let's see, what else can I find that's interesting? So we talked about about 2.5 hours, if my math is right, then we'll see Tony making a run at that 9:01
Yep.
age group American record. Can you pull up and can you share the screen so we don't put the viewers in the dark? I just wanted to see how Nikki is doing compared to the American records in her age group.
Harvey.
Yeah, you don't have to click on her. You can just leave it there. So she's at 41, 6.5. So if you just do 2.5 times that to get to 100 miles, just with a lot of rounding, that's 2.5 times, let's see, 1.5 miles is 13 minutes. So call it, just say 6 hours and 40 miles. Like she was at 40 miles at 6 hours, give or take. So 2.5 times that is 100 miles, and that's 12, that's 15 hours. So that, like, that's what I mean. She's right now, long way to go, but she's running a 15-hour 100-mile pace if you extrapolate. And the American record in her age group is 15:52.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
she's, I don't even want to try to figure out the math on 9:16 for the 100K.
Yeah, we'll hold on to it, and she's got the 100 miles.
Well, I guess
That's less than an hour difference, but still, I mean,
well, I could probably figure it out. So 20 miles. So say she's doing 8:30, that's 7, so a little less than 3 hours.
Brett, we have the pace
9:16.
calculator.
Oh, she's right on it.
Let's just do this. Which one are we doing here? Are we doing figuring out pace, time, distance?
Yeah, so she has
How many miles left?
20.
So are we doing, okay, so let's do this. 20 miles.
And then she has 3 hours, and then have it tell us what pace she needs to run.
3 hours flat.
Yeah. And this will be like there's rounding on like everything that, so she needs to, if she runs a 9-minute mile, she's going to be right around the 100K American record for 50:54.
And then she's been doing splits as of late. Still been in that like 12 mid 2 range.
That's
Just like her,
2:15 is a 9-minute mile because 2:15, 4:30.
so she's got she's really
She's
just doing exactly.
Yeah, that's so I, you don't want to break yourself to try to hit something that early when that one is a lot more likely. And I think like, what was her goal? Was she trying to make the team?
I think so.
1:30. Yeah.
So that won't make the team, but standard.
Yep.
And that's another thing is like the standard. I mean, like the team is so tough to make. Like the standard alone is an incredible accomplishment.
Can you put in?
Nope, I just stopped sharing, so let's do it again. No worries. Pull it back up.
I want to do the what if. So let's say she comes through at 9:30 for 100K. So she doesn't. So put in 2 hours. Wait, hold on. 9:30. So put in 6 hours and 22 minutes,
For how many?
and put in 38 miles.
This is assuming she comes
If
in
she
at
comes in at
9:30
9:30 for 100K, then this is what she would have to run after that
for the
for
next
the last
40.
38 miles to beat the 100-mile American
No
record.
for the last 38. Goal is 135. None of this is easy.
No, she's in the right universe though. But
Yeah. None of
Yeah.
this is easy, and that's none of this is to say anything about, oh, she can't do it. I mean, any of these people can do anything. It's a lot of it, I think, is like who has the good day, who has a good day, and can they take advantage of that?
oh, George, let's entertain me, George. So we were trying to figure out, Mount Pleasant. We can have any kind of weather this time of year. I mean, it was 83 a week ago. It's going to be 46 for a high next week at one point. And I was wondering, like, for an ultra, not like a hard effort, like a really hard half marathon or marathon, but so think back to your what the heck is the South Africa 50-mile race?
Comrades.
Thank you. So think back to, I could be talking to a ghost, but George, back to like Comrades, you're running an ultra like that. What is your temperature if you had to pick something that you were running a several hour, like for you at Comrades, what was that, 7 hours in a few minutes? Pick something that you're running several hours in, and what would be your ideal temperature if you could pick one? And I shouldn't limit it to George. If anybody else wants to put that in the chat, you can.
Yeah, let us know.
Because I think we count our blessings today. It's in the upper 60s and it's cloudy, which is great. But I bet if we asked everybody here, they would like for another 8 or 10 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacob's moving again. I mean, he's looks happy. A little bit of a hitch in his giddy up, but not much.
I don't know if my eyes were deceiving me. It did look like Naringa was a little bit slower than what we've seen throughout most of this. I wonder what that last. I mean, still 210. She's still moving, but what's crazy is 210 might be her slowest split so far, looking at all of these. I mean, like, stop me if you see a 210 here. I don't there's gotta be at least one 210 where she went to the bathroom at least, but I'm not
I
seeing.
see a bunch of 208s.
Yeah.
Chunk roll.
So that was her slowest lap right there, but it was 210. I mean,
Nikki's still running strong. Victoria, like, faster than she was. Like,
she's looking strong.
she was like, remember we were talking about her earlier.
Mhm.
Like, there's people like her that are just a Terminator,
Mm-hmm.
and there's some people that'll go off and sprint at the beginning of an ultra, and then they settle into that pace, and you could rip their legs off, and they'll keep running the same pace.
Yep.
Micah Morgan coming through.
Still looking good.
Allie. 5, is that Mandy Smith or Megan Smith? I'm getting her names crossed over.
Yeah.
She looks really good. Let me pull up her. Yeah, so Megan. So, ye of the small corner of the world called ultra running, and the even smaller corner of the world, the last man standing events. Megan won the Texas backyard last man standing with 175 miles. Yeah.
Wow.
And she's got 17-hour 100-mile speed.
That's incredible.
So that shows speed and stubbornness.
Yeah. Two good things to have for a 24-hour.
Have you ever done a last man standing?
I haven't. Have
So
you?
I've done 2. One, I won.
How far did you make it?
All of the good runners dropped. So it was 102 miles, no, 104 miles, I think.
Nice.
Bren was there. It was down to me and Bren at the end. So you know Tim Waz?
Yeah.
So the first one that he ran, oh my gosh, I'm gonna forget everybody's. Sarah Maltby. I mean, there's all kinds of great runners
Is this
there.
The one where you got a straight jacket?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you get?
I got the straight jacket. Yeah,
What was that one called?
the Asylum.
The Asylum. That's it.
And I cannot tell. I've never been so nervous that I was gonna throw up. Because it was right when it was over, they put me in the straight jacket, and I'm notorious for throwing up at the end of a long race, because like if you go from a big, huge, long effort to just stopping, your blood pressure can crater. And like if you're dehydrated, that makes it worse. But there were so many good runners there. But the backyard last man standing, you need to be a decent runner, but it's about so much more than that. And like Bren, well, the way that Tim Waz ran the race, when you get down to the last 2 people, he sent them out in opposite directions. And he, all day long, every time we were doing laps, I was making piles of sticks at the mile markers and stuff. So I could remember like where I need to be by a certain time on my watch and stuff, because I didn't have like back then I didn't have a GPS watch that could go 24 hours. So I had a basic Casio. So I knew where the halfway point was and all that stuff. And he was always passing me way ahead of that. He was so much faster than me. And just like the way things go, you know, if you've ever watched those, it's like you just get lulled to sleep and all of a sudden it's over.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And that's basically what happened. Is we took off. It was like the 4th or 5th lap by ourselves. We took off running, and I came back in, and he was standing there. And so he had left and gone his direction and gone like 100 yards and stubbed his toe on a rock or something. And you know, like when you're in that part of a race and you try to catch yourself from falling, like your whole body goes into a cramp. And his leg cramped up, and he tried to walk it off for a long time until he got to the point where it was like, well, I can't make it around now. And that was how the race ended. Okay, there's George, 50 to 55. Yep. Yeah, I love if I had to pick a temperature for a marathon, I might even say like low 40s. I mean, there's a limit to it, but
I would love a good like 45.
yeah, Megan Smith. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah. Yeah, wind and no drizzle. And Megan Smith looks exactly the same as she did 6 hours ago. and she looks happy. She looks comfortable. There's no lean. There's
Yeah.
no hitch. There's no like stiff body. Nothing.
She's one we haven't really talked about a whole lot on the stream so far, but definitely deserves her praise because of just how she's doing. I mean, looking at the I need to share the screen every time I do this because we keep pulling this up.
Talking.
But like her splits, so this is Megan Smith's splits. So like you see the laps here, low 2 minute range, maybe like
Yeah, 210.
flirting with 210-ish. Yeah. I mean, look at that. She's right there, you know, slowing down by maybe a few seconds here and there, but that's it. I mean, and there she comes straight through. Yeah, and that
Big Ben phone.
bright yellow shirt she's got there. Man, I mean,
That's for your
super
European vacation Chevy Chase movie trivia quote. Bob Hearn looks good. Jack's slower than he was at the start, I think, but he still looks really good.
still strong. Yeah. All right, Brett. I think I got to get back to Myrtle Beach.
Okay. Well, I will hold the
Back.
fort down.
Yeah.
I am going to we're going to try to get Larry on. Actually, I got to go get the phone because I got to text them. So I need to. I'm gonna. So for you guys that are on now, there's a limit to how. Wait, you can do 12 hours. I think I'll wait till after I talk to them before I reset the
Okay.
live stream for the next one.
Okay. If you start a new one and you can send me the
Yeah,
info for me to get on, I'll hop on later.
yeah, I can go down there right now to the phone and I'll
Okay.
text them all the number and I'll text it to you at the same time.
Okay. But that number is going to change when you start a new stream.
It will, but I won't. You can go 12 hours or something. So I'll go all the way to like 7 until I get off with them,
Okay.
and then I'll reset it.
Okay.
And I'll send that to you. After
Yeah, when you
that.
reset it, just send it to me in case I hop on. That's what I'd love to. I'll definitely be watching. Try to
Yeah.
hop on if I can, but
All right, I'm gonna put it on. Yeah, it's been a blast. This has been one of those way more interesting than you would have thought watching people run in circles, but I'm very happy with my life choices that we got to hang out
yeah, man.
instead of me running suffering. So
Yeah. This has been great. Man. Seriously, I hope to see you around. I'm sure.
yeah, absolutely.
Again in the near future here.
All right, I'm gonna put this on mute while I go down and send out the meeting notice to some of the folks that we're gonna have on, and I will be. Yeah, my apologies if I'm screwing up the video, but I'm sending out some meeting stuff for some people that are gonna join into the stream after a bit. Let's see. Again, my apologies if I'm screwing up the video for you guys temporarily. I got to send out the stream information for some other folks to join. It'll take me just a minute. Again, my apologies on the video. I'll do a couple things and then I'll be able to make sure I get it set back up right. So thanks for bearing with me.
Take this, please.
I'll go look what I did. That goes.
All right, y'all, I'm gonna pop in for a second before I grab something to eat. But for anybody who recently joined, welcome to the Raven live stream. There are a lot of people putting in a lot of good miles so far. There is a very chunky. Thank you. Go, Jacob. Easily 12 to 14 people that their current mileage extrapolates to over 150. So a long way to go. But if you're going to get there, you got to start by being in the 40 plus mile range after 6 hours, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of people have taken that first step. We've got some folks that are going to try to pop in on the hour at 4, 5, and 6 Eastern. People who are much better runners than I am, who own American records in different age groups. And I'm going to be very curious to get their perspective and insight into how they feel at this point. Um, what their advice, what temperatures they like, all those sorts of things. If you've been on a while, you've heard me say this a lot. We got pretty good weather today. You could probably tell it's cloudy. The sun has not been out at all today. It's a little bit humid. It's in the upper 60s, but all things considered, it's not too bad. And it's not going to get freezing tonight, which I don't like that myself in ultras because it's so hard for the body to generate heat. So it'll probably get down to 58, 60 at night, something like that. I think if you asked everybody and they could pick weather, they would pick several degrees cooler than it is here, but it's not bad. It's certainly good enough weather for people to be able to hit goals that they're after. We've lost a couple people. Oh gosh, what's her name? Sorry, I'm flipping madly. Mandy Holmes. She's okay. She called it lightning bolt sciatic pain, and it just got to the point. She's fine. She'll be okay. But running 150 miles was not possible with that pain. So she dropped. And then someone else did when I was gone, whose name escapes me. But other than that, we have a lot of people that are still moving well. One little piece that I'm noticing as I'm sitting here talking now is our almost all day long race leader, Naringa. She's still a mile ahead of the second place person. She's in a bit of actually a slow walk right now. She is closing in on 49 miles at 6:45. So it'll be interesting to see if she's just cooling down for a second or if something has come up. Looking across the track, everybody else is still moving really well. So I am going to take a snack here off mic so you don't have to listen to that. But we commentators have to eat too. All right, I am back after my snack. I'm loving my life choices, watching these people run and accumulate big miles. And I don't have to run and suffer, and I get to eat aid station food anyway. This is the best job ever. So the pull up 1 second, I'm gonna switch monitors. So I'm pulling up the leaderboard because wanted to go through. So Naringa has been our race leader almost the entire day. She's currently sitting down, so I'm not going to say anything beyond that because I don't know what's going on or how she's doing or anything. But she's been sitting down for a couple minutes now, so she's off the track. 50 miles in 650. We're going to start to have people roll into that mileage marker soon. And as you can tell, like there is a massive amount of people closing in on 50 miles. And this is what it's been like all day long, is like 80% of the field is running within like 15 or 20 seconds a mile of each other. And then of course, gradually splitting out. But like, we're going to have probably 12 people that split between 650 and 730 for 50 miles, which if you're trying to run 150 miles and you're trying to make the team, that's a good, you got to start somewhere in there. And Naringa just ran by, so that's a good sign. Back on the track. Sun just came out. That's the first time for the day. A little bit, not too bad. I'm glad it waited until at least 350. We've missed the chance for it to get too hot. Tony Bruno going by. Tony is going to be our first. Fingers crossed. I'm not jinxing it. Tony could be our first big celebration here. The last time I checked. Well, actually, let's hang on a second. I can share my screen again and pull up. So Tony is at, so he's got to go 16 miles in, if he goes 16 miles in 2 hours and 10 minutes, he gets the 100K American record in his age group. Pull up the trusty pace calculator. 16 miles, 2 hours and 10 minutes. It's faster than I thought. I think his primary goal is 100 miles and not the 100K. That was just an intermediate nice to have. But he was on the edge of getting that for a while. So we'll see. Also of note, where is she? Nikki. So let me pull out the American records in her age group.
Boom. Boom.
So I don't think Nikki can get to 100K in 9:15. She's got to go 17 miles in 2.5 hours. Yeah, I think she's on the outside looking in on that one. But 100 miles is 15:52 for her age group. So a long way to go, but she's got to go a little less than 55 miles in 9 hours. So if she can do a 55-mile 9 hours, then she's the new 100-mile age group American record holder, which would be pretty cool.
He probably loves seeing stuff like that. He seems like
I can do both. I can do both.
And I'm just looking over my shoulder while I'm doing stuff on the side, and Naringa ran by again. Uh, Pretty much at full pace, it looks like she was before. So that's good that she's back at it. No, we have not. I actually thought about that. There was a question in the chat about have we talked about what shoes people are using. I actually at one point thought about going and sitting down at the track and putting my phone physically on the track and just zooming in on people's feet as they came by for a couple laps. For the shoe nerds out there. Um, Tony just ran by wearing a pair of Adidas I've never seen before, so that's probably one of those super shoes. I'm not a shoe nerd myself, so it's hard for me to spot stuff from afar, but I think I see 3 or 4 sets of Vaporflies out there. I see Bob Hearn's got some Sauconys on, a bunch of Hokas. So maybe we can get a little close-up shot at some point and nerd out on shoes.
think I'm gonna be like for Ed. I'm not being, you know.
Off camera, I'm just gonna pull up
You never knew I am.
Naringa splits again just to see where she's at. Oh, this is fantastic. Let me show. This is worth sharing. So, you know, we're in our little corner of the ultra world of quirkiness. You know, you can't help but be fully invested in wanting everybody here to just blow it out. And so what I've pulled up here are Naringa's splits. Let me back out and I'll show you as I click in on it. So she's been the race leader most of the day and warmed up doing 8-minute miles ish for the first 3 miles. And then she was running 7:45 ish miles, like pretty much all day. And this is what everybody looks like, little slightly different paces, but like just a metronome, just killing it. And then out of the blue, she had a long stop. I saw her walk for a minute and then she sat down. But she's back at it again. So I don't know if she was changing shoes or getting something more heftier to eat, you know, or something like that. But she's back at it. So that's good to see that. "50 miles, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, 50 miles. Huh? Who, her? No. Oh, yeah, you said 750, didn't you? She's 650. Yeah. Well, what's crazy is there's like 10 or 12 more people over 45 miles. So like 2/3 of the race is going to be under 730. It's nuts.
50K. Almost all the runners hit the 50K mark in less than 5 hours. Almost all. That's moving.
Yeah. Well, that's what's so exciting because like a lot of the people want to put up 150 miles. So to do that, you know, you kind of have like a minimum first set of gates you got to get through, and they all just about got through it. I haven't. I think the fastest I've ever gone is 750 or something, and that hurt too.
Back in.
Yeah, mine's been a while.
I couldn't even eat that.
I just realized I did not mute. So if you heard that dying moose sound, that was a vuvuzela. So Naringa came by at her 50-mile split, and I blew the vuvuzela for her. So we'll have to keep that up as the other people come through. So next up is Jack, who's in second place. He's got a couple laps, and then he'll be at 50 miles. There goes Allie from Atlanta. She is absolutely killing it. She's half a mile from 50 miles. Yep, there goes Jack coming through. Yeah, so it's a tight bunch of people that are moving. I'm just on a side screen looking at this. So first place is Naringa, who just crossed 50 miles. So first place is 50 miles. 15th place is 45 and a half miles. And there's only like 18 people on the course. So like essentially 80% of the course is within, or the field is within like 4 miles of each other. Okay, I just pulled up the weather on the side. So it's 65 degrees. It's been cloudy all day. The sun just tried to poke through a little bit, and I think it gave up. And it'll soon be low enough in the sky. I don't think it will matter anymore. Little bit breezy, um, but in my opinion, not a bad way. Like there's nothing worse than when you're running on a track and you end up doing fartleks because you have an unnatural tailwind going one way and then it's punching you in the face going the other. It's a little bit breezy, but not too bad. An occasional annoying gust, but all in all, I think a pretty good weather day. All right. A few minutes ago, we had Naringa come by. Dang, she's sitting back down again. 50 miles. We got Jack coming next.
Miles, Jack.
All right, Naringa split 50 miles in about, I believe, 6:59. Jack from Tennessee just came through. Call it splitting 7:06, 7 hours, 6 minutes. Next is Allie. Let's see, where is she? It's going to be close to passing by. She's been running strong all day. She's killing it. I've lost her. She must have stepped off the track. I don't see her. But she's next for 50 miles. And then Micah Morgan has 2 more laps to go. And she's at 50 miles. Tony Bruno is halfway to his 100-mile American record, age group record, in a couple laps. And then we'll drop down to Megan Smith. She's got about a mile and a half left to go to 50 miles.
Order throats. Oh. Black fun with
Comes Tony Bruno.
That's funny. Colorado.
Kind of obscured where I am here, but I'm pretty confident that Allie has at least temporarily stepped off the track.
That's it. This is my favorite part. Orbit's out, right? We've done that.
Micah Morgan, Megan Alvaretto. The actual lap split comes out to like 49.9 something. So technically you have to come around for 1 more lap before you get the Dying Moose Vuvuzela cheer for 50 miles. So Micah's got 2 laps more for that. Whenever Allie comes back, she's got 2 laps. A Zoom passcode. All right, I see you, Larry. Let me see. Aha. I got it. I got you, Larry. Hang on 1 second. All right, try that passcode and see if that works. See if I type that in there. 718383. That should be it.
think he's 150. I see that, Brad?
What? What was that? Ugh.
I thought she was gonna be 150. That really was.
Yeah, I saw her stop a couple times. That's the thing about this sport, man. It's like, it's not, are you going to run a marathon in 2:35 or 2:36? It's like, you have to run on the edge of just killing your body.
Very much a buying game.
Yeah. But
I was sure he was gonna be the lead.
35 or 2:36. It's like, you have to run on the edge of just killing your body.
Here, where it starts to go
All
up.
right. Mr. Larry, how are you doing?
Hi,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
And yes, I think I might be here picking up my own voice in your background if the stream is on.
Okay,
now
turn
it's
my
quiet.
phone off.
Okay. Well, thank you
Great.
for joining in. Unfortunate
welcome.
timing. The all-day leader, Naringa, who's currently number 8 on the women's list and was trying to move up. She
Yeah.
was leading all day. She split high sixes for her 50-mile split, and I just heard that she dropped.
No,
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, you know how the sport is. It's like you're just blowing your legs off, and you have to walk that line, and sometimes there it is. So that's unfortunate.
it is.
But
She's
how
a
are you
strong
doing?
one. I'm good. Yeah. I'm in Portland, Oregon, so I'm across the country.
Okay.
Yeah, but we got dumped on in with snow for the last couple days, but now are sort of thawing out right now.
Excellent. Well, this is if you've seen any professional race live streams and things, that is not this.
Yeah.
We've been laughing that we're sponsored and held together by duct tape and paper clips.
Wow.
But so what I thought I'd do is, for anybody who just may have recently joined, is kind of catch up on what's going on, which you might be interested in too. And then since you've done a number of these things, I'd like to get your perspective on like this point of the day and those sorts of things. So if you're good with that, I'll go ahead and catch some people up and you on kind of how the day has unfolded.
Sure. Sounds good.
So we had 24 runners, 12 men, 12 women. 21 signed up, or it's 21 showed up and started. 6 former qualifiers for the U.S. national team. 2 current, at least that I'm aware of, American record holders. So Tony Bruno is here. He owns the 50-mile age group record. Bob Hearn is here. He owns a couple age group records like the 100-mile. Tony's trying for the 100-mile that Bob owns, and they're both on the track, so that's kind of fun. And I mean, pretty much, I mean, it's unfortunate to see Naringa drop just now, if that's true. And I've seen her stop a couple of times, I think it's been because, I mean, as you know, like a lot of the people here are going for like 150 miles.
Right.
And so you're on that knife edge. And I mean, even right now, there's like 18 people on the track prior to her stepping off, and like 15 of them are within 4 miles. So like literally 80% of the field is going to split between, call it 6:55 and 7:30 for 50 miles.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. The weather here is nice. So I should probably introduce the live stream to Larry, and let you introduce yourself a little bit. So Larry's done this event a couple times now. Is that?
Well, I did the Dreary once first, and yeah, I actually won that one. This was like the first midnight Dreary.
And then you qualified in.
Yeah, that's how I got into the Raven. So then I ran the Raven last year.
So I've done a couple of these, and so like I'm sure you'll back me up when you hear what the weather is today. They're like, "Oh, if you could have had that back then." So it's been cloudy all day.
Yeah,
sun has never come out. It's 65 right now. I believe it was like 80 when you did it before.
The first year of the Dreary was pretty warm. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And so why don't you, I'll give you a chance. You know, people don't really like talk about themselves and stuff, but just so people know a little bit of background, because I'll have some questions for you on this type of event and your preferences and thoughts and things. So if you want to just maybe tell folks a little bit about yourself, where you're from, what
Okay.
you've run.
Well, that's a long story. But so I grew up in Michigan, and then lived in Wisconsin for a while. And in 92 moved out to Portland, Oregon.
Mhm.
And I started running when I was about 25. I'm now 67. And I really haven't taken a break since then. When I turned 51, I decided I was just kind of tired of marathons and hood to coast and those type
Yep.
of races. So I decided to go long. And that's when, I was 51. So that was like 16 years ago. And I started going onto the trail. And I did Western States a few times, Tahoe Rim Trail, Pine to Palm, eventually Fat Dog, a lot of trail.
Yeah.
But then I did Badwater once, well, twice,
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Yeah.
and that's what kind of took me back to the to the roads.
Right.
The reason I got into Badwater is because I did what I call the Larry Slam. In one summer, yeah, I did Western States, Tahoe Rim Trail, Pine to Palm, and Cascade Crest up in Washington. So
Yeah.
I think that's why Chris allowed me to do Badwater. And I enjoyed that. I like heat, so that helped me at the Midnight Dreary, actually.
You looked impervious that day. It was, I mean, it was already hot. The sun was out. So, you know, when you're on track, Mount Pleasant track has a little bit of shade on one side at certain
A little
parts
bit,
of the day.
yeah.
But like you're in the sun, and if you don't have a breeze, the heat is radiating off the track.
Yeah.
And I was suffering in the heat. And I know you were too, but
Yeah.
you were moving.
Well, yeah, I have this thing that I do a run walk. I actually listened to earlier. I listened to you guys talk, and you were talking about people doing the run walk routine,
Yep.
and that's helped me go along, and actually it doesn't really take away from my time, especially I believe on the long, in the long haul.
Yep. Yep.
So
Yep.
50 would give us 130.
Hang on a second. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What was that?
250.
That sounds right. Yeah. Yep. Sorry, there's a USATF person asking about laps and mileage.
okay, yeah, they
Yeah.
were all there at
Yeah. Yeah. Tony Bruno he may not be on it anymore, but for a long time, you know, he's shooting for the 100-mile age group
Yeah.
record.
Yeah.
And he was running well enough for long enough that he had a chance to hit the 100K along the way.
Yeah.
So I think that's why they're asking. They wanted to keep an eye on that, but I haven't looked in a while to see how he is. He just ran by. He's still moving good.
He's a buddy of mine.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I mean, he looks happy, having a blast.
Yeah. I
So
actually was with him last year at the Raven and then at the Dome as well.
so you did you set two American records at the same race? Was it 24 hours and 200K or something?
So at the Raven?
Yeah.
Okay, so at the Raven, it was 3, actually.
Okay.
It was the 24-hour at 127 miles. And then the 200K in 23 hours and something change.
Uh-huh.
And then the 100-mile was,
Right now,
was
we're
16:38. And that's actually a world best. Yeah,
Wow. I think I forgot. I think I knew that and I forgot it. Yeah. Wow.
that's my crowning glory. And it was strange because I finished that 100 miles early in the morning, and
Mhm.
it was on the opposite side of the track. So it
Mhm.
was dark,
Yeah.
and there was just the USATF officials, and I didn't even know I set a world mark, and so it was kind of surreal. And I didn't believe I could. But if you look at the IAU, which is the International Ultra Runners Association record page, I'm on the same 100-mile record page as Sorokin and Giannis. It's kind of
That's awesome.
it's crazy. So I
That's
mean,
hilarious.
I have very fond memories of the Raven.
Yeah.
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 I mean, Jacob believed in me. He believed I could set the 200K. And Riley's mom and dad were just super supportive. David's out there handing water, sponges and everything. Give them a shout out because they're great supporters of their children and their children's races.
Yeah, they're good people for sure.
Good people. Yeah. So I have good memories of the low country, as they say.
Yep, that's right. So how many other track ultras have you done other than this one here?
So other than those two, which it's the same track for two different races, I did the it's called the Dawn, the Dusk, the Dawn.
Yep.
Or
Yep. Yep.
Known as the D3.
Mhm.
And honestly, there aren't that many track races that are USATF sanctioned. For some reason, there's a requirement. Are you hearing me? Because you're frozen.
I am. Oh, yeah, I can hear you. There's
Okay.
probably a bandwidth thing here at the track, but you never broke on your sound or video.
Okay. So there's very few tracks that are actually USATF sanctioned as a track race. There's Desert Solstice out west. There's the Raven and the Dreary, and then there's a D3, and there might be one or two more. But that's kind of it for the track USATF sanctioned track races. The other track races that are done are called, I think, short loop races, and are counted as road records. So it's kind of
good point. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there's a whole dimension of that I don't understand, because there's also track races that are certified as road races.
right.
Like even if they're an actual like normal track, not like a half mile, but like an actual track. And I'm sure someone smarter than me is probably laughing at me right now for not understanding that.
Well,
but
I think the Stinger is one of those, which is in Georgia.
Yeah.
And it's on a regular track.
Yeah.
And I think it has to do, I think it's difficult to qualify. I think the USATF has to have, records from the architect. I mean, I think it's a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
And that's why there's only a few races.
Yep. So what I'm curious about is, I've been sitting here, I'm up on the bleachers,
Yeah.
looking down over the track. And so, people are hundreds of laps into this race. So I've seen every single person hundreds of times and hundreds of more times on the other side. And, I've done the Stinger before. I've done this race twice. Not to any great result, but, so I've experienced what it's like. And I'm curious to people who are actually good at running. So we're 7.5 hours in.
Yeah.
That's like mile 8 of a marathon. So like, I think in my head, you should be almost bored, trying to hold back. You're just up on your nutrition. You know, you're just trying to
Right.
fend off when that time comes where it's inevitable that you're going to suffer. But every time I've done something like this, you know, I'm like 20 miles in and I'm already getting sore and tired and things like that.
Mhm.
Now, I'm not, you know, them that are the good runners, but I'm curious in your experience, you're 6, 7, 8 hours into a track ultra. How do you normally feel at that point?
That's kind of about the time I would start to slow down just a little bit. I mean, the key for me is to um, slow down slow. And in other words, you know, when I did 16:38, that that's just sub 10-minute miles. And I remember just hitting the splits. As long as I can keep hitting the splits with very little difference, then I'm good. Um, and there's, as you said, eventually there's a slowdown. But if you can stave that off, and as you would guess, the mind plays a huge role in, um, and I play games with my mind. If I can hold this pace until I get to 50 miles, um, you know, and I think after 50 miles is when that sort of temptation to slow down really starts. Um, and if I can play that game with my mind that, okay, well, maybe I can hold this pace till 60 miles and, you know, not give myself any a way out, so to speak. And the body can do that. It's amazing what the mind will allow if you just keep taking, you know, one step in front of the other. It's amazing.
Yeah, I've heard that, you know, there's always, just like any sport, you know, the cliches and isms and all that. And so there's like, uh, what's his name? David Horton,
Yeah.
old ultra running goat. I believe it was him that said something like, it never always gets worse or something like that.
Yeah.
And I know, Ray Krolowitz, Ray the K, you know, um, he's got a zillion of those things, but you know, I ran Henson Lake several times and he's always there. He's the number one overall mileage holder of that race in its history, I think, like total miles across all the races. And you know, one of those points where I'm having a bad day, you hook up with someone like him and you can't have a bad day anymore because he's singing, you know, he has, you know, words of advice for everything. Like, it's just stop taking yourself so seriously. Slow down, eat, drink, have fun. And so he would ask the question, he's like, you know, it's like, oh, I'm just sore. And he like, are you more sore than you were an hour ago? Like, no,
Yeah.
it sucked then. It's about the same. And what about 2 hours ago? No, it's about that. Okay, so just do the same thing. And in another hour, yeah, you'll be sore, but you will have passed another 6 miles. And, you know, so yeah, there is a big mental side of
Yeah.
that for sure.
Yeah, it's huge. And Ray is a character. When I did D3, the weather was horrible. It was the worst weather with like 40-mile-an-hour winds and, you know, sideways rain. And I think Ray took a video when he was inside the porta potty. And I understand why, because that was like the warmest place. Even though it was shaky from the wind. But he is a character, and he's been in this running business a long time. So yeah, he's a character, and it is your mind. I mean, it is my mind that allows me to do what I do. The body's gonna, you know, the legs are gonna be sore. That's what you expect.
Yep.
I mean, when someone asks me how I feel at 50 miles, well, I feel just how I expect to feel. You know, this is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? The thing about this, the 24-hour, this is plus when you put 100 miles as a goal and 24 hours as a goal, that's you're in. That's hard to deal with. You're splitting. You know, what's more important to you, the 100-mile or the? I think you even talked about this.
Yeah.
That it's, you know, you pass that 100-mile mark, and it's dark. You're not running quite as fast. It's not, well, maybe
There's not many people out there.
There's
Yeah.
not very many people. A lot of people have dropped out. It's easy to drop out at that point. It's more difficult to continue and hold pace, and that's kind of where I probably, I mean, I think Jacob thinks I could have got more miles, and I probably could have, but I let my mind, I couldn't hold pace after 100 miles. And I couldn't keep
Yeah.
up. But I would, you know, say it's a huge mind. thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, when I look back at, I don't know how many 24-hour races I've done, 8 or 10, and like the vast majority of them, you know, I don't make it to the very end. And that's exactly, it's the mind. You know, I'd get to a point where I'm like, okay, well, I can walk the rest of the way and get another 20 miles, but I don't feel like walking.
Yeah.
And that's the weakness that will just kill you, especially on a track ultra, because you get, you know, 5 times to quit every 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's the difference between running a track ultra and say running Bighorn
Right.
in Wyoming. I ran Bighorn 1 year, and I got to 53 miles. It was like
the
stormy
turnaround point at the
day.
top. Yeah.
I slipped, landed on my ribs, injured my ribs. I'm at mile 53, and I've got no way out. So I think I walked like 27 miles to the next aid station where they were serving bacon, which was a good thing. But then took an ATV ride, the most painful ATV ride I've ever had in my life, out of there. But, you know, yeah, it's a very, very different race.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't just drop. Yeah, that's for sure. Well,
No.
let me, are there any questions that you have about what's going on at the race or any of that stuff while you're here?
So how many runners how many have dropped out so far?
I think we're at 4. Let me see if they have them listed somewhere. So Alex Ansey, I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name, from DC. He dropped. Mandy Holmes had the sciatic nerve lightning bolt problem. She dropped. And then let's see who else. I think the only other one was Naringa.
Okay.
And she might even be gone. But she dropped. So that's it. So as I'm looking, I have a second monitor as I look at the leaderboard. So Jack, I don't know how you say his last name, Brunez.
Yeah, I don't know.
From Tennessee, he's at 52.5 basically. Micah Morgan is 1 lap behind. So like 52. Well, he just passed through. So Jack's at 53. And then like 15th place is at 49.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
that's
change.
great.
It really is. I mean, it's, you know, if you were an average person that joined into this, you'd probably think that this was all silly, but you know, you can't help but be invested if you know anything about the sport when you see all these people and they're having it looks like they're having a really good day. I know there's different levels of suffering and things, but like you pull people up. I mean, I look at any of these people. Whitney Richmond just ran by.
Yeah.
I've seen her probably 500 times now. She looks exactly the same as 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
And you can pull up the splits and look at her laps. And I'm going to make this up, but you know, like she started and she was running 208s and now she's running 215. Like they look exactly the same.
Yeah.
So I know, just like, you know, Naringa was leading and was absolutely hauling, you know what,
Yeah.
and then she wasn't. So stuff can change quickly, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed that there's a whole crowd of people that make it late, because I think the positive energy of being around a lot of people like that are doing well will hopefully spur them
Yeah.
on even further.
I think when it got to the end last year, it was just myself, Pat Hassler, and
Mhm.
Colleen Drehos.
Mm-hmm.
There might have been one more, but I think that was, and it gets, yeah, if you're only got 4 people on the track, it gets kind of lonely.
Yep. Just gonna look up Allie to see. All right, what am I missing? There she is. So I was just curious. There's a lady named Allie that was in third all day. Okay, so
Oh.
she took a 27 minutes for 2 laps. So she took a break and she's back on the track. So that's
That,
cool.
like, her full name's Alexandra.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she ran last year as well. Not sure how far she got last year, but
Yeah. So we'll see if she could. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, how long are you in for?
I'm in for the 24 hours. So when they asked a group of us if we would help, you know, so we said, sure.
Yeah.
And then one of the 3 of us had forgotten that they signed up for their own 24-hour event at Farm Days today. So they're down there. So then it's me and Patrick Lloyd, who was on earlier, and he had to head out. So he's gone. So I'm by myself. And then he's going to try to patch back in to the Zoom.
Okay.
You know, after a while when he gets back home. But yeah, but I think at the same time, I think it'll be a little bit different, because I think once the sun goes down,
Yeah.
I think, you know, I think it'll be easier to just like, all I need is like 30 minutes every now and then to just stop talking.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, and you kind of recover. And so that's all I need. And I think, you know, I think I'll have that opportunity all night. So we'll see.
Have you watched any of the Aravaipa live streams?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you see me looking, like I've got a second monitor, so I'm looking at people that are posting questions and things.
Okay.
But go ahead. Yeah, about the Aravaipa.
Well, there are times when they have long periods of, you know, just music or something.
Mhm.
So, I mean, yesterday was pretty enjoyable to see the finish of the men's race.
Yes.
He was amazing. He looked solid. Raj Panu, I believe his name is.
Yeah.
And then right at the end, he cramped. Oh, it was obvious. He hurt, but you know, temporary, I believe, because he seemed to come out of it pretty well when the jester stopped to ask him questions and so forth. But yeah, so I you know, I think, you know, you doing this is great. It's, you know, like step 1. I mean, this is beyond what other people are doing. So I think it's a great learning process, I think, as well.
Yep.
Go Larry!
What?
I think Jacob ran by and just yelled into the camera on the track, "Go Larry."
Oh, that's funny.
Jacob. So yeah, so Tim had asked a question in the chat about the he was crew chief for Lauren Jones, who hit the qual. You know, she made the team. Well, for now, you know, at Desert Solstice, he was asking about the tent. Yeah, tent configuration. So it's a good question. So I believe it's the town here that has the rule, but they don't want equipment on the track.
Yeah, it's kind of a drag.
So the tents have to stay off. So you either have to cross all the lanes or people have to come out to give you aid, and the porta john is off the, lane 8 and all that. So it's an unfortunate thing, and we've tried to explain to them and show them pictures of other races that do it, and
Yeah.
that's
Now
their rule,
let's,
so we have to live with it.
but you know what the nice thing is? You guys provide, or I was provided with a support team actually when it came down to it, when I did the Raven. And I think Bob Hearn and I had the same team, Karen Jackson and Bo Millwood.
Yep.
And they would run out there. All you tell them,
Yep.
that you want a gel or whatever you want, and on the next round, they'll bring it out to that third lane. So
Yep.
as long having support like that is kind of nice. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's different than Desert Solstice for sure.
Yeah, those are salt of the earth people too. They'd give you their shirt off their back if you needed it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're almost so nice. I imagine you probably felt guilty how much
Yeah.
they were waiting on you hand and foot, but they love it. So, it's very helpful for sure.
Yeah.
Well, so we are, like I said, we're running a duct tape and paper clips
Okay.
operation here on a string. I don't know what happens if someone else joins in the middle of this. And I think I've got Zach was going to try to come in about 15 minutes.
Zach. Who's
Bitter.
Zach? Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of Zach. Yeah. Zach
I'm not
Miller.
going to let
Zach
it in. No, I'm just kidding.
And thanks to your troubleshooting, I sent people the Zoom code, but I didn't realize you also have to have that little passcode. So I need to get that to them too. So I need a few minutes to make sure I get that to them before he has a chance to hop in. If you don't mind me exiting stage left.
No, that's fine. No, I appreciated being asked to be on, and I'll be watching.
Yeah, it's always good to have. We appreciate having some royalty here.
Yeah.
So what do you have next? Before we leave, what do you have next?
Well, I'm going to do that crazy 6-day at the Dome.
Oh no!
One day is not enough. And then the total opposite. I've been dabbling in marathons.
Okay.
So I did Boston 2 years ago, which got me into. I did Sydney, Australia, this last year, and then this coming year I'll be doing New York. So.
Okay. Awesome.
Very different.
Well, best wishes to you. It was great having you on. I appreciate, and anybody else who was on, getting some advice from you and learning from your experiences, and hopefully we can put that to work for us the next time we're out. But I tell you, sitting here eating aid station food and not having to run for 24 hours is a pretty good gig too.
Well, as long as you enjoy that. I mean, that's, when I get out of the sport, I want to be in the, I want to be around the sport. No matter at aid stations or whatever. I enjoy being around it. And so I appreciate what you do, Brett.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. Appreciate you too. Well, thank you for joining in, and I hope you have a good rest of the day.
All right. Well, you stay awake. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Yep. Send us the good vibes. See ya.
Okay, bye.
Bye. That was awesome. Okay. So I'm going to put this on mute, and I need to go send a code to a couple people, and then I will be back. All right. Apologize for the bounciness here for a second. I gotta send a code out to a couple people. And then I'll put this back.
I accidentally dropped it. I told Ryan.
Okay. All right. I am back. I'm gonna go on mute for a second to eat. I think I'm almost burning enough as many calories as I would be if I were running. Okay. I am back. So for anybody that has joined recently, if you've been on, actually been back up, if you've been on for a while, I apologize. What I'm about to say, you've already heard like 11 times. But for people who just joined, welcome to the Raven 24-hour Ultra. This is our first live stream. If you've seen the Mountain Outpost and quality of live streams like that, that is not us. We are held together by duct tape and paper clips. So I apologize for any technical issues that come up. This is in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. It is just over 60 degrees. We can get all kinds of weather here in the winter. It was 83 last week. We have a day coming up next week where the high is in the 40s and the low is in the 20s. So all in all, I think it's actually been really good. It probably was a little warm for most folks. It got into the upper 60s, but the sun never came out. So if you see that overcast sky, that's the way it's been the whole day. A little bit of a breeze. I think, again, all in all, it's been pretty good. We have 21 people started, about a 50-50 split, men and women. 6 former qualifies for the U.S. national team. So Jacob Moss is here. He's running well still. Megan Alvarado is here, still running well. Whitney Richmond is running well. Micah Morgan. Bob Hearn, I think, is treating this more as a training run. He's here. And then Mandy Holmes, as a previous qualifier, she dropped a little bit ago. She had some sciatic pain that she described as like a lightning bolt. So she just got to the point that she couldn't run. We have 2 current American record holders that are here. So Bob Hearn owns a couple age group American records and a lot of like course records and things at races. And then Tony Bruno is here and he owns the age group American record at 50 miles. And he's trying to take the 100-mile age group American record from Bob Hearn. So they're both on the track at the same time. Bob Hearn, like I said, he's not actively trying to defend it. He's just out here as more of a training run and to have fun and cheer people on. There are, I want to say, like 15 people here who have done over 130 miles before, which is crazy. And, you know, fingers crossed. I feel like every time I say this to try not to jinx myself, then I jinx myself anyway. But we haven't had too many catastrophes yet. So Mandy had to draw. And by the way, you're going to start to hear. So every 4 hours, they rotate directions. So you'll hear that going on. And I will eventually go out and rotate the camera so you won't see people's butts going by. But for right now, with everything else going on, I'm just going to stay put. But you'll hear that noise as they rotate around. We also have Zach Bitter is going to try to join in sometime in the next 15 or 20 minutes. And so I need to be at the computer when he joins in. So there's like 15 people here who have run over 130 miles. And then let me show you. There are live results, which I have rotated over to now. Oh, wow. So Micah's now in first. So Naringa, who is currently number 8 on the qualifying list, was trying to move up a couple rungs. And I didn't speak to her. I don't know what happened, but she was leading most of the day and just absolutely killing it and looked great. And then she dropped. If I scroll down, you'll see where she left at. It was right about 50 miles. There she is. So she stopped a couple times, and then she had to drop. But what I wanted to show you guys is, so Micah is in first place at 54.5 miles roughly. But if you scroll down, you know, you'll notice that like everybody, you know, all the way down here, I mean, 15th place is within 4 miles of each other. And if you extrapolate, you know, people slow down in a 24-hour race for the most part. Bad things happen. You know, that's just the way the sport is. But if you extrapolate these mileages out to 24 hours, you know, we're closing in on 8 hours, right? So you can multiply this by like 3. So you can see hopefully where I'm going with this. You know, excuse me, multiply this by 3 and you're at 165 miles. Excuse me. So now an even split rarely happens, but the larger point is there are a lot of people right now. I'd say 80% of the field that are on track shooting for that 150-mile. Zach.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Let me get my camera on so you're not talking to the blankness. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, so I'm going to be really curious to learn things from you, like what kind of weather you like for the super long, like 24-hour ultras, those sorts of things. So right now here, it's a little over 60. It never got out of the 60s today. And I don't know if you can tell on the camera, but it's been cloudy, which I love.
Yeah.
Because on a track,
Yeah.
you're exposed, right? And the sun never came out. So I think all considered, you know, like if you had to pick a temperature, you might have picked a little bit cooler, but really it's not been bad. So I'm curious what, like, if you had an ideal outdoor, you know, not a dome, but an outdoor ultra, what sort of temperature would be ideal for you?
So you're taking the dome out of my options. That's going to be tough. No, I think I would typically like a little cooler than kind of 60s, especially if there's some humidity in the air. But if I could get 60 with overcast, I'll take that over cooler with direct sun. I know
Yeah.
my best experience was on an outdoor track was Solstice in 2015, and it was just one of those weird years where there was kind of like this year actually, where there was clouds in the sky most of the day, and we didn't get any of that kind of bright Arizona sun. So that made a big difference. I felt like you don't even in the even in a race like Solstice where it'll get up into the high 60s, maybe low 70s, which feels pretty good with that dry heat, with that dry temp, but that sun does kind of take its toll on you just in and of itself. So I think that overcastness will be helpful for runners to kind of keep that off of them.
Yep.
And
So
then when night
I don't.
comes, 60 will be great if they can keep it.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the other thing is that it's not. It might be 58 to 60 tonight. It's not going to get freezing cold or anything like that. Which I know everybody's different, but I don't like especially in long ultras when your body has such a problem trying to regulate its own heat, temperature. Like to me, having like a 30-degree night to run through on a 24-hour ultra it just can be debilitating for me.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of variables with temperature change too, and it's one of those things where you can do a really good job of managing your kind of fluid needs and things like that, but those are going to change over the course of a day on most ultras. So if you get a day that's pretty consistent and you've kind of done your homework as to what your fluid requirements are in those temperatures, then you don't really have to change too much. You can kind of just hit that same rotation for the most part, and that's also nice. And the other thing I find with the really cooler temps at night sometimes is if you do get a little dehydrated during the day and those temps come down, it feels good and gives you a chance to catch up. But if it gets cold enough, it gets really hard to stay motivated to keep drinking, even if you should be.
Yeah.
So that desire to drink in 30 degrees Fahrenheit is just not as strong, even though you need to.
Yep. So as you can probably tell, excuse me, in the background, we're every 4 hours, they rotate directions. So we're in the middle of the 8-hour switch
Okay.
right now.
Flipping.
So have
Awesome.
you, so I didn't introduce you. People don't like talking about themselves. If you want to introduce yourself, like where you're from and stuff like that, and then I can follow through behind that a little bit, and then we can kind of continue on. But I feel like we invited you to join in, and I shouldn't just assume, that everybody knows who Zach Bitter is or why they should care, or, why would we invite you on? So if you want, where are you from? How'd you get into running? Anything to spend a couple minutes on, just kind of who you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Austin, Texas these days. My wife Nicole and I have been here for about 3 years, so we're pretty well settled at this point. But over the course of my ultra running career, I've competed out of the state of Wisconsin, California, Arizona, and now Texas. So uh, for this particular stream, it's probably is of interest. I tend to like to focus on some of the more runnable type courses. And I really like the 100-mile distance. I think I'll really get into the 24-hour at some point, but historically I've targeted more 100-mile stuff. So I've done things from indoor track, outdoor track, road, short loop stuff, and then some more kind of like runnable trail type stuff for a lot of the races I've targeted over the years. And my fastest 100 miles, 11 hours, 19 minutes and 13 seconds, which is currently the American record. I did that in an indoor track at the Pettit Center in Wisconsin. So that's kind of a little bit about me. But yeah, I got into running early, middle school, high school, kind of gradually eased into the sport, ran for a Division III school in Wisconsin, and then kind of got bit by the ultra bug through the North Face 50 mile which was in Wisconsin at the time, the Midwest Regional. So that was back in 2010. So I've been kind of hooked since, I guess you'd say.
Yeah. Yep. Was that 100-mile PR? Was that the first year of the Dome?
It was the first year when it's been at the Pettit Center. They had the one
Right after
I think they
Anchorage
did,
or whatever it was.
yeah. Did they do 2
Yeah.
years in Anchorage? I know I did the first year in Anchorage, and I want to say they maybe did one more there.
195.
Maybe not though, but it's been I think they found their home at the Pettit Center now. So yeah, I've been out there a few times.
I think I remember watching may not be the right word, but I think I remember seeing you run on that one and looking at the lap splits and thinking like, this is nuts. This is like mile 99 and he's running 6-minute miles. Like, this is nuts.
Yeah. That was one of my better paced races. I think my splits were 5:40 for the first 50 miles and 5:38 for the second. So I was definitely coming in strong at the end there on that one. Just paced it perfectly.
Yeah, that was crazy. I think Nick Curry, we were talking about this earlier. I'm trying to remember, but when he set the American record for 24 hours, I think he had pretty even splits and maybe even a slight negative.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think he probably negative split, and I'm sure if you looked at his lap splits, they were probably all within a couple seconds of one another throughout the entirety of it. So it's a long time to be in that same rotation.
Yeah. Well, most people, they talk about, well, I've done lots of 100 milers and all those things, and I might get into a 24-hour because I was actually going to ask you about that. So I was looking up what you've been racing and things. And so I saw a lot of, lack of 24-hour, compared to the other stuff. And most people, will go run 100 miles and they talk about moving up to 24 hours is not that much more added on. But when you can finish 100 miles and 12 hours hasn't even passed, that's still a big chunk of the day that you'd have left running.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a different sport for sure, or different discipline, I should say, for folks that are kind of moving a little bit quicker. And it's been an event that I failed at entirely. So I've done a few focused, well, I've done one 24-hour where like from the beginning of the training to the race itself, that was kind of the goal target race. And then I've done a couple
Mhm.
where I kind of jumped in them kind of after a strong 100 miler thinking, okay, maybe I can just squeeze in one more race here. And none of them have gone well for me so far. So it's one I got to kind of figure out. I think I know what I need to do now. And part of that's just being fortunate enough to be able to coach other people who've done the 24 hours successfully. So just working with them and then kind of seeing kind of and talking to them and just figuring out kind of just like what the ebb and flow of 24-hour mentality is versus kind of pacing yourself for something in the 12-hour range is just a little bit different. So yeah,
Yeah,
and
did I
then
see that you're coaching Colleen? Sorry to interrupt you. There's a
yeah, no,
little
absolutely.
bit of a
Yeah, yeah,
lag.
yeah.
You're coaching her who's here. Is that correct?
Yeah, yep. Colleen
Okay.
has been working with me for a couple of years now, so we've had a lot of fun with the 24 hours. I admire her ability to just continue to focus on the 24. It's like I tend to do a little better when I can just like go a completely different direction from a focused race for a while and just kind of reset and then come back to it, but she's laser focused.
Yeah, I may be misremembering, but I was trying to look up what some of the people coming here have done and do, and it felt like she has a long library of not just
Yeah.
doing the 24-hour races, but also progressing over time, going further and further. And she's looked really good. I haven't checked in on people for a while, but she was looking really good so far. It seemed like she was probably right on where she wanted to be.
Yeah, yeah, she's had some pretty good growth over the last year or so. At the Raven last year, she hit her PR with 130 miles and then was building up towards the Raven again this year and then got the late notice of an invite to the Desert Solstice Track Invitational. And that's been kind of like a dream event for her. So we're like, well, we're going to take advantage of that for sure. So we sort of restructured things with a couple months to do that one. And she had a pretty strong day there. Not her PR, but she hit a little bit of a rough patch kind of in that third quarter, but ran some really fast splits near the end. She was getting down into like
Oh man, that's
the
awesome.
yeah, into the 8 minute mile pace near the end, which we really looked at as like, okay, that's a good experience for you to have to know that, at the end of these things, when you've got that motivation there, which Solstice is going to bring, well, especially a year like this year with the women at Solstice were just crushing. So there was just like the track had thinned out quite a bit as it always does, but the people that were still out there were very much, going after large numbers. And I think she got a little inspired by that and just kind of clipped into some pacing around them and ended up I don't remember what her exact number was at the end of the day. I think it was in the 120s, low 120s. Um, but it kind of gave her this experience of okay, she knew what it took to kind of run a well executed race when she hit 130, and then she learned how to run fast at the end of one of these. And now it's just kind of like taking those experiences together and just putting it together where there isn't a lot of soft spots in there, and then she can still rely on her ability to kind of push hard at the end if she needs to. And yeah, so she's aiming for 150 today. So we'll see what happens. A long way to go, obviously, but I think she's on track for that. So
Yeah,
it'll be fun to see how it plays out.
I'm switching monitors. Let's look in on your student. And let's find, there she is. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, let me make mine larger though, so I can. Yeah, it looks like she's still in that two teen kind of range. That's a good spot.
Yeah. See, like to me, this has got to make you proud. This is just nuts to me. I mean, she's running at 9:30 in the morning. She's running 2:18 laps. And then here she is in the early afternoon, basically running the same thing, if not faster. And look at this. It's the same. She's running in the same, she had maybe stopped to get something
Bathroom
to drink
break or
or
something.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like to see this all this far into a race, and when she comes by, I've been laughing about how I've seen every runner come by hundreds of times,
Yeah.
sitting here looking down on them, and then I see him go by hundreds of times on the far side of the track. And I'm telling you, like, she is one of many people here, but like she looks exactly the same visually
Hmm.
as she did 8 hours ago. I mean, the pace, the form, she doesn't look, and others don't look, no hitch, like no stiffness, or anything like that. She really looks really good.
Yeah, and she's very detailed too. If you saw her spreadsheet, if you get a chance, wander over by her crew and take a look at her spreadsheet. It's I was joking around with her. We had a call a couple days ago just to pre-race brief and everything like that. And she always sends me her spreadsheet ahead of time with all the stuff. And I'm like, I don't really have any good feedback for you because this is as thorough and as organized and as perfectly laid out as it could possibly be. It's just about kind of finding the way to follow it and then putting the right people in place to kind of keep her on. I know she's had some great support over the years, and from those experiences, she's sort of learned, I think, like which people that she's worked with are going to get her to do certain things better, and then trying to pair it up so that she's got like every condition kind of accounted for. So if it's something that she needs a little push from, she knows who's going to give it to her and who she's going to respond to better from it. Because I think so much of it is with the 24-hour is kind of getting the right message at the right time to kind of keep your mind on the target versus letting it sort of start dropping those seeds of doubts in there and generating the excuses that it's going to do for you. So,
Yeah.
um,
Does she
yeah,
have a
it'll be
crew
fun to
here?
see. She does. Yeah, her husband Eric is there, and then she's got one of her friends out there that's crewed for a bunch in the past. So,
Oh, good.
yeah, it was kind of funny. She was like, "Well, my husband does a great job, but I can just if he tells me to do something, I can easily ignore him. So I need
That's
someone who I
hilarious.
can't say no to."
That's
So
funny.
she's got a couple people working with her today. Yeah, it's a good setup.
So, I'm going in the Wayback Machine. Uh, so I'm curious about like training strategies, methods, philosophies. Do I remember that you have spent a lot of time around fat burning adaptation and things?
Yeah,
Yeah, is there
yeah, I
anything?
take
I mean, if you don't want to talk about, it, we can go in any direction you want. But if there's something that you've learned that you like, that you use, and the results you've seen, and you want to talk about, I'd be interested to learn about that.
Yeah, so yeah, I've been doing a more low carbohydrate approach since 2011 was when I kind of ended that year in my off season. I sort of got interested in it and just decided, okay,
Yeah,
I'm
I'll take
gonna
one. Thank you. Sorry about that.
no worries, try putting this in place during the off season, just see how I feel, and then if I learned something from it or just totally dispatched it, that would be fine. That ended up working really well for me. So I sort of tweaked it for probably about a year and a half, 2 years, just to kind of get the right stuff in place because I don't follow like a strict ketogenic diet, which from a nutrition standpoint would actually be easier to apply because you kind of just don't really eat any carbohydrate in that scenario. But I do more of a lower carb. So my carbs are always quite low compared to what you probably see most endurance runners use. But there are different phases, like if I'm doing speed work development or practicing my race day specifics and things like that, I'm going to be introducing some carbohydrate around those type of sessions. So I like to kind of think of it as like I'm applying the right fuel source for the right task at hand. So when I'm doing things that are like long intervals or short intervals, I'm kind of padding those with a little more carbohydrate. What that ends up doing for me essentially is like I've gone into the labs and gotten like metabolic cart tests done just to see like where my fuel substrates land. And what it did for me is it shifted me from like about a 50% fat carbohydrate metabolism at my aerobic threshold, which is pretty close to my 100-mile intensity to around 80 to maybe up to 90% fat and then 10 to 20% carbohydrate. So that sort of lowered my carbohydrate side of the equation down to where on a race like I did at the Pettit Center when I ran 11:19, I was taking in about 40 grams of carbohydrate per hour, where had I been moderate to high carb, I probably would have needed to be targeting closer to 80, 90, maybe even 100 grams if I really wanted to thoroughly defend glycogen stores in that scenario. So it's one of those things I like to describe it as like any type of protocol you put in place is going to come with its strengths and weaknesses. So there's limitations to what I do, just like there's limitations to kind of some of the more hyper carbohydrate fueling strategies. And it really just comes down to like, what is the goal? What is you at the individual level gonna need in that scenario where you're trying to perform and trying to find out which ones have the strengths that outweigh the weaknesses to a degree where you're going to get to a better spot at the end of the day. So it's worked well for me, but I've got on my coaching list, I've got a whole wide spectrum of folks that are doing like super high carbohydrate fueling strategies and ones that are stricter than I am with carbohydrates and almost strict ketogenic. So it's kind of fun to see that kind of variance amongst different runners doing their or chasing their goals, I should say.
Yeah, I can imagine that, like, probably a strained analogy to compare it to running shoes, but like it seems like nutrition and fueling would be very personal. Like there's multiple right answers, for different people. And so like I love Hoka's, but Hoka's could be a terrible shoe for this person,
Right.
and so I fuel with higher carbs, but that might not be the right answer for this person and vice versa.
Yeah, well, and it's confusing for people too, because I think they say people like me share my data and they'll see someone like David Roche is a great example, 'cause he's absolutely crushing it right now, hitting like 130, 150 grams of carbohydrate per hour. And they're just like, well, what do I do? Who do I follow? And the reality is follow neither of us. What you want to do, I think there is some universal principles here that you can kind of glean from in terms of building out your race fueling strategy. And it just comes down to first kind of figuring out what your goal is. And once you figure out what your goal is, you can start applying what your workload is going to be per hour based on kind of your pace. So if we took somebody who is going to try to average, say, 6 miles per hour during a 24-hour, we know their workload is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of like 600, maybe 700 calories per hour. And from there, they just want to kind of figure out what are they going to be burning from fats and carbohydrates at the intensity they're going. So we can kind of lean on some population level data with that. And most people are going to be following a moderate to high carbohydrate diet. So for them, they're probably going to be a 50-50 split at their aerobic threshold, which is probably a fair bit faster than they're going to be going during a 24-hour. So for them, they could look at it as the absolute most carbohydrate I would need would be half of that workload. So if it's 600 to 700 calories per hour, they'd want to be targeting maybe 300 to 350 gram or 350 calories worth of carbohydrate every hour to just defend liver and muscle glycogen throughout the course of that event. If they go in and get a metabolic card test done like I did, they'll actually get a printout that will tell them what their ratios are at different intensities. And then they can actually pick the exact intensity they're going to race at, look at where those ratios land, and then apply that same formula to that and really kind of get it pinned down to a pretty precise number that I think will end up working really well for them if they can kind of manage the actual execution of it and avoid any of the digestive type stuff that tend to sometimes rear their head in these things.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of what was leading my curiosity there because, I mean, I'm not a high-end runner, so, everybody's different, but nutrition, like, I feel like I get to a certain point in the longer ultras, especially if it's warm and like my body can't digest enough for what it needs. So it feels like on the surface, just knowing just the bare basics, not to say that would fix the problem, switching to a more low carb approach, but and diet. But like if you did, it seems like that would put more control around that variable because the volume of carbs and the that you have to ingest, decreases. So it would at least sounds like something interesting to try out and experiment with.
Yeah, that's probably the strength of it is you're going to lower your carbohydrate, your intra-race fueling strategy or your needs there. So then like if say you're you're out there and you are targeting kind of the high end of what you need, and then you do hit a rough patch and you can't digest as well, if you miss an hour or something like that, it's not the end of the world because you've probably been, on top of
Right.
it long enough where it's not as consequential as if you're kind of hanging out near your absolute need, that or the low end of where those needs are, and then also hit a rough patch, then it's like, you're probably going to hit a rough patch. So yeah, I mean, if it's one of those things where I usually say, hey, if you can apply the high carb stuff and get that in, which is probably going to come with some gut training stuff and training just to get yourself ready for that, then you're defending it. That equation kind of stays the same. The spot that I think low carb ketogenic runners have to consider is what is that potentially going to be doing to some of their high end stuff. So they may not be doing anything nearly that fast on race day, but getting as fast as you can for race day oftentimes includes speed work development and things like that. So different people are going to feel differently about how they're able to kind of execute some of that speed work stuff. So if someone was unable to really do quality speed work because of the lack of carbohydrate, they may find that they're showing up to the race not as fit as they were. And even though they're able to fuel less, they're coming in with kind of a compromise there. So there are things to consider with that balance and things like that. And that's why I kind of came off a strict ketogenic diet when I first got into it. I did a pretty strict approach for a while just to see what that was like. And when I got into the speed work development phase, I wasn't quite hitting the workouts the way I wanted to. So I reintroduced some carbohydrate to kind of supplement those training sessions and help kind of get me back to where I was at before then. And I found that kind of good mix, I think, for me between the two.
Yeah, I was hearing some cheering, so I went and looked, and Victoria Brown, Hungary by way of Canada, just passed 50 miles, closing in on 51 now. Yeah, so I'm just taking a glance real quick. So Micah is still, she's at 57 miles now.
Okay, she's cruising then.
Yeah, in 14th place. Oh, I wonder if Allie dropped, because she was like in third, and now she's showing in 14th. But 13th, 14th is 54 miles. So yeah, there's within three, and the top 12, 14 people are within 3 miles of each other.
Oh,
There's a
wow,
lot
okay,
of people moving well. Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. I know that was one thing Colleen was thinking about, was like hoping that it would be just a strong field of people out there to feed off of, because that's what she learned about Desert Solstice the most was like at the beginning of that race, she was like near last. So it was like, okay, now I'm kind of like working into the field, and then there was always somebody there kind of pushing to kind of keep that motivation going. It gets a little more difficult, I think, when it whittles down to just a couple people with different goals and different paces, and you're kind of feeling like you're in no man's land. So hopefully they'll send a big group of people well into the night.
I know. I hope so. So, a guy named Larry Stevens was on before you were, and I think 65 to 69, he has a few American age group records. And he was
Yeah.
talking about when he set those here, there was like 3 people left on the track
Yeah.
that night. And that makes it really hard. I wanted to look at one more thing. Tony Bruno is going for the 100-mile age group record, 55, 59.
Uh-huh.
That's 15. And that's, I was looking for a while, he had a chance to hit the 100K. So the 100K American record is 9:01. He's got 5
Okay.
miles to go. Wait, no, hold on. Sorry, 62 miles. So he's got 6 miles to go in 41 minutes. Yeah, so he'll just miss it, but he's shooting for the 100-mile. Okay, I wanted to make
cool.
sure I wasn't going to miss anything.
Is there a pretty good mix out there this year of different distance targets?
Honestly, it feels like the vast majority of the people who said something were like, I want to make the team.
Okay.
Basically saying like, or 150, which is kind of the same thing, because the sixth man and woman on the team right now is like 148 or something, if I remember correctly. So
Yeah.
basically got to hit like 150 to be on.
Mhm.
So most people said, there were a few people that I think wanted to hit like 130, 135.
Mhm.
But I think like it feels like 2/3 of the people here, so like call it 12 to 14 people, were trying to shoot for that qualifying, high enough to make the top 6.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just one of those years where the women's field is so strong that the men's and the women's qualifying standard to get on the team at this point may be pretty similar to one another. So you can
They're,
get a little
they're
bit of,
almost exactly they're almost
yeah.
exactly the same. You like 6 versus 6, 5 versus just go on up, and there you can
Mhm.
throw a blanket over them.
Yeah. Cool.
So
Yeah.
what is next in your world?
So I'm actually building up towards the Pettit Center again this year in June.
Okay.
So that's where I got my 20-mile long run in on the track this morning. So it was in honor of everyone out there working hard this afternoon and evening to spend a
I
little
feel
time on
you.
the track at least.
I feel, see, whoever knows me and is listening, running your long run on the track is not stupid. I
No, it
love
isn't.
it. I love it
Yeah.
because I mean, I know it's crazy for a lot of people to hear that, but like if it's cold in the morning and it warms up, like you can just dump clothes real easily. You don't have to
Yep.
carry all kinds of stuff. You can put everything you need right there on the track. And then
Mhm.
like a lot of times I'll go out there and I won't, I'm going to do a progression run or whatever it is. And I don't know where I'm going to fail. Well, I don't want to fail. Like, okay,
Right.
I've reached into my run and now I'm 4 miles from home.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's just good. It's good mental work too. I think one thing I've done a lot differently the second half of my ultra running career that I didn't really pay much attention to earlier on was just like when you're on the track for these long runs, you sort of acquire these different like reference points that can be useful on race day where you kind of can reflect back to a specific long run where maybe you felt a little rough and then kind of came out of it, or you're practicing things very specific to what you'd be doing from your pacing and everything, and just get that stuff all real dialed in. So there's just less guesswork when you're out there actually trying to hit the goal you have for the day. That's always been kind of a good one. And then the other thing too is I really like to visualize with the long runs especially when they're race target specific, because if I'm doing like say a 3 or 4 hour session on the track and I can kind of start that run probably with a little bit of fatigue, residual fatigue from the previous training, and just kind of like visualize what is it going to be like to run the last 30 miles of this 100 miler, and just kind of like use that run as like a way to kind of practice like what am I going to think about, how am I going to see this, and just kind of put myself in that moment. And when you're actually on the track or on a surface similar to what you're going to be competing on, it's just a little easier to do that and create those kind of similar reference points. And then when you get to that point in the race, you can sort of reflect back and say, okay, I've done this already. Which I think is the hard part about ultras. We're always projecting out. We're always going further than we would in training. So anytime I think you can kind of pull yourself back to something that you've normalized versus something that you're trying to pull back from months or maybe years in some cases from the last time you did it, you're kind of putting yourself in a little bit of closer proximity and feeling a little more confident about what you're doing.
Yep. I can't remember if you said, so sorry if you did and I missed it. What are you shooting for anything in particular for the race in June? Like
Yeah,
a
I'm hoping for
time
a
or
PR. I'm
okay.
hoping for a PR, so hopefully under
And
11:19 if possible.
okay. And so as part of preparing for coming here, I put a lot of information together around like age group records and things like that. So I could kind of try to track what's going on here and things like that. So I'm curious, I may have written it down wrong, but so is that track certified as a road
That's a good
result?
question. Yeah, I think it depends on whether you're looking at American standards or world standards, because I think
Okay.
world standards don't differentiate between track and road
Right.
any longer. So if it were something where it were like a world record, they would just make it outright, versus if it's an American
Okay.
record, they could put it as track. Um, there may be some there may be some uniqueness with I'd have to double check with the Pettit Center because it's a 443-meter track, just due to the nature of that facility where it's built around speed skating rinks. So that was the shortest they could make it. It's like usually you have a harder time getting to something that's 400 meters indoors, but for this one, it just
Yeah,
happened to
that's
be
right.
that. Yeah, it's 400, so it's 443 meters, so it is longer than a traditional track. Probably a little harder surface too. So, um, it's got a little bit of uniqueness there, but I'd have to double check to see kind of how USATF looks at that. I think they look at it as a track, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, because the reason I said I'd written down 11:40:55 from another race. Um, and I think I got that from USATF for 100-mile American record. That's why I was wondering because I wrote it down as track 1140, but you did the 1119. So that's why I was wondering if the 1119 in the USATF world is viewed as a road record or something.
Yeah, it might be, that might be the difference because the 1140 would have been Solstice in 2015. So that one would have been 400
Right.
meter outdoor track.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, anything I can answer for you while I'm here, or check in on Colleen or something before we
I'll say
exit?
hi to him before he leaves.
Okay. Say hi
Oh,
to
is
Zach.
is that Bobby? How's it going?
Tell about
I should have
meeting me.
just assumed
Oh.
that Bobby was going to be at the event supporting. She's at all of them.
Now
There's like three of her. There's like three of her. She doesn't tell you. She's got two twins that go around and
Just go everywhere.
check
just,
out. I go everywhere. Yeah.
How you doing?
Good, good.
Yeah, I was helping Mandy drop, but we still got Victoria's all smiles now, so it's much
Awesome.
Yeah, she's like the Terminator.
yeah, so
Like-
we're having fun. It's cold. I'm freezing.
Is it okay? A little
I mean,
chilly.
yeah, it's a little
It is,
chilly.
yeah. And so
Yeah.
the other interesting thing is like
Standing versus
now
running. Yeah.
now it's cooler, yeah, and now it's cooler down there, but like during the day, like 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, when I would walk down to the track, even with no sun out, it was cloudy. It felt like it was like 10 degrees warmer down there than
Oh,
up
really?
here. Yeah,
I seen them so
I know. Well, I mean, they were working it.
One of the interesting things about the Raven, I know it's a relatively new event, but it does seem like they get fairly predictable weather in terms of it's not like 80 one year and then 40 the next. It seems like that side of things is a little more tight, which I hope it ends up becoming a bigger target race for people in the future, because that's one of the hardest things when you're kind of just trying to like inch your way forward on these really controlled events, is like not having a variable come that is uncontrollable, like weather, making it a little more difficult. So I really like what Jacob's done with that event, and I'm hoping to make it that way that one of these years.
Yeah,
and
it's
take a swing
we can
on there.
get crazy stuff here. Yeah.
You'll have crew if you come out here.
I'll come and you'll get the crazy weather. That's what'll happen.
I'm gonna put this back on to get the. But like we can get crazy weather here. I mean, weather's crazy a lot of places, but like so it was 83 for a day a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
Apparently
Okay.
apparently another polar vortex is coming, and the high is going to be in the 40s next week and the low in the 20s. But for the most part, like 60s is very common at this time of year. And I think what's going on is, we're on the coast. So like if I were a bird and I could fly across the track, I would be out in the ocean maybe a couple miles.
Okay.
We're not far
All
from
right.
it. So we have this big, huge, massive heat sink, the ocean, infinite gallons of water. And the water temperature right now in the ocean is like 58 or 60 degrees. So it's really difficult for us to get really cold weather here because we have that huge buffer that kind of sits here.
Mhm.
Yeah. So we have that going for us. But of course, if we ever say we have good weather, then we'll jinx it. So
Yeah, we should keep our mouths shut.
yeah, but
Keep
so
the
far
trend
so
going.
good. Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you joining in. I learned a lot. I wanted to, see what was next for you, training philosophies, some of those things. And I think everybody's trying to get better and learn things, and there's no one right way. And so I picked up a few things that were interesting to me. And so hopefully other people did out there too.
Awesome. Yeah, well, no, it was a pleasure to come. I appreciate the invite.
Yeah. Best of luck in June. Go get
Thank you
'em.
so much. Many
it
more
hurts
track
me to-
miles to come before we'll get
I
there,
know.
though.
It hurt. God bless you for doing that. It hurts me to even think about that, but I know you're going to kill it. So go do it.
Thanks a bunch, Brett.
Yep. Have a good one. See ya.
You too. Take care.
Yep. Bye. All right. I need to get caught up on a couple things. I'm going to shift. Thanks to Zach for coming by. Appreciate you taking time out of your weekend. I'm going to go shift the camera around so it's facing the direction of the runner so you can see their faces, and I will be right.
Futott összesen. Élő közvetítésben lehet nézni a versenyt, amely most éppen egyébként áll, de az előtt még adták magát a versenyt. 8 óra 37 percre futnak a versenyt. Vagy 8 óra 32 perc óta futnak, és itt van egy élő közvetítés is, egy livestream magáról a versenyről. A verseny.
Right, I hope next time I get it. All right, thank you.
Hey, Don. See, dumping snow in Colorado. I was a little bit distracted talking to Zach, but congrats again on your desert solstice. Sitting at number 3 on the list. That's quite an accomplishment. So let's get caught up for a second. This is Brett. For anybody that just joined, welcome to the Raven 24-hour Ultra. This is our first attempt at a live stream. We do not have fancy video editing software. We are sponsored by duct tape and paper clips, as we've been laughing and saying. So apologize for any technical issues that come up. Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. It was, I think we got up to the upper 60s today. It feels a little bit chilly now. Let me pop up the weather real quick on the side monitor. It was great. The sun never came out. It was cloudy all day. Let's see where we're at now. 64 feels a little bit cooler than that. It's 64 now. We had 21 people start the race, about 50-50 split between men and women. Several people who are former qualifiers for the U.S. 24-hour national team. A couple American record holders are here. There are a couple active attempts underway for American records. So let me hop over to the results and try and catch myself up on that. Got a little bit of time before we have one more guest commentator who can hopefully join in after a little bit. But we have a few minutes before that, so I'm currently looking at the results. So we've had a couple drops. It always hurts when it happens, but that's just the nature of the sport. So let me scroll down and I'll find it for you. So Naringa was the leader back and forth with Jack for most of the day. It was absolutely killing it. She got to, well, you can see her split. She actually had a couple breaks along the way. I want to say, I wasn't timing it, so I'm just guessing, but 5 to 10 minutes. So she basically ran a 6:45 50-mile split. But then she had a couple extended breaks and then dropped, and I haven't heard what happened. But so she dropped. We lost Mandy. I did speak briefly with her. She had a bout of with her sciatic nerve. She said it felt like a bolt of lightning, and so it just got to the point where she is just unrunnable. So we've lost those two, but with a few exceptions here and there, the vast majority of the field, everybody else has really been running strong. So as you see, Micah is at 59 miles now. And if I scroll down, you can see the whole rest of the field, 55, 56, the top, they're within 5 or 6 miles of each other. So that won't stay. It unfortunately never does. But there is a large group of people that are right where they need to be to make a run at 150 miles and trying to make the U.S. team. So let's look at Micah for a second. I'm just going to run through a pace calculator. So, I'm just going to do math. I think I did this right. Yep, that looks right. So what I did real quickly is I just extrapolated if Micah were to hold that exact same pace for the rest of the 24 hours, where would she end up? And it's 163. Now I rounded numbers. So I think it probably is closer to 165. But anyway, so the larger point is that there's a very large group of people, and we've been laughing here. So those of you who have been watching for a while have probably heard me say this a lot of times, but she's done 238 laps, right? So I've seen these people hundreds of times running by in front of me, and then hundreds of times running by on the other side of the track. And I'm telling you, let's look at Micah's split. So she's been running 205, 208 laps. So, you look down here and what is that? 10 seconds a lap. So after almost 9 hours and 60 miles, she's only running a 10-second slower lap pace than she did at the beginning. And I think most people are kind of in that same range.
Sorry.
So I'm cautious anticipation and optimism that we're going to have a good group of people. Quick see if there's. I'm going to look at a couple other people. God, Megan is running sneaky good. So she was running 208s. Yeah, same thing. So her pace is only like 7 or 8 seconds a lap different. Tony Bruno. So Tony is going for the 55 to 59 100-mile American record, which is 15:28. Bob Hearn owns that record, and he's on the track right now too. But let's look where Tony is. So he was running 206, 208. So he's 10, 15 seconds. So let's do a little math on him. So he's at 50. So he's got it's 42 to 41.6 miles to go. So Tony has 41.6 miles to go for the American record. And he has, so 15:28 is 7 hours minus 16 minutes. 6:44. My brain hurts. Let's try that. And he has 6:44 to get there. What does he have to run? 9:42. So call that with rounding 10-minute miles, 2:30. So he's got to run 2:27 laps. And he's been under that. But I will add, that's a tighter margin than it was earlier. Let's pull some other people up. Who looks. God, there's so many people flying around this track. Let's look at Pat. 210s, 215s. Same. God, same. Colleen. 218s. 216, 218. Same. With a few breaks. I haven't seen her in a long time. Let's see. 840. No, she's. Oh, you know what? I bet she changed clothes and colors, so I haven't seen her because of that. Let's look at Whitney. 2:08, 2:10 laps. Man, I'm telling you, 8 hours and 45 minutes in, and all these people are either running even splits or like 8 to 10 second a lap difference. Nikki didn't say anything, but I was looking because her 100-mile PR is so close to the American age group record. Her age group record for 100 miles on the track is 15:52. Let's see where she is. God, she's still looking good.
One more lap.
All right, so she's got 43 miles to go. and then 15:52. So she's got 7 hours and 4 minutes to get there. So from this point forward, she's got to run. Oh, whoops. So basically 10-minute miles. That's 230 laps that she's got to run. And I don't even know that she's trying to hit the record. I think she's trying to make the team or max her mileage. But she's got to run 230 laps and she's running in the teens. So we need to keep an eye on her. Okay, and with that, I will switch back. The ever colorful Bob Hearn coming through. So I mentioned earlier, so Bob, by the way, he is the current owner of that 100-mile age group American record. And he's just out for a training run. So he's got the front row seat to watch Tony see if he can get it. And Bob is a really smart, really chill, really humble guy. So I can't wait to watch that if it happens, because I bet he's going to be cheering the loudest. And I just saw Allie come by, and indeed she was wearing something different. So that's why I missed her. So she was in third a lot of the day. And then I lost her, and I was worried that she had stepped off because she had a couple longer breaks. 15, 20 minute. Let's see, here's an 18-minute break, 9-minute break, back-to-back laps, and then a 13 and 18. But she is still out there chugging along.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna.
All right, and I will be right here, but I am going to mute for a little bit and save my voice.
Coffee.
Yeah. Most a következő körben. Jó.
Mr. Jake. Mr. Jake.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
I can. Thank
Awesome.
you for hopping in.
Yeah, no problem. It's been fun
Where are
watching the
you?
race so far.
Yeah. Are you in Arizona?
No, I'm in Southern California.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so I have to start with a disclaimer. You know, like if you've seen Mountain Outpost and all this, like that is not us.
Yeah.
So
No worries.
we got our duct tape Wi-Fi, you know, with the 15 meg bandwidth, so there'll be a little bit of lag and talking over and that sort of things, but it's all good.
Yeah, something's better than nothing, right?
Yeah. So I know people hate to talk about themselves, but I don't want to assume anybody watching knows who you are, where you're from. You know, do you have like a particular expertise within ultra running that you like? If you want to maybe start just with an introduction, and then I got a few questions teed up I'm curious about.
Sure, no problem. Well, I'm married, got 3 kids. UPS driver. I've been working there for 27 years now, I guess. Got into
Nice.
running about 15 years ago, just running road races, half marathons, marathons, and got hooked into ultra marathons about 10 years ago. And I guess found some success in the 24-hour discipline. So yeah, but I like to do it all. I like running up in the mountains and doing the long and short stuff. So
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah. So for people who don't know, just to hit a couple things. So your PR is 165 in 24 hours. Is that correct?
yeah, that was at the 2019 World Championships. Yeah.
Okay. And then I think you still have a couple American records at distances along the way. Was that at that race, or was that a different race where
Um,
you hit those?
the only one I still have, I think, is the 200K road for my
Okay.
age group. Yeah, Scott
Okay.
Traer took those from me at Desert Solstice, the track records, which is totally fine. Scott's a great guy, so I was happy to give them over to him. Yeah.
Yep. So I don't know. If you've been watching, what I've been doing, like Larry came in from Portland, he's been watching a little bit, and Zach was just on giving people a little sense of what's going on here. So I don't know how recently you've been watching, but you know, Naringa was killing it all day and was leading. And then about 50 miles in, she dropped. And then prior to that, Mandy Holmes had dropped. She had a problem with the sciatic nerve.
Okay.
You know, there's a few people that have slowed down a little bit, but like to me, the theme, let me pull it up. I'm probably beating a dead horse, especially if you've been watching it, but, and this may be an eye chart if you can't see it, but like to me, the theme is Micah's at 61 miles. And then if you scroll down, I mean, like everybody, she's at 60.9 and Megan is at 59. So the top 10 people are within like a mile and a half.
Yeah, that's a really good sign for a 24-hour race. I think a lot of them are trying to make the team, so there's probably not going to be anybody who gets to that 100K mark and wants to stop at the 100-mile mark. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's encouraging to see that those kind of numbers, 9 hours into the race.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's a long way to go, but you can't help but and when you see people hundreds of times running by you and you know what they're shooting for. And I mean, I've done a bunch of probably 75 ultras and I'm not at the level these people are, but you know, if you're in there and you've done the races, you can imagine what the suffering is like. And so you can't help but like be invested in their success.
Right.
And to see a big group of people that are still collectively like they're in the range where they should be if they want to get to around 150, they're in that right range. And so
Right.
it's I have cautious optimism, also anxiety, because it's like you blink and something can come up with somebody, but so
Yeah.
far so good.
This is the time of during the race where you know, the excitement of the beginning is over with. You've done a couple turns, you know, switching directions. The excitement is worn off, I guess what I'm trying to say. And it's basically just settling your mind into like, this is what we're going to be doing for a while. And, yeah, it's, yeah, I'm sure the sun is probably going to be going down there soon. So that'll like add another level of, you know, change, which is much needed during these things.
And I hopefully it's not too bad, but I've got my phone on a tripod. That's the view of the track.
Yeah.
And as you can see, there's like 3 people out there standing there having a conversation. So we're going to catch a little bit of their sound. So hopefully it's not too bad.
Yeah.
So one thing I'd be curious to ask is, you know, there's the old joke of or adage of, well, at a marathon, you know, you hit the wall at 20 miles. And then people will say, well, when you're running an ultra marathon, when do you hit the wall? And I'm like, for me, like probably still 20 miles, and it just sucks longer after that. But I'm curious because if, you know, we're like 9 hours in out of 24. And I think I asked Larry this too, because he's actually done this race a couple of times. So I've been on the track with him. So I'm curious for someone like you know, at the higher end of the sport, in a marathon, this would be like mile 10 or 11. And so I've been in a lot of marathons where I get to that point and I'm like, why are my legs already tired? And they shouldn't be. But it's nothing like at this point in an ultra. To me, every time I've done it, it's not comparable to that point in a marathon percentage-wise of the race. I'm always a lot more uncomfortable. And so I'm curious what your experience is when you're 8 to 10 hours into one of these races. What are you like? How is your body at this point typically?
Yeah, it's been different for me at every 24-hour race, I would say. There's been years where you can't wait to get to the 12 hours to get to the halfway point, at least, you know. The hurt, it never really goes away. You just get comfortable with being in that hurt feeling as long as you can. I guess that's the key thing of ultras. You just embrace the suck, I guess is the one way to say it. And the people that are really good at embracing that suck are the ones that tend to do really well. It's the 9 to 10 hour. It's a tough spot. I mean, later on, obviously, when you get into the 18, 19, those are usually the hardest hours for me. You've been running in the dark for quite a long time.
Right before the sun comes up. Yeah.
Yeah. You can kind of see that, the light at the end of the tunnel, but you're still quite a bit of ways. And yeah, it's right. These middle hours are the ones where you just kind of settle the mind and tell yourself this is what we're doing for a while, just get used to it.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard earlier, I was talking to Larry Stevens when he was on, and Ray Krolowitz is down here in these parts, is like ultra royalty. So long time back in the day, he had some American records, I want to say like 48 hours. And he just is a constant. He's at all of the ultras all over the Southeast, it feels like, and salt of the earth, funny guy, sings during the races. And so the Henson Lake has a 24-hour ultra in North Carolina, one of the bigger ones in the country. And those are the first ones that I did. And I ran into him there, and he had some advice along the lines of, I was 50 miles in, my legs hurt, woe is me, I'm stupid, that kind of self-doubt stuff that kills you. So I started walking with him, and it was basically that advice that he gave. It's like, did it hurt an hour ago? Yeah. Was it any worse, or was it kind of the same? Is this, kind of the same?
Right.
What about 2 hours ago? Is it kind of the same as that, or has it gotten a lot worse? Like, no, it's the same. It just hurt. Like, okay, well, so it's next hour, guess what? You're going to be sore, but if you just keep running, you're going to be sore, but you're going to bank another 6 miles next hour.
Right.
He's like,
yeah, I mean,
stop taking.
That's the tricky thing about these 24-hour track races is that you're basically taking away any stimulus. You have one lap at a time. You don't have a big climb to go up to see the top of. You don't have
right.
You do get to see your crew, every lap, obviously, but I think you have to break it down to literally you know, every lap, every time you get to turn around every 4 hours, every time you hit one of those big markers, a marathon, you know, 50K, 100K, 100 mile, you know, it's basically breaking it down to the smallest, even just a step at a time, you know.
Yeah.
The past couple 24-hour races, I've been hitting my lap button on my watch just to stay focused on each lap at a time to make sure I wasn't, you know, going too fast or going too slow, you know, just trying to stay engaged as much as
Wow,
possible.
really? So every lap,
Yeah.
because I saw Allie, Alexandra is her full name, but Allie,
Mhm.
let me pull up where is she, I forget. Allie Caminiti from Atlanta. So we noticed that she was doing that, and I've not seen that before, but she was hitting her
Yeah.
lap, and we were laughing because when I've done a few of these track ultras, just a few, and so I'm running a lap, and I'm like, okay, my next lap needs to be, you know, I'm trying to run 2:30s or whatever it is. I'm like, okay, well, here's the time on the clock. And so I'm running, I'm trying to think in my mind, okay, what's 2 minutes and 30 seconds on top of that? Okay, that's where I need to cross the line next time. And then I get on the other side of the track and I can't remember the math I just did.
Right.
And then I
Yeah.
have no idea when I come back through, am I drifting off into no man's land or what am I? And I try again and then I forget.
Yeah.
So
That was
that's
something I
interesting.
learned from Nick Curry when he broke the American
Okay.
record. I noticed that he was doing that. And the way he describes it is basically you don't have to look at the TV monitor. You just hit it, you know, every single lap. And then whenever on the next lap, you just kind of glance down. You can have your watch set up to where it'll tell you exactly what your last lap split was. And it kind of takes some of the thinking game out of running these longer
That's,
races. So,
yeah, that's interesting you say that too, because they have a couple of TV monitors here. At least one, I think they might have two. So when you cross, you can see where you are.
right. And
Um,
sometimes, you know, when you have some of these races where there's a lot of competitors running, it's hard to find your name on it. Sometimes, you know, it just takes a little bit of the stress out of having to find your name and do all that
That's where I
stuff.
was going. Like, and my vision is not the best either. So especially with the light of the day and I
Yeah.
come through, I can't see the small print on the screen. And okay, yeah, that's interesting. I can
Yeah.
see that because when I first saw that, I was thinking like, oh, that just seems like that would be distracting. But I could see how it would be the opposite of that because
Right.
I
And I mean,
really struggled to see it on the TV screen.
yeah, you do have to mentally check in to make sure that you are
Yeah.
hitting that lap button every time. But that also, you know, lets you check in with yourself. You know, every single lap, you know where you're at and you're not wandering off. So,
Yeah. Well, what do you have coming up next as far as race schedule
so
goes?
yeah, I took my shot at Desert Solstice trying to make the team again, and it just didn't pan out. So that's kind of opened up my entire year. So right now I'm signed up for Cocodona. That's like the main focus right now. So
The 250?
the 250, yeah. Ran it last year and had a terrible race, so I need to go back and redeem myself again.
I mean, it does seem like such a grand adventure, but holy smokes.
Yeah, I mean, running on a track for 24 hours is definitely difficult, but I think just those multi-day races where,
And out
yeah,
there, not on a
yeah,
controlled yeah. So
right.
I apologize for my ignorance on that, but I know a little bit about that race, but not a lot. So, like, do they have sleep stations at aid stations, or are you laying on the side of the trail, or is it whatever you feel like doing?
So most runners do a little bit of both. They do have some sleep stations. I don't know how many, but they're further on in the race. I will have a crew there with me, so I'll be able to take advantage of being able to sleep in a vehicle if I need to. That was one of the things that I did probably a little bit too much of last year was sleeping, having some chest congestion issues. And I thought we were trying to clear it up by getting a little bit more sleep, but turned out it never went away. So I didn't probably need as much sleep as I got. But yeah, I mean, you take trail naps. Some of the faster guys will take a little snooze on the side of the trail for 10 or 15 minutes. And yeah, so excited to go back out there. I have a 50-mile race coming up at Mesquite Canyon in a couple weeks for a training run. And yeah, just trying to build my miles back up after desert.
Yep. How old are your kids?
I have a 21, 20, and almost 16-year-old.
Okay. Yeah, I've got two. I've got a 22, about to be 23. And I have an 18 about to be 19. So they're old enough. Where I was going with that question is if they were younger, I was going to start asking about like, do you have, because some people just get up super early in the morning to train. So they're home when the kids are there and stuff like that. But at those ages, I imagine like, are two of them out of the house in college and one's in high school or like, you don't have to, can you train pretty much like
Yeah, I
just
mean,
other than work? That's probably the main
yeah,
barrier.
yeah, they're all still here with us. But my work schedule is set up to where I can usually get up around 4:30 in the morning and have about a 2-hour window to get a
Yeah.
run in and then be home in time to see them before my daughter goes to school. My boys go off to work. So then I'm off
Okay.
at night to be able to see them before bed. So yeah,
Yeah.
we make it work.
Yeah. It's probably easier now than it was 10 years ago, I can imagine.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's the old, you got to try to be as invisible as you can, be gone before anybody knows that you went,
Right.
be back before anybody else gets up kind of thing. But that can be really difficult to balance all that.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm definitely an early riser, so it kind of works out for me. I can get up and get my run done before well, most times a lot of them are even awake. So that works out.
Well, and you got that SoCal weather too. So most of the year, you're not battling like the Wisconsin minus tens or, the Miami 110 heat index kind of weather too, I
Yeah,
imagine.
exactly. And we'll still complain anytime there's rain. Like, oh my God, it's the end of the world having to run in a little bit of rain. But
Yeah.
can't complain.
Yeah. Well, any questions I could answer for you about, like, if you got any friends here you want me to check in on the results or anything like that before we
Oh, geez,
exit?
no, not really. This was one of the races that I was actually thinking of doing if I like as a second chance. So, I mean, how close is like travel for me if I were to come out from Southern California to get out there?
Yeah, good question. So, Charleston is it's called like a mid-size airport. I'm trying to think of an analogy for you. I wonder if like Temecula is a good analogy. There's not going to be like a zillion flight options for you, but it's not bad.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you'll be connecting. Depending on what you fly, you should be able to get here with just two legs, just one connection. The airport is about 20 minutes
Oh, okay.
if you're not in rush hour. Just over the big bridge over Charleston into Mount Pleasant. And then right here within like a half-mile radius, there's a cluster of like Hampton Inn, Courtyard type hotels, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, for food and all that kind of stuff of varying choices. So it's I would say pretty convenient to get to. And then weather is just weather.
Yeah.
It can just be anything. And we've had like it was in the 80s one day last week, and it's the high will be in the 40s one day next week. But like, and I'm probably repeating myself if you were watching too, but I was telling Zach, like, we're on the ocean. It's like 2 miles that way or
Okay.
three. But it's this huge, massive, infinite amount of water that right now I believe the water temperature is like 60 degrees. So it's really difficult. It takes a lot for us to get below freezing here.
Yeah.
And it takes a lot at this time of year to get hot. So it's usually like the big risk is if you just happen to hit the one day where like it's like the 83 and the day after was 65.
Right.
So most of it's very common to be in the 60s
Okay.
here
And
at this time of year.
is it humid out there this time of year or not?
It is today because there's a little bit of I think I had the weather. Let me see if it tells me on here. Normally it's not bad humidity.
Yeah.
100% it says.
Okay.
But we just have this front coming in. So like, fingers crossed, but like as the sun comes up, it's not supposed to be a lot of rain. It missed it just, I mean, I wouldn't even call it rain. I'm sure it didn't measure earlier in the day, but there was about 30 minutes where it was almost like a mist. And then I think we'll get some of that in the morning. The wind's going to pick up, but because we
Okay.
have a front or something passing through, the humidity is high. But I think that's unusual too. I think usually this time of year, like in the summer, it's bad, it's high humidity. But I think in the winter here, it's probably like it's not like out west or the desert Southwest. it's probably like 50-60% humidity, if I had
Okay.
to guess.
Yeah, I haven't
Um,
gotten a chance to do much racing out on the East Coast. We ran Burning River a couple years ago, and the humidity was ridiculous. I was just definitely not prepared for that. So,
what time of year is that?
oh, what is that? July, I believe,
Oh,
August,
yeah.
somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah, it is absolutely miserable here from I'm not being the Chamber of Commerce right now, but like June through September or most of September, half September, that stretch is
Yeah.
brutal. Like we can go the entire month of July, for example, with the heat index high being over 100 every day because we're right next to the ocean. So
Right.
it's just,
Yeah.
we're just boiling the water out of everything. But the other 8 months of the year are really pretty darn good. You know, we don't have to deal with that minus weather and, you know, even I've lived here off and on for 17 years, and then I was here for several years before that. I'm probably just forgetting, but so let's just say it's been in the teens like 2 days since
Well,
I've lived here. And it's been, it probably be hit in the 20s, I'd say like 3 days or 3 nights for a low
yeah.
during the year. It's really hard to get down that cold with the ocean sitting right next to us.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool that Jacob has been able to put that race together. And, of course, races like Desert Solstice and this one where it's kind of invitation and it's a good chance for people to get out there. I know there's several other track races and they, tend to get pretty crowded out there. So it's good to have another option at a different time of year. So it'd be awesome to go out there sometime, maybe next
Yeah.
year or year two.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'd love to have you. And there 21 people started, you know, so it wasn't a big crowd. And I mean, they are zooming as I'm looking around. Everybody's still moving really well.
That's great. Is there a
So
cap usually for how many participants?
there is, but I don't know where they have it.
Okay.
There was a couple people that I don't want this to come off the wrong way, that they let in like their riffraff or something. Um, but you know, they didn't, like, not the same level of standards, you know.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
probably not coming off the right way, but you know, because they didn't have too many people. So I don't know.
Right.
They could probably tell you 25 or less, something like that, I think is a sweet spot where you've got enough people that there's not like three people in the middle of the night, hopefully.
Yeah.
But you know, big enough crowd that you've got momentum and energy.
Right. I mean, Zach had mentioned about the dome, and I've gone out there a couple times now, and I think I'd much rather deal with the weather than have to run laps on the dome. I don't know. That's a whole other level to be able to run that far. Some of those people that are doing the 6 day is crazy. I'd rather see the sun come up and go down and come back up.
Yeah, it's like going to a casino in Vegas or something where they have no windows, so you don't know that you're still there at 2 in the morning.
Right.
And we were talking about Joe Fegis earlier, you know, and doing the 6 days in the dome and that kind of stuff. And
That's
I mean,
wild.
even outside on like a half-mile loop, I can't wrap my mind around the monotony and the pain and the suffering from all that.
Yeah. I mean, I was going back and forth yesterday and today from Jackpot to watching the Raven, and I was feeling a little bit of FOMO, and yeah, it was like, oh, I wish I was there, but I know the pain and how hard those races are, so I'm like kind of glad I wasn't.
I know. I mean, I've been sitting here laughing like, man, I just love my life choices. Like, I get to watch all of this unfold, and I still get to eat the aid station food.
Right.
So it's like the best of both worlds, and I'll be, you know, like, now the problem is I'm eating the food and not burning the 20,000 calories, so I'll have to figure that out. But
Yeah, the one year that I did go out to Desert Solstice to crew Marissa Lysak,
uh,
I don't usually crew all that often, but I mean, crewing is a hard deal. Like, sure, running is hard, but having to sit there and be, attentive to your runner every lap like that, it's a hard job.
it is, yeah, that's something we hadn't talked about a lot yet, but like, I think a lot of the people that are successful in this sport are super smart and analytical,
Mhm.
And I was talking about Matt Carpenter way earlier in the day, and I remember him talking about like, okay, well, and I'm paraphrasing, this is from long ago, so I'm putting words in his mouth, but it's like, well, I need to drink 12 ounces of fluid an hour. So you don't want to drink it all at once. So he had it down to I need to take 2 sips every 2 minutes and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
so like that's people are coming by tossing bottles and like, yeah, you're the crew and you got 2 minutes. God forbid you need to go to the bathroom or get something to eat, or else you need at least one other person there because you're on it.
Right.
And that could be stressful because, you don't want, like, you're not the one suffering. You don't want to mess up somebody else's rhythm or screw them up.
Yeah. I mean, my wife she's crewed me at plenty of races, and the first year I ran Desert Solstice, she was kind of out there the whole time with me. And after that race, she was like, you need to find somebody else to like help me during the night or something, because it's too stressful for her. She ends up not eating herself because she's so worried about how much I'm eating. And yeah, the crew, they take a beating out there sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, best of luck to you in your
Thank
future
you.
endeavors and your racing. I appreciate you hopping in and sharing some insight into this unique little corner of the world that we know and not many other people do.
Right.
So thanks again. Any last parting questions or anything I can answer from this side of the house?
No, just wish everybody out there good luck. I know I've run many miles with probably about half the field, so yeah, just tell them I'm
Yep.
cheering for them from home, and yeah, hopefully they all make that team or make the qualifier. So appreciate you
Yeah.
having me on. You guys are
All
doing a
right.
great
Yeah.
job.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for joining in. We'll take all the good vibes we can get from
Awesome.
you. So thank you. See ya.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
Yep. Bye. All right. So to your question, you should see the screen update here back to full screen. I spent a lot of time this last week trying to troubleshoot and test how all this stuff was going to work. And we don't have video editing software, any of that stuff. And Zoom is real particular about, like, you have no flexibility on the sizing of the windows. I would have loved to do exactly what you were asking for, have our two little faces be off in, the corner. And most of it be the actual runners, but I couldn't figure out a way to do that within Zoom. So that is back to my old joke of this is the Raven 24-hour live stream held together by duct tape and paper clips. So appreciate Jake right there. Let me, I want to check in on, look at Tony real quick. So Tony came through 100K. Good for Tony. So Tony Bruno is going for the 100-mile 55 to 59 age group American record. On the way is 100K that he had an outside shot at. It was 9:01. It looks like he came through at like 9:20 or so. So good on him. Let me see where Nikki is. Okay, Nikki. I don't. Sorry for the crosstalk that's coming through my camera right there. Nikki's got bigger and better goals, but I was noticing the 100K in her age group was 9:15, and she's going to come through at about 9:35. But she, I think, has an outside shot at the 100-mile age group record. And I think, again, I don't think that's a goal that she's necessarily shooting for. I think she's shooting for just a big number, but she might hit that one along the way. I want to share. I'm going to hop into the results here for a little bit. So the running window is going to collapse, but I won't be here long. Megan Smith is killing it. I mean, this is just kind of a ramification of the fact that everybody is within like a couple miles of each other. But Megan, I want to say, was like 10th or 12th 2 hours ago. So I'm curious to see. I'm going to look at her split. So she was running 2:10s, 2:10s. Yeah. So she's only 9.5 hours in. Her lap time has only dropped like 6 or 7 seconds a lap. Micah still looks really good. So she was doing 2:05, 2:08s. Yeah, so she's up and she's had a couple longer breaks. She's up 20 seconds a lap. See how Tony's doing. He's still doing really well. So I believe I might be wrong, but I think what I calculated about 45 minutes ago was that Tony had to average a 10-minute mile for the last 38 miles to get the 100-mile American record. And he's continuing to run under that. So it feels like he still has a 15 or 20-minute buffer. God, this is just nuts. Like Colleen is 13 and she's almost within 3 miles of first place. So that is a huge group of people that are still making good progress. Okay. I'm going to Google real quick. I think Zoom I think there is a live stream time limit of 12 hours. So basically we'll start a new stream and hop over there in a little bit. Let me just Google what that is. "12 hours. Let me see if Zoom has something that's smaller. Zoom Pro, unlimited. Okay. So 12 hours is 9 p.m. Okay, so we have time left. I don't need to end it yet. Okay. I am going to step away and save my voice for a little bit. And so we'll just leave the camera on for you. And appreciate you guys sitting in. Send us all the good vibes you can. This is when it starts to get really tough. The sun's going down. Everybody's hurting. The good news is they've all put, like, this qualifies as a long run. So they've put in a lot of really good work. Oh, I think I'm seeing mist out there before I hop off. Let me look at the weather. That's a little bit on. All right, I don't see a lot on the radar. Wind is not too bad. Yeah, so you can see it looks like foggy or whatever. It's a mist, so it's not actually raining, which is good. What'd you say? Okay. Pull up the radar. Yeah, we did have a chance. So it's 63, 64 here. I just want to look at a map. Where the heck is the weather map? There it is. Okay, there's actually not anything on the weather map. So I think it's just with a front coming through, it's so humid that it might mist here and there. But the good news is there's no hard rain anywhere on the map. So hopefully this won't be around too much and it won't get too heavy. Okay, I'm gonna step away for a little bit. Appreciate y'all.
Can they move it or? Shut off. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. Micah. And it's got parts of another model. Nem, ezt letakarták. Nem, ott van. Ráléptél, megállt az óra.
Majd Urbanieszkirom.
Következő kör. Jó. Magyar.
Oh, okay. That's one. Oh, well, I'm getting one.
Huh?
I'm kidding. I don't work too much. I'm not getting it. That's not possible.
All right, pardon me, y'all, for a second. I need to check, make sure I don't have any emergency messages. Bear with me for 1 second. For your patience, y'all. Set this back up. Ah.
And I can figure out.
No, I tell them. Oh, yeah.
That's right. All right, y'all, I'm back again. I need to get caught up on the race. So it is a beautiful night. It misted for a little bit and then quit, thankfully. Let me go see what the temperature is. My computer says it is 64. It feels colder than that. But all in all, I'd say it's really, I don't like it cold at night at long track ultras, so I would say the weather is really darn good. All right, let me get caught up on results. Oh, this is amazing. I know you all want to see the runners, but I have to show you the results here for a second. So the general theme, if I had to give you guys one, is just look at the top 11 that are showing up on the screen. They're within 3 miles of each other. And look at the top 4, all numerical jokes aside, all within a third of a mile. And if you scroll down, you're talking 12 people within 4 miles, 13 people within 4 miles. So that would be the theme that I would give you guys about the race so far, is that there is a large group of people who are all on pace, doing really well. And most of the folks, if you asked, I think their goal for today was to hit 150 / qualify for the team. And it feels like they're all right within that range. So I'm going to hop over and we'll do some math together. So let's start with Pat. That's the first time he's been in the lead. So Megan was in 10th most of the day-ish. So was Pat. 69 and a half, 10 and a half. So let's do 10 and a half, 69 and a half. So 69.5 miles. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically extrapolating. If he were to run the pace that he's run for the first 10 and a half miles for the rest of the race, where is he going to end up? And that answer is not 0. So what is it doing? There it is. 159. So when you walk down from that, pretty much, let's go down to Colleen, 65.6. $150. So the top 13 are all on pace. Now, again, assuming that they run roughly the same pace, which is for most people unlikely. But the fact that we still have 13 people that are in that range, and I think the other important thing that I would point out is, let's pick on one. So I'm pulling up this is the live lap splits for Colleen. So notice she was running 218, 217. Well, if we scroll all the way down here, she's